Shut up and sit down.
Hello, folks. Oh, God, dear. My ears are burning already. Hello, folks. Welcome to the Friday Frolic with me, Festa 67's workshop. Him.
Hello, everybody. Like and subscribe.
And the delectable.
Don't know what that was.
Cy Reynolds. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Cy Reynolds.
Hello, gents. How are we both?
Hello, Cy Reynolds. I am fine and dandy, thank you. How are you, sir?
I'm fine and dandy. First thing I'm going to do is do a bit of pimpage, I suppose, because I'll get told off by these two.
I did not say a word.
If you'd like to support this channel, you can support it on Ron, because I haven't done my background layout yet. Support this channel on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below this or any of my other video content. You could also do the same for Fox, patreon.com/modelmakingguru.
Model making guru.
And click the join button on any of his content. You could also find all things Festa on my website, Festa67workshop.com, and that gives you access to the Amazon store. And you also get access to the Zoom 24/7 hangouts where you can join the Groovy gang. You can also buy me a coffee, buymeacoffee.com/Festa67. If you want to get our attention, you can pop up a @Model Making Guru, an @Festa67's workshop, and an @Cy Reynolds.
It looks like that.
And you can also do a super duper sexy super chat, which gets your name in a nice big box, and you get a bit of the old dandy air guitar on your screen as well, folks.
Yeah. And then Colin gets a bit of that.
Absolutely, and I'll get a little bit of Wonga, and it all helps support this lovely
Like
channel.
and subscribe.
Oh, did you nearly just call yourself Fox the 67?
I did, mate. I did, because I've got him prattling along in the ear hole, and he just don't
I
stop,
said nothing.
does he?
I was sitting there quietly saying
No,
nothing.
you're never quiet at all.
I said nothing at all while you were doing your
did.
awesome
Yes, you
pimpage.
did. You were sitting there going, yes, you was.
I was not talking.
You
that,
little
I didn't listen.
fibber.
I said nothing.
No, of course you didn't. Play it back.
I subscribe.
Anyway, what have you been up to? It's going to be a long night, folks. I know it.
Yay! No building this week. I have been waiting for a delivery from E-Models to start the Canis Rex Imperial Night. That should be with me on Monday, I think.
It
Oh,
sounds like
nice.
excuses to me, don't you think?
No, I need certain paints
Si.
to paint with.
It's always someone else's fault, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
if I ain't got the paints and I'm using the paints that E-Models sell, I need them to send me the paints, don't I?
If I haven't got the paints, and then
Is it built
I haven't
though?
got the paint.
Is it built though?
Yeah, it's all built. I'm just waiting to paint it.
Oh, okay, I'll let you off.
So I'm
You
just
coulda-
waiting for.
You could have built something though.
Could have done so, couldn't he? Instead of just sitting there.
I'm pretty sure you could have filmed the painting of the base, for
Happy
example.
days.
No, I'm waiting for the paints.
Marcus Bruns put in a €9.99 super duper sexy chat, he says,
Yay.
laughing out loud. And have yourself a bit of air guitar, Marcus. Many, many thanks as usual,
Super-duper
mate.
sexy chat.
Talking of chat, let's have a quick looky-loo who's in there. We got Dave in saying hello to everyone. Have a good show. He's probably off to bed. Fox, apparently your tea making skills are very sadly lacking and shonky. It's okay, you can leave the tea bag in for more than a second or two. Laugh out loud. Yeah.
Heresy. I like my tea the way I like my tea, and if that means it's ridiculously milky, then that's the way I like my tea.
Princess's tea.
An opinion is never wrong.
Marcus Brun is saying good evening to everyone, as is Retro
Hey,
Rabbit.
Marcus.
James is in saying hello. Hello, James, as is
Hello.
Gents.
as is Hugh. The lovely Wendy Hickson is in, giving hugs
Hi, Wendy.
and smileys to everyone.
Yay.
Hi, Wendy.
Big hugs to Wendy.
Absolutely. Retro saying, soon be in the belly, thin crust pizza, pepperoni, mushrooms and green peppers, chicken bites with honey garlic sauce.
Oh, honey
Wendy's
garlic.
giving extra huge hugs to Fox and myself.
Yay.
She's saying hi to Cy as well. Retro Rabbit even says a retro Cy has appeared.
I like how me and you get big hugs and Cy gets hi Cy from Wendy.
Oh, well, we can give
It's
Cy
all right,
hugs.
it's all right,
We
it's
can give
all
Cy hugs.
It's all right.
Anyway, that's the chat up to date. So what do we do now then, mate?
Don't know. I think we just full screen Cy Reynolds and he can talk about stuff for an hour.
Absolutely. And anyway, yeah, continue the conversation we was having just before we went live.
Yes.
I can't actually remember what we were talking
You
about.
was talking about mounting bombs on your thing and how other people have welded square bits onto planes to make them fit. And
Oh yeah, well, Fox was just surprised at the simple things being the most obvious and best.
Yes. I was saying that I was talking to a professional model maker. I emailed him because I was impressed with the way he did stands. I was trying to learn how to do bases at the time. And we've had this conversation off camera, but I'll have it again for the viewers. And he had all these beautifully painted aircraft. He was an exceptionally talented model maker. I mean, these beautiful aircraft. And one thing he did was he'd have an aircraft over the base would have, let's say, a photograph of like the landing strip or something underneath it.
Yeah.
But he'd print it with a slight motion blur.
oh, right, yeah.
So it looks like it's like moving forward. It's really cool. But anyway, one of the things he did was he used to mount them on brass rod, but it was square brass rod. And I mailed him to say, okay, I love the way you do it because it means the aircraft doesn't spin on the base.
Yeah.
But how do you get a square hole into the model plane? Do you have to drill a circular hole and then spend ages filing it square? Because that sounds like a real pain in the arse. And he went, no, I get the metal rod and I heat the end till it's white hot and then I go and jam it in the bottom of the plane. And then it makes a square hole. And I'm like, that's so straightforwardly obvious. I overthought it.
Not only a square hole, like a perfectly fitting.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what he said. And I said, it's just, and I was saying it's an example of one of those times where you try and think how to do something.
Yeah.
And the solution is sometimes the most simple thing that's so obvious you don't think of it.
Oh, absolutely.
I had a similar conversation with someone about sculpting once. And they wanted to sculpt recessed hex nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, they literally farted around with a clay shaper for about an hour. And I'm like, just get some hexagonal plasticard rod and
Push it in.
jab it in.
Well,
you know?
it's like me trying to figure out if I've got two chunks of resin going together and I want to get a rod between them.
Yeah.
So I need to drill a hole in both parts, but they're both solid blocks and I can't drill a hole all the way through. Like say I was mounting, these two things together here. And I wanted to have a rod between them, but I didn't want to drill all the way through. How would I make sure the holes are in the same place?
Yeah.
And after hours and hours of trying to figure it out, Side says to me, he says, you drill a hole in one and put some blue tack on the other one, and there you go. You've got a nipple where the hole is.
No, well, or the paint.
Yeah, a dot of paint. Well, I thought about the dot of paint, but that would go splodgy. But the blue tack one is a great idea. And it's like, sometimes something is so simple that you'll never think of it until somebody tells you because you'll overthink it all the time.
Or the even simpler one is you drill the hole, you put... One sec.
I know, because on some pieces, if you can drill all the way from one side to the other, that's a lot easier. Because you can drill through one piece and into the other piece.
So you drill a hole, imagine this collet for the pin vise is the hole.
Down a bit, you're off camera there. There you go.
Then just flip the drill bit, put the right end, and then just... So the point of the drill bit will mark the centre of your hole on the other side.
Yeah. All jolly good ideas.
Many simple options.
There's always a simple way. Wendy Hickson says, sorry, Si, I thought you did not like hugs. Huge hugs, then.
Oh.
Well, it depends who the hugs are from. If they're from smelly people like Fox, then not so much.
Oi!
If they're like Colin, then
Oi!
I'm all there.
Oi! Oi!
I love it.
I'm not people.
Oh, Whipplegins.
How dare you call me people?
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I love it.
Who's saying I'd want to hug you anyway? Ah.
Oh, Lammerkin.
Yeah. Marcus Brune says, Belly, rigatoni. I can't say rigatoni without thinking of, hey, a rigadon from Willy Fogg.
I see what you did there.
You remember the Adventures of, and for some reason, Passepartout was called Rigadon.
That's right, yeah.
Mr. Fogg is me, rigadon. Hey, a rigadon. What was the mouse called? Tico, that's it. The mouse was called Tico. Hey, a rigadon. Because rigadon was French and Tico was Italian. Anyway, rigatoni with mince, olive and tomato sauce, bench progress on A10 and HE111 tonight. A good evening, all in all, Mojo is coming back.
Oh, good. Happy days.
And we're up to date with chat. What have you been up to, Colin?
I have been building ye model bike. Sorry, mate, I was just trying to do a 3-man overlay. I have been building...
Oh, yeah, I've not...
Go on.
I was going to say, yeah, I forgot, of course, it's 3 men, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I was doing that while she was rambling. But you are, as soon as I started, you asked me a question. I've been building that. I've been building my boy.
Oh, look at that. I'm going to put you full screen.
Spooky.
I'm going to put you full screen, you tart.
Yeah, so I've built that this week, or finished it. So, yeah.
I don't like you anymore.
Why?
Because, I don't know, you're better than me at motorbikes.
Oh, lamekins. We're all good at our own things, mate.
Don't like people that are better than me. They all suck.
Have you ever done a motorbike, Fox?
No.
Well, then,
How do you know?
I'm going to defer you back.
Because it's shiny and shiny's evil.
I'm going to defer you back then to your chicken and mushroom comment. How do you know until you try?
Yeah, because I've tried making shiny things and they're all evil.
But yeah, so that's my Brum Brum Shiny Suzuki. So just needs its final polish, and then I'll do the reveal video. And yeah, so there'll be a few episodes of that going up. And yeah, like warmed exhausts.
I love the way you show us this beautifully shiny model and say it needs a final polish. It's like, where? It looks beautifully shiny already.
No, it does. It needs its final polish, mate. So
is that the 2K clear cut on there? Yeah.
No, that isn't, mate.
Is that Pledge again?
Yeah, that's just bog standard Pledge.
Damn, I still can't get that kind of shine on Pledge.
Yeah.
Damn, son.
That's all that is, mate. Couple of coats of Pledge. But it's done in 4 mist coats.
Not 2 thin coats, 4 thin coats.
No, start off with 2 very thin mist coats, and then you go slaver. But yeah.
Slap it on.
Don't do it wet so that it's really fit, because it will run.
Yeah.
From now on, we can call you Festa Foxx.
I like that.
I see what you did there, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, you can have
hello.
What the fudge was that?
I think that was a spider pig doing a high jump. I think
that was a slightly dubious bit of burpage.
Yeah, it was some kind of body function. I wouldn't have pegged it as a burp straight away, but yeah.
That sounded like a retching.
That was a bit of a burp, belch, stroke, whatever you want to call it, type burp and belch.
So, Cy Reynolds, what have you been up to, you tart?
I've been cleaning up all of this stuff. I'm on camera, yay. Ooh. So this is the Dakar Jet. It's very nearly... I've got this little pot of bits. So there's about 10 or so bits to clean, and then it's... I still need to do a little bit of filling on the fuselage, but that's about it.
I'm honestly quite impressed that you're going to spending so much time that you're putting all the bits into like a sorting tray like I do with Gunpla, because I never would have thought to do that with a one.
I just don't want to lose anything.
Yeah, I just don't take off the sprue till I'm sticking it on. But then again, you're spending like 3 weeks on each part cleaning it, so...
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe 2.
I've got loads of stuff in boxes. I just like being organised. I hate losing bits from models.
Yeah. Well, yes. This is why I'm loath to take anything off the sprue teller. The other thing, of course, is I've done that before. I've built stuff and taken it off the sprue into sorting trays when it's not been a Gunpla. And then it says, like, stick pot 32B. And it's like, hang on, there's a 32A and B, and I don't know which is which. And they're ever so slightly different. And the instructions don't really make it. And you're like, oh, bollocks. like you've got a left and a right one, but it's so hard to tell which one's which. You're like, oh, crap.
See, that would only be really annoying if they weren't chiral.
Yeah, and if they are like that, then you can guarantee they're like a super critical part that 300 steps later, if you got it wrong, the whole model's ruined, and you're like, arse. Yeah. I know my luck.
I tend to find with most model kits, though. So when I'm first... I take parts off the sprue as I clean them. And then I tend to dry fit everything, and then it will go into the sorting box. And I tend to find with most model kits, you almost learn where everything goes as you're building it.
Yeah, I mean,
at least with GW kits, maybe not with Gunpla kits, because some of those parts are really obscure. But with like GW kits, most of them, they're really quite simple.
Yeah, simple, like a subscribe.
But yeah, I don't know. I've lost. Well, it was quite recently. You'll recall I lost the head.
Yeah.
That Mega Armored War Boss, and had to buy a Mega Armored War Boss again. And I'm going to mute my phone.
I mean, the thing with me is I enjoy although I'm not a builder, I do enjoy the Games Workshop building process so much that when I get a bit off the sprue, I just need to get it built and stick it on, get it cleaned up and stick it on and start assembling.
Yeah,
I haven't got the patience to get all the bits cleaned up. It's not. I can do that with the Gumpler. I don't know why. It seems the correct thing to do with the Gumpler, but not with the. I think it's with the Gumpler because you can take it all apart if you get it wrong. So
it's funny with Gumpler, like you do tend to, obviously you paint me in a frame.
There you go.
What?
Don't you?
Oh,
Woo!
lovely.
You paint me in a frame, and then you paint the armor parts separately. But I build in a lot of sub assemblies anyway, and I'll paint in a lot of like. This Stacker Jet will probably be one of the most complete models I will paint this year.
But knowing you, it'll probably take you most of this year to paint it.
Maybe. Pardon me.
Oh, hello.
Steady, Neris.
Unaccustomed to public speaking as we are.
Most things, I think only the bombs. The driver.
Driver?
The pilot, sorry. Pilot. Although, really, it isn't a pilot. He's probably trying to drive it, and then he's like, "Oh,
he thinks he's a pilot."
Yeah. Paul Ditter's in saying evening all. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
How you doing, mate?
Hey, Paul. I need to know, Paul, how many Millennium Falcons have you got now?
Yeah.
All of them.
As is Steve as well. He's in.
Hey, Steve.
Marcus says, after a tough couple of weeks spending some time at the bench tonight, got me some energy back. We'll be back in the 24/7, absorbing all the lamp jokes. For now, I need some shut-eye and the night all. Take care, Marcus.
Take care, buddy.
Good night, Marcus.
Look forward to seeing you, mate.
Why did you mention the lamp? You've been away for a couple of weeks, so it will have faded from people's memories. But by
he's an honest guy. He's happy to.
It may have dimmed from people's memories. So what I did there.
Yeah.
I'll get me coat.
I'm really trying to figure out something to say with the word bulb in it, but never mind.
Bulb.
Bulbunarity.
Steve asked. Steve says, Fox, people are saying you can use lacquer paints on Gumpler. True or false? You can. However,
yes,
if you use lacquer paints on Gumpler, the plastic, Bandai plastic is really brittle.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't got a solid primer coat, or say you're painting an inner frame, and you've got the whole leg assembled, and you've maintained the posability of the leg at the knee joint, etc., and you move it during painting to get in the bits that you can't get in one pose, so to speak, and you get thinner down into one of the joins, it's quite possible that one of the pegs will snap or just crumble.
Yeah.
But
basically, any thinners, lacquer, enamel, or even acrylic alcohol-based thinners, any thinners on that plastic, if it's not covered or protected in some way, puts it at great, especially in areas of massive tension, because it eats at the plastic. If you're airbrushing lacquers, that's fine, because it's dry when it hits the model. Nobody cares. That's not going to do any harm. If you're brush painting lacquers, it's a risk, but you might get away with it. I know there are people that do paint them in lacquers, and that's often just the armour parts. So but if you're going to be doing like washes and things like that, that's when the thinners start getting splashed around. So if you're careful, and you've got good layers of primer on there, you might be all right. But yeah, airbrushing lacquers is fine, because they're not going to do any harm.
You also you'll be much safer. Some people don't like doing it. I have no qualms, because I don't generally pose my Gundam once they're built. Like, I don't take them out and play with them, for example. If you make a static pose Gundam, so you glue it, then you reduce the risk as well.
Yes, that's what I'd started doing when I was the last few Gunpla I built. I started just gluing the frames into a fixed pose.
That's
and then
what I'm
attach the armour
doing
later.
with the Kshatriya.
Yeah.
Is what's his name? Static posing it. And yes,
Yeah.
folks, there will be some more episodes of that coming up. I have been filming it. A few people have wondered whether it died a death, but it hasn't. It's currently awaiting editing. I kind of wanted to get that one done for the guys at eModels to keep some content on their channel.
Oh, bollocks and arse and bollocks and arse.
There
I've
you
just
go.
cut a piece off and tidied it up, and it's the wrong damn piece.
And there goes monetisation.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I don't think it's swearing effects actually, but because it looks very, very similar to the piece I needed, and I didn't look at the number. That's the piece I need, and that's the piece I cut off the sprue.
What are you still on the Death Killer War Trike, or have you?
Yeah, it's the end of the boss's shotgun. There's one with little tiny holes and one with big fat holes. It's the one with big fat holes that I needed, but the actual fronts of them look almost identical. Das. Yeah. So lacquers are fine, as long as you're not sloshing them around. If you brush painting with them, you just got to be careful. That's all.
Just be mindful. Really.
Yeah. Don't do washes of any kind on Gunpla. Just do, if you're going to do a wash, do a water-based wash.
Yeah.
Or if you want to do a gunk wash, I've even had, it sounds really weird, but even doing gunk washes on Bandai plastic, sometimes I've had things break. Even that's unthinned oil paint. So, yes. If you want to be really safe, just don't use lacquers. Just if you're airbrushing, just use like Tamiya paints or something, because they're more durable.
Yeah, it's something you just got to be mindful of in it with that plastic.
Yep.
It's a shame.
But Cole's right though. Just if you can, just glue all the inner frame into a fixed pose.
Yeah.
I would recommend, if you're doing that, the way I found best for me to do it was to glue the elbows and the knees. Get the pose right, and then glue the elbows and knees in that pose, but don't glue the arms to the torso or the legs to the crotch or anything like that. No. Because they're all weird joints anyway. Because you'll still need to be able to put the armour on it. So make sure if you glue the leg in a pose like that, make sure you can still get the armour on the back of the leg when it's in that position. Do dry fits and tests first. Because there are sometimes you'll put the leg in a particular pose and suddenly find the armour don't fit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, fudge.
Yeah, you'll find as well with a lot of Gundam, there are specific orders that you have to put armor panels on.
Yeah.
So you might have to put the neon before the thigh, or vice versa.
Yeah.
You need to make sure it all still fits.
Yeah. Before you glue anything.
Yeah.
And if the other thing to keep in note as well, if you're gluing it into a fixed pose, be very mindful in your instructions of what the plastic actually is.
Yeah.
If you look at the first page where it's got the diagrams of all the sprues, it will show each sprue and it will say what that plastic is. It'll say PE for polyethylene. Oh, right, I'm going to sort Mama Fox out. You can carry on with that one if you would, Colin and Simon. You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
so
Back in a minute.
You're looking, PS stands for polystyrene, and that'll take your normal, like Tamiya Extra Thin or Mr. Hobby S or whatever it's called. Your normal polystyrene plastic.
Yeah.
Some of the older Gunpla kits have a lot of ABS.
Yeah. But again, it's clearly marked, isn't it, on the sprue guide?
Yeah. You can't miss it.
He's also asking, should he use lacquer primer or UMP? I sprayed mine with UMP primer, mate, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, I personally would use UMP just because I don't really like lacquers.
Yeah.
But there are many, many, many people that will prime in the Mr. Surfacer, for instance.
Yeah.
So, and that is hot.
Exactly. So how does that then impact the joints then?
I honestly I don't know.
No, that's right.
I've never had any issues with Bandai plastics.
No.
I've just heard.
Yeah.
And obviously that is Bandai plastics. So that goes for their Star Wars kits, that goes across the board.
Yeah.
But I've never personally had issues. I know Fox has had some issues.
Yeah, but this is Fox.
I distinctly remember he completely fudged his mega-sized RX-78 at the hip joint. But yeah, I would say, Steve, go with whatever primer you feel most comfortable with. It's the same for any paints. I personally don't like lacquers because my current living situation.
Yeah.
I live in a flat, and I don't want to hurt my neighbour's health. For example, if I lived in a house with a very well ventilated shed or room, garage, whatever, I would probably paint some things with lacquers. But
yeah. It's all about your ventilation, mate. Not a problem, Paul. He says, many thanks for sourcing the LCD covers. Not a problem, mate. Glad to help, mate. Anything you need, mate, just let me know and I'll find out for you, buddy. Not a problem at all. My pleasure. But yeah, it's one of them. I mean, all my paint jobs, anything that I'm doing, I will always practice on a spoon. But obviously with Bandai plastic, that's difficult because, but what I tend to do with Bandai is I'll cut off a piece of the sprue that the piece is on and I'll apply whatever paints and finishes to that. And then if it does react, it's only on a bit of sprue, I know then. So that's kind of how I've dealt with Bandai. But
and there are other advantages to practicing on a spoon. You've then essentially got a colour swatch.
Yes.
And if you think like when you're painting a room, you go to B&Q or your DIY store of choice, and you'll get a bunch of colour swatches. Always keep your spoons, mark on them what the paint is, and then if you're looking for a silver, you can be like, you could just look for your silvers. Yeah, I know another YouTuber, Paul Bretland at ISM. Yeah, he's got a drawer of spoons. And if you're a watcher of Paul, you may have watched he'll just get out literally a handful of spoons, and he will just go through them like color samples and pick his color. Yeah, it's like a wallpaper chart or a paint chart. It really helps. You know, I have like, you know, spoons that are chipped, spoons that have got scratches, spoons that have got different paint mixes, and then I write a little code on there, and it's on the bottom of the paint. It's on the bottom of the paint pot. Then. Hey, folks.
I'm back, but I've got to go again. But I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, you're not really back then.
No, I fell out, so I'm putting myself back in. I noticed I'd fallen out.
You took us off hold, and then you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just need a few more minutes. Do you mind holding?" And then you put us back on hold.
Yeah. You can tell, Si, that he worked at a call centre, can't you?
Yeah.
Bing, ding, ding. Hello, good afternoon. How can I hinder? Customer service. How can I hinder?
Have you tried switching on and off again? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hello, Department of Obfuscation. How can I help you? Right, back in a minute.
Back in a minute.
Bye.
He's a bit, isn't he?
He's such a tart.
Don't ever change. Don't ever change. That's why we love him. Retro
I'm still
Rabbit
listening, you know.
says, yeah, no, you are. You see your shadow. Retro Rabbit says, recently some 3D prints have had weird bands of soft resin, usually around where the heavy supports stop and are 5mm wide-ish. As your resin temperature parameters, sometimes if the resin is too cool, it can cause that, mate. You could build yourself a little resin heater. Conveniently, I have one that I prepared earlier in the drawer next to me. There you go. You can build yourself one of them bad boys and fit it in your resin printer right next to where your resin vat is. And this is a digital temperature gauge, and this is an in-car fan heater. And you just switch that on, put it in there, and when my printer temperature drops below a certain point, this kicks in, the fan warms up. When it reaches the top end of its heat range, it switches off. Job done.
Now, are you going to do a tutorial on that, Cole? How
yes.
you made that?
I am.
There you go, guys. So you should make sure you subscribe to Cole's channel. Make sure you check that little notification bell so you'll get a notification whenever Colin posts a video or when he goes live.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always make a point as well, stirring the resin throughout. I I've often gone into a print midway through the print, quickly flicked the cover up and given the resin a little stir. Yeah, there could be multiple reasons, mate. Could just be that the resin's settled slightly. But literally shake the bejesus out of it before it goes in the vat. If it's been in the vat for a little period of time, obviously use a wooden stirrer to agitate the resin, or a plastic scraper. Just stir the resin with that. Not mad so that it sloshes everywhere. Just enough to rake it through. You can get little resin rakes, and it's like a plastic rake that you can drag through the resin, and it's just enough to mix it all back together, because it does settle out.
So does it settle out a bit like an acrylic paint or a lacquer paint?
Yeah, it'll settle out a bit like a primer can sometimes settle out, you know, where you see your paint ridges and that. It can happen.
Gotcha.
Jeff is in. Candygram for Mongo says hi, Colin, Si and Fox, and hi everyone in chat. Hello, Jeff.
Hope you are doing well, Jeff.
Yeah. The Carl Sagan of the 24/7 is our Jeff. Yeah. He really is. I love it when he goes on to a subject. It's like, yeah, get in there. Because again, he's got that enthusiasm, you know, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I just love people that are, they get really passionate about what they're doing. And
absolutely. Jeff, yeah.
You're infectious to listen to, Jeff. You are.
Yeah.
You do. I think I've said to you before that you remind me a lot of Adam Savage in that way.
Yes.
Like, you get super enthused, and your energy is just.
Jeff's one of those people, when he starts a conversation in the hangout, if we're sitting there working on something, most of us, you can see, will put down what we're working on and we stop, because it's enthralling to listen to. He's now sitting there going, oh, stop it. But yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah. It's nice. It's nice when characters like that come in. Marcus is another one that does it as well. You know, when he starts on about, because again, they've got that passion, haven't they, about the subject they're on about. And yeah, it's always nice to just sit and listen some nights to what people are talking about. It's great. Brilliant way of relaxing. What it's
all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What makes it fun? Wayne Model Work is in, saying, hello, Jeff. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Good to hear from you again. Hello, Wayne. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing all right, mate. Hope everything in, I was just about to say Wayne's World then, but yeah, in the realms of the Wayne Cave are doing well.
Hope everything in Wayne's World is excellent.
That's what I was trying to do.
Wayne's World. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my channel. World of Wayne.
Yeah. Swing. And he's gone again. He's brilliant, isn't he?
I don't know what he's doing.
I would love to know what it is he smokes, because there's got to be some kind of chemical reaction going on in that room he's in.
Yeah.
Definitely something. Bless him.
God love him.
Oh, yeah. And yes, he's like that when you meet him as well. He's like coiled spring, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'll be back in a minute. I can hear you, you know. Yeah, we know you can. He is like shithouse rat. Of course he can hear us.
I think when we finally get to Warhammer World, we should film him as he walks around like the Ford Road store.
Oh, mate. Yeah. Put body cam on or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. All those squee noises that we know he's going to make.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Pulled it as waving to Wayne. Retro says, Mongo, only porn in Game of Life. Absolutely. Jeff says he's doing great, Si, thanks. Staying very busy. Hope you are too.
Not bad, Jeff.
Saying likewise to Wayne. Always good to see you here. And Wayne's going, that's funny. The Wayne's World. Yeah. Bless you. No, I hope you've been all right, Wayne, because, yeah, been through the wars a little bit, mate, and we've been thinking of you. because that's what we do. Some of that in there. I'm narrating again, Si, aren't I?
That's all right. You narrate if you want.
But yeah, there is going to be a tutorial for that little heater going up on the site, so I shall test it and then strip it all back down and go through all the components and all of that lot and where to source the files from to print. And yeah, it'll all be in there. That, and I've got the clipper screen that's going on my filament printer, so I should be filming all of that. That'll cheer Jeff up because that's a nice little Raspberry Pi project.
Nice.
So that's another one that will be going up. I've got my home server all built, and I've been testing that this week, watching all kinds of movies on the Pi server in the lounge, so I can go through that as well.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, a few little bits and bobs going to go up. Hopefully people find it interesting.
I am certain they will, dude.
Got to be done. Yeah, it's been a progressive little week this week. I've had a few bits of gear arrive, equipment that are going to enable me to do some one-off stuff. I shall be shipping some bits over to Si.
Oh, so hello.
He can have a play. I will message you off air as to what I'm up to. And I am sure it'll raise a chuckle or two when you see what I'm up to. So,
okay, well, we'll leave some form of surprise.
Yeah, that's as far as I can go. But yeah, we got that. Yeah, mischievousness will happen.
That was a very mischievous little giggle.
It was, mate. It was because. Yeah. And I am sure there'll be inquiries about said thing when you show it on a Frolic. It sounded wrong, didn't it? Yeah.
See, you'll understand this, Cole, as someone with stretched ears. You know your ears are telling you that they could go up a size when you're wearing over-ear headphones.
Yeah.
Which scrunch up your lobe a little bit so it keeps pushing the plug out of your ear.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I could go up a size now.
That's why I've got a horseshoe ring in me stretched ear, but I've also got a full ring closure. So if the tunnel does fall out, it catches and just hangs on the other ring.
It's
so
nice.
It never falls out. It's brilliant. But every now and then you think, what is that rattling? Did you look? You think, it's the ear tunnel. What could have been lost has actually been successfully caught.
You see, again, you'll understand this as someone with piercings.
Yes.
For many years, whereas Fox wouldn't.
No.
I haven't got a ball to hand.
Yeah.
But you know that very distinct, like, ka-chink noise when you drop a ball.
Yeah. You hear it roll off, and you're like, yeah.
And it's so funny if you're around other people with piercings because you just see everyone like frantically checking their faces. And
I had one fall off at Windsor Castle. It's off of my horseshoe. It had come unscrewed, basically. And I heard it ping on me, and then I said to me missus, one of my earballs has dropped out. And it's funny, about 6 people were down on their hands and knees around us, and this guy was like, yes, found it, and he was dead chuffed that he had found this ball. I was like, cheers, mate. Yeah, successfully. When I got home, it was super glued on that one. It was like,
I had something heartbreaking happen to me a few months back.
No.
I was walking home from town.
Yeah.
And I had my in-ear wireless headphones in.
Yeah.
and I was walking along the waterfront.
No.
Now, who can guess where this is going?
Yeah.
And one fell out of my ear when I
Yeah.
was on the phone to the missus.
Yeah.
Bounce, and I fumbled it. Like, it touched both hands as
Yeah.
I tried to
I'm
catch
back
it.
now.
Hey,
Hello.
man. And it bounced off my hand,
Yeah.
and I watched it in slow motion, hit the concrete,
Yeah.
bounce off to the right, bounce again off to the right, and then it fell into the marina.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Marina.
How
Marina.
many fudge handles, broomsticks, and dagnammits were expleted?
Well, a lot, because I'd only had them a couple of weeks. And,
Even more heartbreaking.
Yeah, they're about 140 quid, and you
Yeah.
can't just buy a singular.
No.
It was annoying.
Yeah, that's major pants, that is, mate.
What are you talking about? What did you lose?
Earphone.
Pardon me.
Oh, right.
You know the wireless in-ear
Earbuds.
headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was walking home along the waterfront a good couple of months now, and one pinged out my ear off the pavement and
Ouch.
went for a swim.
Gosh darn it, I think is what you said, I suspect.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Lackaday and looks a mussy. And words to that effect.
These bombs are very annoying. This center divot, there's a divot in the wing, and
Yeah.
it doesn't line up. Like, what are you doing, GW?
What's
Why
this
didn't-
bit? What bit's this bit? Which one?
So these bombs.
It's a side whipple.
Is it? I'm going to put him
Yeah,
full
yeah.
screen so we can all see the gloriousness of his wibbling.
Yeah. So there's a little nub here,
Yeah.
and then there's this little divot in the center that
Yeah.
nub is meant to like rest in,
Yeah.
and I can't really show it on camera. It doesn't line up.
Have you tried it on the other wing?
Yep.
Is it not left or right specific?
They are not chiral.
Are they not?
Nope.
Arse.
And that is definitely the right spot for them, because there is also a spot under the wing extensions, but that's for the bigger bombs. So yeah, stuff you, GW.
You're a wing extension.
Yeah. So that can get filled as well.
That was
I don't
quite a
remember
good
having.
wibble.
I don't remember having that problem with mine, but
Well, you smell like cheese.
well, hey,
Yeah, but you've more than made up for it with that try, haven't you, mate?
you have the smell of a dog, sir, and the face to match.
Wow.
For some reason, right, today, I was talking to Mama Fox and I just suddenly realised something. Do you know, like in oldie-timey films where oldie-timey characters say, oh, he's still full screen, hang on, say things like, oh, Mrs. Johnson, charmed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you say charmed, I'm sure, that's like saying charmed, probably. It's probably charming to meet you. It might be, it might not. I don't know if I'm charmed to meet you or not, but it's possible. It's not very complimentary when you say it,
No.
when you realise, think about it, you're like,
Sounds quite indecisive, doesn't it?
I hope you're well, maybe.
If
Hello, Mrs. Johnson, I really don't care if you're well.
Yeah.
I just suddenly realised that today. Oh, and I had a really wonderful experience. I don't know if I've ever done this. Have you ever woken up from a dream? You know, like you're sleeping and you're having a dream, and then when you're dreaming, you've got the sleep paralysis, so you don't thrash around everywhere. And then you finish your dream and you wake up and you get up and you have a cup of tea and do the rest of your day. I was dreaming this morning, and I basically woke up before my sleep, just at the same time my sleep paralysis wore off.
Yeah.
In the dream, I was walking along a marketplace for some reason, and a football came towards me, so I jumped up in the air and kicked it. But then I dreamt that right as my sleep paralysis turned off, and I basically kicked the wall, and it really hurt my foot.
Oh,
And I'm lying there going, "What the hell was that all
so
about?"
going, oh, me tootsies, me
I was like,
tootsies.
"Oh, that really hurts." I was like, "Could you? How did my sleep paralysis wear off at the exact moment?" I don't know why that happened.
do you ever like drift off to sleep and you start dreaming or something, and then something happens in the dream that startles you, and you wake up just like basically you jump scare
Like that.
yourself awake.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
mate, it's so
I
annoying.
have the thing sometimes where you're just lightly sleeping. You've just started a dream, and in the dream you'll say "step off a curb"
Yeah.
and jolt yourself awake.
Yeah.
Or the one thing I hate is that thing when you've not actually fallen asleep yet, but you're lying there trying to get to sleep, and your entire body goes "hey, hey," and just jerks.
Yeah.
There's a name for that, and I can't remember what it's called. Something or other jerk it's called. Like as you're going to sleep, your body paralysis system spazzes out a bit. But I'm always stepping off a curb.
You are a curb.
I'm made of curbs.
Have you checked out The Boys yet, by the way?
Nope.
Oh, you fail at life.
I've got far too many other things to be watching that I'm not watching.
Fail at life.
I'll get round to it eventually when I remember.
Sure. You'd really enjoy it, man.
I possibly would, but I've got many other things to watch. I'm trying to not sit there all day, because the thing is, if I sit down at the computer and start watching something, I'm there then for the rest of the day, and that's not a good state of affairs. So I'm trying to really force myself not to.
Like you
Not
do
to
with
watch.
YouTube.
Well, yeah, or anything.
Oh,
Just
dude, I've done that this week. I put on. So there's a show called Better Call Saul,
Yeah.
which is I don't. Have you ever watched Breaking Bad? Fox?
Yeah, it's a splinter, isn't it?
not
yeah,
watched
yeah.
it, but I know what it is.
Yeah. So Better Call Saul is like a series regarding one of the characters prior to Breaking Bad, and I've been job hunting a week. And I've managed to watch all 5 series in a week, and there's 10 episodes per series.
Oh, good man.
I've got stuff done. It's not like I've just been sitting there watching it, but yeah.
I do find it interesting that the American TV series have started moving away from the 23 episodes a season and into the 10 or 12 episodes a season, as is the British way.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I know for like internet-based seasons they've done that quite for a while, but even for television shows now, I've noticed they've started cutting down to like 10 or 12 shows a season, which is weird when you think of it, because the Americans have always got like 20 or 23 episodes a season was the norm. Half a year, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder what drove that.
Well, is that the case though, or is it just what we're witnessing on the likes of Netflix and whatnot?
I don't know. I mean, my impression was it was always like all the seasons all the stuff I've ever watched, all the sort of the typical series and stuff. It's always been like 20 to 23 episodes.
No, it's the same. Like 20, 26 episodes, like half a year, and then you get the mid-season break, don't you?
Yeah, a lot of them used to sort of film a 26 episode season and split it into 2 13s, didn't they?
Or in the case of
Could be.
Breaking Bad, they did that mid-season break.
Yeah.
Just as one of the key characters found out something very key.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
And then I had to wait half a year. Oh, mate, that was the worst.
Do you know the worst series for that kind of end of season cliffhanger was BSG? Good God!
You see,
because when I first watched that, it was me and my friend Martin started watching it. It was the first season that had been done, so we binge watched the first season. This was before we had to download it off the internet, so he brought them around on disc.
Yeah.
To watch. So,
what like
on a DVD.
Back when Netflix used to be called Love Film, and it was a DVD subscription service.
Yeah, basically. So he'd literally download them from websites of dubious report and stick them on a disc and he'd bring them around. So we binge watched the entire first season. But then from that point on, it was live, so we'd have to wait a year. And then it'd be once a week, and it'd be like, so you'd have to wait like a year. And they had the best cliffhangers ever at the end of each series. It's like,
this is exactly why I said to the missus last week on Friday, do you want to watch Picard tonight, or do you want to just wait?
Wait for 12 weeks, yeah.
And just watch the whole series?
I tend to wait until a season's done, and then I just binge watch it.
Yeah, so we're going to do that. I think we've watched up to, I think it was episode 4, and we're just going to wait.
I've been toying with the idea, but it's with Picard and Disco and with the Marvel stuff, and it's like, no, I want to watch it. I can't wait. I do like binge watching though. I do like binge watching.
Then the problem with that is you watch a couple of episodes or the episode, and it's a cliffhanger, and then you're stuck waiting.
Yeah,
I know. But then when I'm sitting down to have my dinner and I want something to watch while I'm eating my dinner, I'm like, oh, there's nothing on YouTube. Oh, it's quite frustrating.
There's always something on YouTube.
No,
Even if you have to resort to a model making guru video.
There's literally nothing on YouTube. Oi, I'm not that desperate. Cheap tart.
that's cruel.
The only downside with like using YouTube for me is like if I sit down, got my dinner in front of me, if there's content from a channel I'm subscribed to, I know it's there, so I'll sit and watch that while I'm eating my dinner. But if there isn't anything, then I sit there with my dinner and spend 25 minutes trying to find something to watch, and then I eat my dinner because it's like I don't want to watch that. No, that's too short, and I'm like, oh, my dinner's gone cold now.
It's when you realise how sad the world is, isn't it? It's like, really?
Yeah, and you're like, oh, damn it.
Yeah,
That's when you end up watching, like, you know, a 1 hour documentary on the history of cheese because there's really nothing else to watch, but you've got to eat your dinner and it's going cold.
This is why you need to assign that job to Mama Fox. So I do all the cooking, and Mrs. Squig, I tell her one of her jobs whilst I'm cooking is to find something to watch.
Yeah. Mama Fox isn't in a position to do anything at the moment, unfortunately.
Well, then you should find something before you start cooking.
No, because then I try to do that, but then I'm so reluctant to cook. I just go, oh, I'll make the dinner.
Yeah. He's done that before, Si, and he went hungry.
Because I find something to watch when I have my dinner, and then I watch it, and then I have to go make the dinner. I'm like, I've watched it now. So, yeah. I don't do planning, you know that.
Yeah.
Colin understands. Planning is not something we do.
No.
It is not of this world.
No, it's not the order of things.
But
this is the order of things.
This is why you do things like sticking the wheels on the Death Killer War Trike before you should.
Well, hey, whatever. I don't. I like that. I'm just getting carried away with the build, and I'm like, oh, I've stuck wheels on. Bollocks. I think I can stick the handlebars on. I think I'll survive.
Remember this, Si.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I've got to coordinate the bloke and his arm and the handlebars, and if I try gluing all that together with super glue once it's all painted, I know I'm going to make a mess of it. I think I can probably paint it with the handlebars on, and it's going to be easier to get the handlebars glued in place so I can just plop the dude down later on. But I've got to coordinate his arm and the handlebars and make sure they all line up. Because once it's all painted, I've got to literally put him down and glue him in place. I can't afford to be tidying up, so I think we can get away with that. I'm going to have to sit and hold it for a minute.
Have you got all of the parts that you need to make sure fit and line up?
Yeah. I've done the bike's all done now. It's just the dudes I'm building.
Yeah, but have you got all the bits for the dude? Like, are they all clean so you can check now?
Yeah, the dude's finished.
Okay.
I'm not gluing the dude in until he's been painted.
No, I know. But if you glue something now, and you haven't got all the, what I meant was, like, have you got all of the parts cleaned that you need to make sure will fit once they're painted?
Yes,
it sounds like you have.
Yeah. It's just where the handlebar joins his hands holding the hand grip, and that goes onto the handlebar on a flat surface.
Yeah,
but both he wobbles around a bit, and the steering wheel, the front spokes have got like a complete freedom of movement. So you need to line it. You've basically got to line three things up before you glue one of them in. It's kind of fiddly like that.
Multitasking, see?
Yeah. Well, I need him in place to glue the handlebars on, but I need the handlebars in place to glue him on. So it's a catch-22. So it's going to be easier to glue the handlebars on to paint everything rather than trying to paint him while he's glued in place, because that'll be a ball ache. So I shall glue the handlebars in place, like that, you see. And then probably realise in a month's time it doesn't fit together and I'll be sad. But what can you do? Kashit can only do the best he can do. That's what happens when
And
Games
of course,
Workshop
we
gives you...
won't mock you at all.
No, this is what you have to do when Games Workshop gives you a wibbly-wobbly, vague connection point.
That's what a pin's for.
Nonsense. You and your bourgeois pin nonsense. Didn't have pins when I was growing up.
Wibbлекins.
Well, they did. They were still jewelers, which meant there were still pin vices, which meant
Jewellers.
pins existed.
Bourgeois jeweller nonsense. You'll be saying that people had bourgeois dressmakers and things next.
Well, they did. Down south, anyway. I don't know about up there in the north.
Such nonsense. And of course, just as I've glued the handlebars on, I just put a mould line. Oh well, I can get to it later. It's always the way.
So,
You never see these things at the point of no return.
Sorry, mate.
Do you want to mock him first, or should I?
For what?
Well, noticing the mould line after he's glued it on.
Wow. Piss poor preparation.
Yep.
Me.
See, that would have been under the remit of multitasking, wouldn't it?
Me.
He's such a tart. He really is such a tart.
It's really hard to be doing lots of careful preparation when you're just on telly being mocked constantly. It's quite hard to concentrate on what you're doing.
Here he goes.
So it makes sense that I'll miss some things here and there, you know.
Poor me, poor me.
It's all their fault.
I'd like to point out that I'm pretty certain you glued the wheels on off stream.
What? No, I didn't do the handle. What? No, it's when I was doing the handle, making the, what do you call the front forks? That's what I was looking for. I assembled the front forks last week on the stream.
Okay.
The handlebars and that. There is going to be a bit of a gap around the handlebar, but I need to glue them on afterwards, not before, so I can't really do much with that. Unfortunately, I don't think. Not really sure how I can get past. I don't know how I can get around that. I could do a little bit of plastic card greebling after the fact and tidy it up, paint it later, I suppose.
Yeah, that works.
Tricky, but it can be done.
All greebling is good.
Yeah, I mean, but greebling after the fact. But it's an orc bike. If I get a bit of paint scrapage, I can fix it. It's the kind of gap that you'd normally fix with a squidge of glue, but when it's been painted, you can't really do that. It is the difficulty, you see. Dip. This is where I get everything glued in now and realise it's not actually flat and the wheels don't line up.
Oh, mate, there will be mocking.
It's the only thing that I hate doing about building vehicles and cars. Is when you go to all the effort and you do it and you put it on the base and one of the wheels is just off a little bit and it's like, and you're like, oh!
Yeah, that's
I had that with...
rocks can come into their own, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I had that with the Macarius Vanquisher because of the warping from the resin. There was a slight wibble with the tracks and it was like, oh. But there's nothing you can do at that point. It's all... Because you're gluing it with super glue, you've literally got about 5 seconds. It's not like you can glue it on and wiggle it around. It's just... So... It all came good in the end then.
So that one was the resin's fault, was it?
No. It was trying to get them. I was trying to reshape them, but it's a big block of resin. There's only so much you can do. So
yeah, it's not a lot you can do in that situation.
No. Well, in the end, all I did was I had to have the tracks skew whiff like that a little bit, which you can't really see because it's under the mudguard. So
yeah,
nobody will notice.
Paul Ditter says he's getting sleepy. Must be his age. Have fun, kids. See you later, Paul. There you go.
Bye, Paul. Bye, Paul. Thank you for coming. Come again, try to fish. There you go. That's the handlebar rings attached.
Retro Rabbit says, the death jolt. Just your brain double checking that you're not dead by firing every muscle nerve at the same time. Yeah.
It's like, hey, hey, hey. It really, it can make you a bit, it can be a bit unnerving sometimes.
Oh, yeah. You sit there and you're like, yeah.
I'm dying, what?
Yeah, and us being blokes, it's, oh my God, is my heart still beating?
I'm about to die. I'm dying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's nothing minor for a bloke. It's clearly a brain hemorrhage or a heart attack or something.
So, I went to bed after the missus last night, and for those of you that don't know, we live in a studio flat. So I was lying there in bed while she was asleep, and I was just watching stuff on my phone, and I was watching a hilarious video. So I was stifling laughter, but still like silently giggling. And you know, you do that kind of
judder.
I'm going to call it a giggle jiggle.
Yeah.
But I was giggle jiggling, and we had a fan on because he's hotter than the sun.
Yeah.
So we have a fan that faces the bed.
Yeah.
And my giggle jiggling woke her up. She thought I was asleep and cold and shivering, so she woke up at 3 a.m., turned the fan off, and then got back into bed and gave me a cuddle. And I'm like, babe, what are you doing? And she said, I thought you were cold.
And you were like, no!
Yeah, but funny times.
Yeah.
I like that, though. Giggle jiggle.
I like that. You get 10 points for that. Is my gig jiggy? That's what you do, innit, Cole? When you're laughing quietly, you can see your shoulders heaving backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I don't disguise the fact that I'm stifling the giggle very well, do I?
No.
Well, clearly I don't either.
No. In my brain, I'm thinking, yeah, no one knows.
You started a new internet quiz trend. Laughing or hypothermia?
Yeah.
Cheese or font? That's a real quiz.
Is it?
Yeah, it's basically a big long list, and it's either everything on the list is either a cheese name or a font. And the name of a cheese, the name of a font, you have to go through it and decide which is which, and it's quite hard as well. Cheese or font? Do you know? Can you tell a cheese from a font? It's quite amusing. My handlebars fell off.
Oh no.
So I've just had to re-glue them and hold them in place again.
Is this another potential wibble?
No, not at all. I know how I'm going to attach it later on when I glue them in place. So
Oh right, yeah.
I've just got to. It's just the making sure they're on and they stay in place. I could have super glued them to spare me some time, but I don't have time to jiggle them around and line them up then. So I wish you could get something of a super glue, but that took maybe 30 or 40 seconds or more. That was strong as super glue.
Yeah, but gave you a bit of wiggle time.
Yeah, not quite as fast acting. Not as slow as, say, extra thin, but a little faster. But
What
still,
about plastic magic? Won't that do it?
that's just, it works the same as extra thin. Takes just as long.
What about Tammy and Fat?
No. Yeah, but it still takes a good 5 or 10 minutes before it's fully melted the plastic together. I like the fact that super glue is like dead bum, but I wish it had like maybe 30 seconds, not 5 seconds.
Actually, what kind of does the job?
Epoxy?
No. Revel contactor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That stuff in the blue bottle with
the metal tube.
Yeah. It grabs after about 20 seconds, but it doesn't. It's somewhere in between Tamiya Fat and Tamiya Extra Thin.
Yeah. It's like super glue is great when I want to get something together quickly. If it's like something I know is going to fit, but I don't want to sit there holding it for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, ding, and you have to be able to just go click and put them together. You can't be fussing to line things up. That's the downside, you see. So if CA glue had a little bit of working time, so because at the moment you can only use it on things that you know line up perfectly instantly. Otherwise, you glue it together and it's not lined up, and you're like, well, I'm screwed now. I can't fettle with it. So it's the one thing that gives me the yips about Forge World kits, if I'm honest.
And how has your love affair with Forge World been? Have you been good?
Expensive.
What, again?
No. It's always expensive. No, I've not built anything since the Vanquisher. I've got to. That'll be
I
I've got a
think
few
Colin
things to build.
more meant, have you bought anything else?
Oh, no. Not since the Basilisk. I'm done now
No,
buying stuff.
no.
I'm done buying. I've got enough things to build now for Forge World. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm going to remember that.
My spending spree is over. I also haven't got the money anyway, so I need to sell more stuff to buy more stuff. It's a vicious circle. Rawr. 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 That's like some old 80s voice synthesizer. Roar. 5. Gorv.
Oh, the way you said 5 then made me think of Thunderbirds.
5. It's actually from the arcade game Gorf, which had a computerized voice. It was the first time I ever heard an artificial voice. And the only thing I remember is that it'd say, like the fifth wave, and it'd just go 5.
Nice.
Gorf. It was that kind of early 1980s, late 70s computer voice. 5. A bit like the old BBC Model B had a built-in voice synthesizer, which was amazing. I used to go into our computer room at school and just type things into the BBC Model B to make it say them. It was fantastic. Right, I think we're lined up. Oh,
Famous last words.
I think when I glue it together, I'll be gluing the handlebars, not the dude to the seat, I think. Because I can only read with the super. If I'm using super glue, I can only really afford one point of contact. So we shall see how it goes. We shall see what we shall see. But I'll leave that to dry now. So I need to put that in a position of some responsibility. No, not really. That can go. You can just stand there like that. Brilliant, fantastic. Let's have a quick look at chat. Where did you guys go up to a chat?
Good question.
Retro Rabbit was the last one I read, the Death Jolt.
Okay, right, let's have a look and see, because I've got a few minutes. Paul Ditter says, the subscription model means there is less pressure to create 26 episodes a season. Network TV shows aim for syndication, and that requires 70-something episodes before they can be syndicated. I don't know, has it been the same on American TV shows, though, that they've dropped down to less, or are they still doing like 23 episodes a season? Is it just online stuff and subscription stuff that's dropped down?
I don't know, because I've not watched much recent stuff. I've been binge watching some of the older stuff like Bones, and that's still on the 24, 26 model. But
because I don't know if the fact, because if you look at all these internet series like Picard and The Expanse and things like that, all the Amazon and Disney stuff, they're doing like 6 to 12 episodes, and it's like,
is that because they're on that platform though?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking, is it just because they don't want to spend the money? Why? There's nothing stopping them doing 23 episodes.
Just wondering whether it's because they're on that type of platform that's what that type of platform specifies.
No, well, Amazon can make whatever they want because it's their own platform. But
yeah, just wondering.
I wonder with Amazon. I mean, they're only making those shorter series because they don't want to spend the money, maybe. Whereas a big TV studio, whoever, they can probably afford to do 23 episodes because they've got the infrastructure built up.
Well, yeah, they've got the infrastructure there to do that, haven't they?
Yeah. But things like Picard and the Star Trek stuff, Paramount's got the infrastructure to make 23 episode series. Why not do it? Yeah, although I know at the minute, of course, you've got COVID and everything else, so that's probably why we're getting the shorter series. I wonder if in future years they will get proper full length series on these streaming services.
I don't know.
Imagine 23 episodes of The Mandalorian. Oh,
that would be brilliant.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
But again, is it because the story just isn't there?
Don't
know. Would they be struggling for the storyline if they was to have a 24-season episode?
Yeah, I mean, that 23 episode a season or 4 does work better with the episodic content where it's a different story each week.
I mean, most of the seasons or series that have 24 episodes, you can guarantee at least 5 or 6 of them are going to be, why on earth did they make an episode out of that? So they start scratching, don't they? And you then get what is the full character episode where each character has their own little storyline subplot, and it's like,
don't forget, of course, the flashback episode using old footage and the ship in a bottle episode.
Yeah, you know, old footage where they look older. Yeah, and it's like, yeah.
But that's I guess that would be their argument as to why they don't do the Monster of the Weeks kind of stuff.
Yeah,
because they're only doing 6 episodes, and
yeah.
they need to. But then that's the thing. I don't know if I prefer like the new Star Trek stuff. I do like it, but I think I prefer the more episodic style of, you know, say Next Gen or DS9. I know there was an overarching story in DS9, but they still kind of maintain for the most part their Monster of the Week kind of story.
Yeah.
Well, I know for one, when they reboot Stargate, if they ever reboot BSG, if they ever do any of that, and I only get 6 episodes, like, I will be frothing at the mouth. Like, it's just not enough.
No. Well, especially as it's Amazon, who now own Stargate. So it's like, come on, 23 episodes, come on. 10 seasons, SG1, let's redo it.
I think a reboot on that is probably one of the most clamoured for reboots, isn't it?
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it will do. I mean, they didn't spend $7 billion on the MGM library of stuff not to make a whole load of money on it. I mean, they'll make money on the fact that they'll now be able to offer all of Stargate to Prime members.
Oh, yeah, the back catalogue alone.
Oh, well, they might. They might not. They might still make you charge for it. You have to pay for it at the minute, but that's because they're paying MGM for it. But
I guess as well that Amazon, Netflix, Disney Plus, they all realise that only the first season of something really draws in new subscribers.
Yeah.
Seasons after that might get a few, and they might get resubs. But after a couple of episodes, you would assume that you would stop seeing new subscribers,
new
to the
customers,
platform. And obviously,
but would that apply only to new franchises that nobody knows about, though? Like something like Star Trek or Star Wars, would that not apply at any point in a series, like series 2 or 3? Because somebody might like Star Wars and think, oh, I need to watch all these 3 seasons of this now on that series.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, what I mean is, so you've got the first season. They've announced, like, let's just take Obi-Wan, which we all know is up and coming.
Yeah.
Or troublingly, I saw an advert tonight for they've made a new show, which I'm distraught about because it's going to be on Disney Plus, but the Kardashians. So,
well, I have no intention of watching that rubbish.
Well, no, neither do I. But my point is, there will be people that will see that because that series is now on Disney Plus. That first series will attract some new subscribers.
Yeah.
But the following seasons are surely going to attract far less subscribers. They're more likely to attract resubs if someone only subs to watch the Kardashians.
Yeah.
And the people that sub will just rewatch the first series. So you've got the question is then, is making 24 episodes of something...
Is that a spin-off from DS9?
What? The Kardashians? I see what you did there.
No, I wish, Cole. It's about one of these famous families that are
a bit like the Osbournes.
It's mouth-breathing drivel that only morons watch.
It's a bit like the Osbournes, but
not as good.
Imagine 10 loud, shouty YouTubers.
Oh yeah, I'm bored already then.
Yeah, it's mouth-breathing moronic drivel.
And chuck in drama like, oh my god, you've got a chihuahua in your bag. That kind of shit.
You know people who've got like no reason to be rich and no talent, but they are rich.
But they are rich, and it's like, how the hell did they manage to get so much money when they're useless?
Because there are morons that give them money and pay by. Don't even get me started. It gets me angry.
I guess networks like ABC or Showtime or whatever, they make their revenue through ads, and I guess surely they will make more per episode potentially than a subscription model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess That's why a subscription model is asking us to pay like $7.99 a month, because that covers I don't know, probably 5 to 10,000 people watching that singular ad.
Yeah.
If they were watching it on network TV.
I mean, if you look at, say, Disney Plus is what, 50 something quid a year. I don't know how much. I can't remember how much it was now. But if they have X number of subscribers paying that once a year, how does that compare to having adverts and making ad revenue? Because there's no ad revenue on Disney Plus, is there? So
no, but they must make a shed ton of money because of the amount they're spending per episode.
I mean, not that Disney is short of money. Let's just be honest about it. Let's not mince words. But you know,
by the same token, if you take an episode of Next Generation or DS9 or Stargate, and put it next to an episode of Loki, for example, I'm pretty certain Loki's budget probably doubled, tripled, quadrupled. They were spending like 100-odd million per episode.
Yeah.
I think they spent a bit more on BSG per episode, or it was just that CG had just advanced that much. I don't really know.
CG was probably very expensive back in the early 2000s.
Spiddy Q8 says a quick hi to Colin Foxx, popping in and out again. Hope you're well, fabulous and frothy. Hello, Spid. Hope you're doing all right, buddy.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, CG may have been still prohibitively expensive. It's weird to think, right? But I remember watching an interview and they were talking about Star Trek, and they were talking about like DS9 and Voyager and how you can see over the 1990s it starts to shift from miniatures and models to using little bits of CGI here and there. And then towards the end of the run of Voyager, most of the actual effect shots, the space effect, was all CGI.
Yeah.
Whereas Voyager started out with a 5.5 foot long, miniature. Yeah. And by the end of it, it was all CGI. And they were saying that even up until the late 1990s, it was still cheaper to pay someone to spend 3 months building the model
than it was
and filming it. Yeah, the CGI was still more expensive, but towards the end of the 1990s, that started to shift ever so slightly.
What annoys me, not annoys me, but what stuns me now is BSG is 18 years old already.
I feel old now.
Yeah. It was rebooted in 2004.
Yeah.
So Stargate is SG1, I think, finished in 2002.
Oh wow, 20 years ago.
Yeah, but that's when it ended.
No, it started in 93, 97. I can't remember. 97. No, I think it was 97 and finished around 2007. I think because Universe finished in 2010, I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I think it was about 2007 because SG1 went for 10 years, so I think it was something like that.
Oh yeah, no, it did end in 2007. Yeah.
But even then, even CG, even in like it's funny when you watch someone like if you've got the Stargate box sets, they have little sort of making of featurettes every now and then. And it shows the guys doing some of the early CGI in the early 2000s, and it's terrible.
It's Voyager that I'm thinking of that ended in 2002.
Yeah, that ended 2002 or 3 or something. Because the Enterprise, I think Voyager was the first time they used a completely CGI ship in a TV series, in a Star Trek TV series. And then Enterprise was the first series where they had CGI ship right from the start. Because Voyager started out as a practical model and then eventually became CG. But it's funny, like watching the Stargate stuff. They'll show you the guy there making some props, and then they'll show you a guy working on some of the visual effects. It's like he's got this like massive CRT monitor that's like 3 foot deep, and he's got this like totally not impressive by today's standards computer, and he's like manipulating something. It's like, oh god, that's terrible.
See, you're making me remember the bedroom that I lived in growing up had 3 bedrooms.
Yeah.
And I essentially had 2 bedrooms. I had one that was a bedroom and one that had like a TV and a sofa in and a desk for modelling and that kind of stuff. and when I was about 12, I got an upgrade to my TV, and it was a 24-inch. But it took my dad and my uncle to get it up the upstairs because it was a CRT.
Oh yeah,
it was so heavy.
I had a little colour Trinitron portable, which was probably about, I don't know, as wide as that iPad, but tall. It was like a 4x3. And then I upgraded to a 20. Would you say 24-inch?
I think it was, yeah. It might have been a 32. I can't remember. I
think mine was 21-inch, but it was like about 4 foot long and about 6 foot deep. And I had to, when I eventually got a better TV, I gave it to my neighbour, who was an old man, because his TV was terrible. So I gave it to him, and I had to carry it round to next door on my own, and it was like crippling because it was so heavy. It's only 21-inch.
I had the one with the built-in VCR. Oh, bloody
God, I had one of them.
I could just remember it being the kind of TV that if you tried to put it on IKEA furniture, it would have just crumpled.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My friend had a PC TV, which was a computer with a TV on it.
Yeah.
With a little, floppy disk drive under the TV. The TV was terrible, as was the computer. It was like, really.
I have fond memories of that TV, though. Very fond. That was the... I had like a Dreamcast on that, hooked up to that TV and all of that jazz. My little
colour Trinitron started off with a Spectrum 48 plugged into it.
Nice.
Oh wow!
Then for a while I was playing on an Amiga.
I may still have a Sega Mega Drive connected to the TV in the lounge, and it's the one that sits on top of the Mega CD.
Oh, you got Mega CD now?
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
The Dreamcast was the console that I'd been a little turd.
Yeah.
I got it for Christmas, and obviously my birthday is the 30th of December, and because I'd been a little turd in the run up to Christmas, my mum gave me the console for Christmas. She didn't give me the power cable to my birthday.
Good girl.
So, yeah.
You can look at it.
Yeah,
that's it.
We're liking your mum already.
She was great.
That's as close as anybody's mum's ever going to get to Colin's mum beating up giant haystacks with a handbag.
Yeah.
Which none of us can compete with that.
I'd been such a turd. Like, it was sublime parenting. It was like, here you go. Here's your new Dreamcast. And she even gave me all of the games. So literally, all I was missing was the power cable.
Mom!
But, yeah. I understand it now, and I look back on it fondly, but at the time, I was not a happy teenager.
No. Here's a question for you.
Yes.
When you got your Christmas presents, did you get a stocking or a pillowcase or a box, or what did you get them in?
On a pile on the deck.
Pile on the deck? Okay, what do you get, Si?
So I tended to get... we didn't have stockings. Well, we had, like, stocking filler presents.
Yeah.
And generally, like, 1 or 2 larger presents.
Yeah.
But they were all delivered by Santa Claus in one big bag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We just had the pillowcase was our tradition. And that was your stocking fillers and your proper presents all just in one big pillowcase. So you come downstairs, you're like, yay! And it was funny because like when I was like a kid, my other brothers are older. So by the time I was like 7 or 8 years old, my brothers were in their late teen. One of my brothers, my eldest brother, was in like 17, 18. But we still somehow maintained the tradition of we all had a pillowcase. So God knows what they put in his pillowcase, because it's like he's 18, he's not going to want all these knickknacks and toys and stuff. So God knows what they put in there.
See, in this day, I remember up until the age of about probably 11 or 12, I would get just like little toys, like wooden puzzles and stuff like that, selection boxes, and then
there's always a selection box.
Yeah. As I got a little bit older, like towards 15, that morphed into like Lynx Africa gift sets.
Yeah, body aftershave and deodorants and socks and crap. Yeah.
But it was always Lynx Africa. Yeah. Always.
Yeah, that's the thing for me is it's like I used to love Christmas so much, until I got to the age where it wasn't really toys anymore.
Brute soap in the rope.
Oh, he's gone.
That was another one. The great smell of brute, splash it all over.
I think Brute's made a bit of a resurgence in the last few years.
Yeah, it
Back
seems
again.
to have, doesn't it?
Yeah. Did you ever, when you had a drink and you used to vape, did you ever make a little potion for yourself, Cole?
Yes.
You know, when you accept, like, Fox, did you ever do it when you vaped?
I actually missed some of that because I fell out. What were we talking about?
Did you ever used to make a little potion with the drink when you used to vape?
What potion with the drink when I used to vape? What?
Yeah,
I only vaped for about a month because I got bored with it.
Oh, you might never have seen this. The density of vape, it sits on top of liquids.
Oh, so it looks like a dry ice type thing.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
And then you get like a little. Oh, is that a shot?
Yeah.
It just sits
You could
on
do the proper Dr. Frankenstein smoking potions, mate.
It will literally just sit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just imagine that in your lungs. Oh dear.
That's fine.
No, it's not.
I'm well aware. But it's
Fox is that ex-smoker now, isn't he?
No, not at all.
to be fair though, I'm not a smoker. If I get into a lift now and someone's like just coming back in from a ciggy break or something, it absolutely reeks.
Yeah. I only nag people I care about.
Stale cigarette stench, yeah.
Joe Schmo I don't care about, then you can smoke all they want.
At the end of the day, I'm fairly confident that the air we breathe when we go outside is probably just as harmful as this vape.
Oh yeah.
So bring it on.
How many times have you stood there and you've had a bus and a taxi at the side of the road and you're like, yeah.
Yeah. You know, everything kills us. I'm going to have a bacon bagel in the morning, and that's probably got carcinogens in it somehow.
Why bagel and not butty?
I don't know. I love a bacon bagel. A sesame seed bagel with some streaky bacon in it. But it has to be streaky bacon. I hate English/Canadian back bacon. It's not bacon.
Go
on.
Let's carry on.
I was going to say, when you have a bagel, I don't know if it's just me, a bagel's meant to be like not squishy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And see, I don't like that with bacon. I like it to have some squish to it, like a bacon butty or even maybe a bacon toasty. But a bagel to me is a bit. I expect it's not. I don't know.
I have mine in pita breads.
Oh yeah, pita breads.
I think it's something to do. Something happens to the gluten when it's boiled.
They're made out of Bandai plastic, probably.
Its texture.
Get some thinners on it, see if it falls apart.
I'm being super good. I'm stood up.
Good girl. That's especially good because I forgot to set the alarm for 2 hours.
I'm good.
Good girl. Good girl.
They grow up so quick, don't they?
Come by. Anyway, I was doing chat, wasn't I? Yes. Where are we up to? It's all about advertising. That's why streaming shows don't need to produce so much content. Well, they should, because we want more content. Does anyone else think the new Trek shows are made by people who clearly don't seem to like Star Trek, says Paul Ditter. Yeah, we were talking about this the other week, weren't we? They've wandered away from that Monster a Week formula, but like Sam was saying, it's because they're only doing 5 or 6 episodes. I really wish they'd veer away from the overarching storyline and get back to the.
It's almost like the people currently doing it aren't fully aware of the story of Star Trek.
Yeah. But then the guys doing, say, Picard are, because there's so many references in it. Yeah. Picard
I really enjoy Picard. I do.
I'm enjoying Picard. Picard has got more is more in line with Trek than Discovery. Discovery is just its own thing.
I think I need to re-watch Picard. I had zoned out midway through season 1.
Yeah, no, that's normal for season 1.
Well,
I kind of found it was getting a bit.
Yeah. We rewatched it before season 2, and I did very much enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's all right, but I am enjoying season 2 much more because season 2. Apparently, season 3 there's going to be much more actual next generation characters involved.
I think the great thing about Picard, which Discovery misses out on, is there's a good amount of fan service.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, absolutely.
that. I'm going to say it because you won't remember it, Cole. that scene in the last episode, which they'd set up. This is spoilers for season 1 Picard. So if anyone doesn't want to hear it, you should mute your sound for probably 30 seconds. Now.
In fact, do that with your hands when you finish talking about spoilers, so they know.
Do what with my hands?
Do that with your hands. So
yeah. I'll do this with my hands.
No.
That scene in the last episode of season 1, which they set up halfway through the season when Riker said he's still on call, basically. When he showed up with the Starfleet fleet to save the day it was cracking fan service.
Now I'll tell you what. I was reading a thing today about the season 3 of Picard, and they were saying apparently they received a lot of flack for that scene.
Really?
Because it was basically all the same ship over and over, repeated. It was like they were all the same ship.
Yes, they were all the same class.
And everybody's like, why? This is really... So they said, yeah, we heard your criticisms. We did kind of rush it a bit. So don't worry, you're going to see much better in season 3. You're not just going to see one ship copied and pasted.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But yes, they're going to be... you're going to have... who's going to come back? They said Picard and Troy. I mean, Riker and Troy, obviously. You've got... LeVar Burton will be back. You'll have... Worf will be back. What's his name? Actor McPherson, whose name I've forgotten. Who played Worf? I forgot his name.
Just say character names because I don't really know actor names.
Worf, Geordie.
Oh, nice. Geordie.
I don't know if they mentioned Data. Probably not. Obviously, I doubt Data. McFadden. So Doctor Crusher.
Yeah.
They didn't mention O'Brien. Or did they mention O'Brien? Don't know if they mentioned O'Brien.
Oh, mate, if Cisco turns up, though, that'll be...
No, he wasn't in Next Generation, was he?
No, but I don't care.
He's a prophet now. He won't turn up, will he?
Well,
What they didn't mention was Will Wheaton. They didn't mention Wesley Crusher at all. It's like, yeah, shut up, Wesley. But he went off with the Traveller, didn't he, or whatever he was called. So he went off with the Traveller, and Cisco went off as a prophet, so...
Poor Will Wheaton. He's such a meme.
I know, Will Wheaton. I got really excited when at one point a character in Picard said, shall I go and get Admiral Cisco? And I'm like, oh, do it! But no, I don't think Avery Brooks would ever come back to it anyway.
Time will tell.
Well, he's gone off and done his own thing, and there were rumours for a long time that he'd been blackballed by all the studios for some bizarre reason, but nobody could really find out why. And he certainly... He got into doing jazz and some other things. And I think he fell out with the whole thing of TV production. I don't know, there were some weird rumours. And the kid that played Jake Sisko, who he basically made is almost, without legally doing it, but almost like he treated like a son. He was saying that, yeah, he just kind of, some things happened, but he's never talked about it.
Yeah.
And there were some interviews with him, and he was really kind of slightly way out there and trippy. And it was like, I don't think we'll see Avery Brooks on screen again. Probably not. He went his own way. Did other things. But man, if everybody's like, who's your favourite captain? For me, it's got to be Cisco. By far. I'll take no argument.
No, this isn't an argument, but I think for me, just because I grew up with Voyager, it's Janeway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good choice.
Janeway is a very, very good captain. The series was terrible, but Janeway is a very, very good captain. But Cisco just beats her on the badass with the badass thing.
But only when he had the bald head and goatee.
Oh yeah, before that he was just like a middle manager. When soon as he shaved his head and got the goatee, he was kick-ass.
Dan Kramer wants a Wesley update. I think Wesley Crusher was the most irritating character in Star Trek, wasn't he?
Shut up, Wesley. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, how many captains have punched Q? Come on, hey, only Cisco. Come on.
Yeah, yeah, I must admit.
You punched me.
Yeah, but he developed badass attitude.
Oh yeah, that beard and that hair.
Brought out the best in him.
There are so many good and powerful episodes in DS9. A lot of people underrated it, but you know what? I think it's the best of all those series.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It had the humour, but it went dark and it went serious at the same time. The whole storyline with Nog when he goes off and gets to the outpost and it's attacked and he loses his leg, that whole couple of episodes, and then he just hides away in the holodeck for a few episodes and goes through his like mental breakdown. It's so powerful.
Going back to Better Call Saul, because I've been watching it this week.
Yeah.
And
I'm just going to go get some more water while you're talking about that. One sec.
Yeah.
Well, this involves Star Trek, so I'm going to wait until you're back.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't watched any of Better Call Saul yet. I've got it.
It was really good. If you enjoyed Breaking Bad.
Oh, I love Breaking Bad.
I'm just going for a great big wee as well. Back in a minute.
Are you going for a wee, Fox?
He's gone. It was really good though because it sets up who Sol is.
Yes.
But at the same time, it also sets up Mike.
Yeah.
Like you get a hell of a lot. You get as much backstory as you do Mike.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get as much Mike backstory as you do Sol.
Yeah.
But also you get backstory for Don Eladio, like the big the big cartel boss. You get background on how Hector ended up in the wheelchair with the bell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tuco makes an appearance as well. Tuco Salamanca, and it sets up like.
So it sounds like it's a really, really well thought out prequel then.
Oh well, yeah, because obviously it's written by Vince Gilligan, who obviously wrote all of Breaking Bad, and I would say don't watch it yet because the final series is literally about to air.
Is it? I'll wait then.
Yeah, in literally a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And it's on Netflix, so I don't know if they're doing... With Netflix, they tend to release the whole season, don't they?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping they release the whole season. It's literally in a couple of weeks.
Oh, mate, I'll wait until that's aired then, mate, and then binge watch the whole shebang.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Trust me, it's well worth it. So, what I was going on to say, Fox, is in Better Call Saul, there was a scene with the court judge.
Yes.
And so, for me personally, I have never seen the actor who played Neelix without his makeup.
Oh, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And I've forgotten his...
I'm terrible with actor names. But he started talking, and I said...
That's Neelix.
That's Neelix. And it was just a funny moment, because I had no idea. Like, obviously, there was an establishing shot before he spoke, and I was just like, okay, cool, this is an old judge. Like, and then he spoke, and I was like, holy crap, that's Neelix. But, yeah.
It is good when you recognise an actor who you normally see in a prosthetic, so you don't actually never know who they are. But yeah, it's cool when you do that.
Well, it's a bit like the actor that plays Vision.
Oh yeah, I know who you mean.
Because obviously
the British guy.
Yeah, that actor's been in Hollywood for years, but he's always been in roles with so much makeup and whatnot that you just don't know the actor. So this was, especially WandaVision, it was the first role where you actually saw him in his, day-to-day human form,
in his normal mufti.
Because obviously, like characters that you'll be familiar with that he's played, like he was Abe in Hellboy.
All right. Oh, I don't know who Abe is.
Have you watched Hellboy, the films?
I think I did a long time ago.
Do you remember a character that was essentially an aquatic?
Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. So he played Fishboy. We'll just go with that.
Okay. Cool.
He's played so many characters.
Go on.
No, go on.
I was going to say I have this weird ability sometimes that I can tell an actor's face from their voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, for example, playing Skyrim, there's a few voice actors in there, of course, that we all know and love. But there's one who has this kind of gruff voice, and he doesn't sound like he's a very good voice actor. But whenever I hear him, I don't know his name, but I can see his face because I'm thinking, I know that voice, I know the actor, I just can't think what he's been in. And I was watching an episode of Castle last night, and there was a character, and I'm like, that's the guy, that's the guy, that's his, and it's the same guy. I just recognised the voice. And it turns out his face is exactly as I remembered it, but I can't remember where else I've seen him apart from in Castle. And I still can't remember his name. But I could see his face, so it's weird how I was watching. What was I watching? I was watching a video the other day, and it was about Mike the Liar from all the Elder Scrolls games. You know, the Khajiit random encounter character, Mike the Liar.
Yeah.
And it showed him in all the different games, and it showed him in Skyrim, and he's like, Mike knows of many things. He's got the standard Khajiit voice. And then they showed him in the Elder Scrolls Online, and he had a different voice, and I listened to it and thought, that's the guy who in Skyrim does all the elven voices, and he's a really crap voice actor. And I was like, I've got a thing for voices rather than faces. It's really weird. I can recognise an actor by their voice even when they're putting a weird, silly voice on. It's a curse I must bear.
And bear it you do very well.
I do. It's funny, the number of times I've been watching something and I'll hear an actor's voice, and I'll be like, I'll sit there for like an hour thinking, I've heard that voice, and I'll be picturing the face. And especially when it's one of those actors that kept reappearing on, like, say, The Next Generation as a different character. There's like 3 or 4 actors that would be on, like...
Yeah, they kept reoccurring, didn't they?
Yeah, there's like one guy whose face I can see right now and I can hear his voice. The guy that was Odo's handler, but I can't remember his name, the actor. And he did loads of other characters. He was in Voyager and all the other things. And it's like, yeah, there's a few characters you're like, I know exactly who that guy is. Yeah. And even if they had heavy makeup, you notice the same guy just by the voice.
Oh yeah, you think he was in that episode 3 episodes ago playing so and so, and then you Google it, don't you? And it's like, yeah, it was him.
Yeah, the number of times I end up on IMDb because I'm like,
yeah.
The most common thing is I'll be there and I'll be watching it, and I'll hear an actor's voice, and I'll be like, I've seen him in something else, but I can't think what. So I go onto IMDb and I scroll through their entire production history to find out where I've seen him before.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not the only person that does that.
Oh no, I'm not going. I know where, because
well.
I sit there for. I know it where, and I refuse to look it up. So I'll sit there thinking. I've got his face in my head. I can, and then I'm like, no, I'm gonna have to go on IMDb and I go through the list, and it'll be like, I did one the other day, and it was someone, and it turned out it was some random obscure one-off episode of something they appeared in. I'm like, wow, I just happened to have watched from some random shit 20 years ago. It's like, wow, I remembered that.
I'm certain as well that kind of activity is where IMDb gets most of its traffic.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Although they're doing a streaming service, aren't they now? Or they're going to be.
Apparently so, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I know they've got... I don't know if they're doing a standalone one, but there's... You know, on Amazon, there's channels that you can subscribe to, like Discovery Channel and all that jazz.
Yeah, and there's all the subscription packages you can subscribe to as well through Amazon, which is really annoying.
I know there's the IMDb have got a channel on there that you can subscribe to, but I don't know if they're going to.
I think you can do Paramount through Amazon or something, or something like that, or one of them. I was like, brilliant, you can watch this, but you need to subscribe to this other package. Hang on, I'm already paying for Prime. I don't want to pay for Prime and another service. God damn it.
Yeah, it's all ways of trying to get more money out of you at times, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I reluctantly paid for the latest season of Discovery because I had no other choice.
Why?
Because I wanted to watch it.
But it's on Netflix.
I haven't got Netflix, I've got Amazon, and I've got Disney.
Oh. You're probably one of the few that haven't got all three.
Yeah, well, no, I've not got Netflix either, mate. I've got Disney Plus and Amazon Prime.
Well, I refused to get Netflix on principle because about 4 years ago, I'd signed up for it for the month free trial just to see what was on there. I thought, is it worth me subscribing? And thought no, so I cancelled it. 3 years later, I got a mail saying, just to let you know, your subscription's going up. I'm like, what?
See,
And basically, when I cancelled it, they didn't put it through. So it'd been going on for 3 years, but they never sent me an invoice or a mail or anything. So I had no idea I'd been paying for it for 2.5 years. And the real frustrating thing was, when they said that, I cancelled it, and then the next week, Discovery started on Netflix. I'm like, because if I'd known, I would have. But anyway, so yes.
see, me and the missus, we try and play it smart.
I'm not smart.
So we share things like the Nintendo Online subscription and Disney Plus and whatnot with her mum. So we effectively, instead of 60 quid for Disney Plus for a year, we pay 30, and my partner's mum pays the other half.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Although saying that, with this new phone that I recently got, as well as saving me like 30 quid a month and having a brand new phone.
Mine got Disney on it, yeah.
Yeah, I got a code for Disney Plus and also a code for 4 months of YouTube Premium, which is
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
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 Is it only on your phone? You have to watch it on your phone though.
No.
Or it just gives you access regardless.
Yeah.
All right. What, for permanently or just for like a 6-month period or something? Or...
Well, Disney Plus is a year subscription, which is worth 60 quid.
Yeah.
And that's what from your network provider.
No, it's from
Apple.
Samsung.
Oh, mine was from Apple, yeah. 12
Well,
months.
Apple or Samsung, but yeah, it was like one of the pre-order perks for this
right.
phone. And annoyingly as well, going back to the story I told earlier about my AirPods, the other pre-order bonus was a set of AirPods, and of course this is after that I've already replaced them. But there you go.
Yeah. See, I didn't have Disney Plus, but Paul, our friend Paul, over at Glued to the Sprue, very kindly last year gifted me a year of Disney Plus for my birthday, which was very nice of him. But when it came around to this year, I'm like, crap, now I'm invested in it. I've got all this time I need to watch all my Star Wars stuff. I'm going to have to renew it. I can't not renew it now because I've had a year watching it, and then Castle and everything else. I'm like, I'm going to have to get it. I have to pay for it again, aren't I? So I had to resubscribe at my own expense. I was like,
I tell you what though, Disney Plus is worth it, especially now they've got. It's not just the Disney content. It's all of the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't watch the Disney content at all. Crap.
Well, you do because you watch Star Wars.
No, I mean I don't watch the Disney. You know, I don't watch the Disney content.
No, I don't watch the Disney stuff.
Disney drivel animation crap. Yeah, none of that.
Disney owned properties.
Oh yeah, Star Wars.
There's lots of stuff aside from those.
Marvel, Star Wars. There's all the Star stuff and all the ABC stuff they bought.
Exactly, and obviously that wasn't there originally.
No.
Yep.
So
that's what I'm saying. Now I've got like Castle and Bones on there. It's like I'm keeping Disney.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Castle on Bones. Or Bones and
I've spent 10 years watching Castle and Bones and stuff on free streaming sites at 340p. You know, not slightly dubious. No idea what I'm actually downloading when I'm streaming it, but never mind. Over the years, from some strange Japanese website you never heard of, at like 240p, but it's the only option I've got to watch it. So now I can watch them all in glorious, whatever the resolution is.
Panzer's joined us. Hi,
Panzer.
Hello, Panzer. How you doing,
Hello,
buddy?
Panzer. How are you doing today, my friend? Well, I hope. I'm going to be very sad in Elder Scrolls 6 if the voice actor for the Khajiit is not the one from Skyrim. Because that's just sadness.
Yeah.
And if they don't give the guy that made Inigo mod a job to make Inigo for Elder Scrolls 6, I don't know what they're doing. They need to give Smart Blue Cat money and say, right, do Inigo for Elder Scrolls 6. We'll figure out how he's there in the lore somehow. Don't worry about that. Just do it. Because Inigo is by far the best thing in Skyrim, and that's fan-made mod content, so it needs to happen.
I have very little faith in Bethesda, so.
Oh, I have faith in them.
Even after Fallout 76?
That was kind of... That wasn't the main office, though, was it? That was an offshoot of them, wasn't it? That was it was parted out to another developer to make...
Still, quality assurance.
Yeah, but they hadn't done an online MMO before, so because they didn't do Elder Scrolls Online, so I can kind of give them a pass on that one because it's a type of game they'd never done before. Whereas Fallout 4, I was fine with Fallout 4. It wasn't brilliant, but it was good. I enjoyed it.
Oh, I very, very, very much enjoyed Fallout 4.
I did. At the end of the day, if it's an open world and I can poodle about, I'm happy. That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
Panzer has got a chicken curry tonight, it would seem.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. What kind of curry?
Chicken.
He just said chicken curry. So, well, it could just be a generic chicken curry.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a Balti or whatever.
No, but it could be an Indian curry, it could be a Thai curry, it could be Japanese curry.
It could, update us, Panda.
Yeah, give us the informations.
You know the rules.
Alright.
You are old and dare I say wise enough to know better.
Well, we're old enough. But yeah, no, yeah, give me a world I can wander around at my own speed and a nice soundtrack to have in the background. That's the other thing I'm going to miss in Elder Scrolls 6. The soundtrack in Skyrim was just so divine. It works. It's one of the few games where I'll actually sit and play the game with the soundtrack music on. Most games I just turn the music off instantly. It's like, yeah, I'm not interested, thanks. I don't care for your game music. It's terrible. But with Skyrim, it's like I'm leaving that on because Jeremy Soul's soundtrack is just perfect. But he won't be doing the music for Elder Scrolls 6.
No. Why is that? Just had enough of it, or?
No, because he's kind of persona non grata after being accused of lots of sexual harassment type stuff.
Oh, right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's kind of been dropped like a poisoned apple by a lot of people. So, nobody's heard from him for a couple of years. I don't think you'll see him doing any... He's always done the Elder Scrolls games, but I don't think you'll see him doing again.
I didn't know that, mate.
But, no, I mean, the Skyrim soundtrack. His soundtrack is so good that when I'm working on my computer doing stuff, I have the music playing in the background. But only the creepy, soft, mellow music from when you're inside caves. Because it's so relaxing. It's just, I can't explain it. It's weird. It's like the mystery cave music. It's all suspenseful and dark and echoey, but it's brilliant because it's really relaxing. Yes, no, there are accusations made against him a couple of years ago, and it didn't go well.
Oh dear.
So yes.
Well, he's only got himself to blame then, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what the outcome was. Accusations were made, and then nothing else was heard after that. So.
Well, the unfortunate truth is that even if he was innocent in this day and age, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's it, because the tarnish is already done, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially with that kind of accusation.
Yeah.
Hello. The dentist is in. What is that?
It's his bench hoover.
The Hoover in it.
Oh, is it?
That's the
Do you not have a
distinctive...
bench Hoover?
I thought it was like a grinding tool or a drill or something.
No,
No,
it's
no.
the distinctive sound.
Of
Bench
the
Hoover.
bench Hoover.
I still haven't ordered myself. Is it the same as Colin's little, like,
Yeah.
that one?
Yeah,
I
man.
still haven't ordered myself one of those.
They appear to be the ones on Amazon now are white, but
Yeah.
I need to get some googly eyes to put on mine.
they're so good.
They're a godsend, mate.
I think actually I was watching one of Paul Bretland's videos today, and he summed it up perfectly. Because beforehand, what do? You tend to sweep it in your hand, and then halfway to the bin, you drop half it.
Yeah.
But the bench Hoover, they're cracking little things, and they're less than a tenner. So
Just looking at it, you just reminded me I was listening to a Skeptic's Guide to the Universe podcast today from about 10 years ago, and they were talking about one point they were talking about like Roombas and stuff, and one company was going to make little nano versions, and they'd all swarm in your house to clean your carpet, and there'd be like little tiny ones that would all be this big swarm that would clean your carpets and floors. And Rebecca, one of the hosts, was like, "Yeah, but what's my cat going to ride around on?"
That's true.
The only reason I have a Roomba is because my cat rides around on it. I don't. I thought, yeah, this is legitimate use of a Roomba, I think. Also, you really should listen to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe podcast.
I will take that into consideration.
There's like 15 years of it, and it's excellent. It's funny and educational and amusing and heartwarming, and they're all brilliant on that podcast.
Well, I do tend to listen to podcasts as I'm drifting off to sleep.
Well, I kind of listened. It's been going since like 2005, and I was up to date with it. I got up to date with it, I think, about November last year. I've been listening to it for a couple of years and working my way through it up to the present day. So I got up to date with it. So I thought, right, I'll just go back to the beginning and start again, because it had been about 3 years just listening to it every now and then. So now it's like it's my go-to thing to listen to if I'm making the dinner or doing the washing up, or if I'm, getting washed in the morning or I'm brushing my teeth after my dinner. I'll just have it on in the bathroom listening to it, or anything where I don't need to pay attention to what I'm doing if I'm working at the bench and stuff. Because there's like 900 odd episodes of it, so it's thousands of hours, and it's just so fun. It's good fun. So if anybody out there is a scientific mind and a skeptic mind, and it appreciates scientific thinking and rational thinking and critical thought, go and listen to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe.
I tend to listen to a lot of TED Talks as well.
Yeah, you'd like the Skeptic's Guide then.
The problem with TED Talks is they're quite short format, like 10 or 15 minutes long. So I probably would enjoy the
Skeptic's Guide is like, it's a panel podcast. There's like 4 or 5 of them. They're actually the New England Skeptical Society and the guys that run that. And the first few are really terrible because it's just 4 guys and they're like recording on Skype, and it's terrible because it's like 2005 and it's all podcasting's all new. And over the time they've expanded a bit, and they got involved with the James Randi Educational Foundation and skeptic.org and things like that. So they're quite big now, but yeah, they're just great. There's great rapport between all the hosts, and you learn lots of interesting things.
I will give it a look.
This show is not sponsored or endorsed by the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe.
Is it on the YouTubes?
No, it's a podcast. Oh well, they do have a YouTube stream each week, I think. Now for the last couple of years they've streamed it as well, but if you go on to iTunes, it's on iTunes. That
would involve me using Apple tech.
You've got an iPhone, haven't you?
No,
I thought you had an iPhone or an iPad or something.
No, I've got all of my tech is Samsung because I despise Apple.
Well, is there not
I'm assuming it will be on Spotify.
It should be on Spotify, yes. They're on all good podcast outlets.
But
it goes back to 2005, so
a lot of podcasts these days, they will stream their podcast or upload. They'll record their podcast in a video format as well as audio. Which is why I asked if it was on the tubes.
I haven't watched their actual YouTube. I don't know if the one they do on a Friday on YouTube is the actual show that goes into the show on the podcast, or if it's a separate thing. I've not actually. I keep meaning to watch it and never have, but so I'm not sure if it's a separate thing, like the Friday live stream, and then the podcast is pre-recorded.
Yeah,
but I don't know. But yeah, no, they're all really good. I love the hosts; they're just fantastic. It's 3 brothers. And Rebecca Watson for a good half of it, and then after about 7 or 8 years it changed to a new host whose name I've forgotten because I've been listening to the first 5 years. I've forgotten everything after the first 5 years. I can't remember the new host name. Rebecca left after about 2014, and I can't remember the new host name. It's weird. I've been listening to the old ones since last year, so Joel Gritson.
Hello, Joel.
Hello, Colin, Foxx and Si. I hope all is well. I'm just catching up with the chat. I was actually reading it ages ago, wasn't I? Retro Rabbit says, Model Making Guru, your tracks were warped too. I thought it was just me. That's about the Macarius Vanquisher. I don't know if it was the tracks that were warped. I mean, the tracks were fairly straight, but I think the hole in the tracks and the chunk of the hole that goes into the side of the tracks, I think they were just not perfectly aligned. So I had to have my tracks basically like that, slightly. So if that's the hull and that's the tracks, that should sit like that. But I think I had to have my tracks a bit like that. Now you can't really tell when they're, because only like a millimetre or something. But if I jam them right against, I think the actual hull itself wasn't quite straight. But I got it to work in the end. But it's really hard when I was talking about getting the tracks lined up. It's not like one vehicle with one wheel. It's like you've got to hold, if you want to make sure the tracks are lined up, you've got the body unit and the track unit on this side and the track unit on that side, and you've somehow got to get them all into one place and make sure it's lined up. But of course they're all moving around because it's 3 big chunks of resin and there's no way to temporarily attach them. So you've got to glue one track unit on and then try and adjust the other one. But it's really hard. It's really weird. Like on a normal plastic model tank, for example, you might have individual track suspension so you can adjust it all as you go along. But when it's resin, it's 3 big blocks. It's not that easy. We've done Speedy Q8. That's chat's jumped. You guys carry on. I'll do chat for a bit.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Where are we up to? A bagel makes any sandwich an even better sandwich, says Candygram. Phil East is in, says evening all.
Hello, Phil. How you doing?
Hey, Phil.
Obi-Wan Kenobi's going to be awesome, says Joel Grit. Candygram says, a PC TV, the horror. Yeah, it was like a crappy CRT TV, little one, with a PC built in underneath. It was really not very... It was an IBM, obviously, compatible. It was terrible. This was mid-90s, I think.
Yeah.
Michael Dawn was Worf, says the Retro Rabbit. That's right, I couldn't remember his name. Dan Kramer says the only thing of Discovery I liked was that there was a USS Nog. I did notice that when they were talking about it. They mentioned the USS Nog. Ethan Phillips plays Neelix. That's it, Ethan Phillips. And is excellent in Avenue 5. I like it when Robert Picardo shows up in stuff. You know, the one that plays the Doctor in Voyager. He shows up in things sometimes. Like, he just plays himself.
I don't think the thing with that. What excited me the most about because I'd never seen the actor that plays Neelix out of makeup. I was just like, holy crap, that's Neelix.
I think I'd seen him before in stuff like from the 80s, and I kind of, when I saw him as Neelix, I knew the actor who the actor was. I can't tell you what I'd seen him in, but you know. I think he was probably in like sitcoms and stuff. Hey, I'll tell you what I end up doing a lot when going back to talking about IMDb and like doing IMDb trolls when you can't think of someone is when you watch an old series and you want to know what they went on to do afterwards.
Oh yeah.
So like when I managed to find every episode of Hill Street Blues on Channel 4's website once, I watched them all with no adverts. I watched them all and was like, I need to know what all the actors did afterwards. It's like, you just sit there and think, where did they go? What did they do? Where are we? Panzer Cat says about his curry, it's a generic Aldi, nuke it in the microwave for 8 minutes, then apply to my mouth kind of curry. Though it is reminiscent of a Chinese takeaway curry. Cats have taste. Why walk when the Roomba is going your way? Rabbit asks if those are the Finelno desktop vacuums.
I've put a link in for him.
Oh, lovely. You've done that bit, right? And I think I've actually caught up on chat now.
I genuinely don't know. Like, I know Cole's put the link there, but they're the kind of product on Amazon that about 50 different... They're exactly the same unit with about 50 different manufacturers.
Yeah, they're just white labelled. Like the... excuse me. It's like the compressors we've got, the A126 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. Yeah, if you look for that specific compressor on Amazon, there's like a million different brands with the same compressor because it's just a generic white label product. And it's one of those rare situations where, you know, normally 9 times out of 10, you and I would say to people, like, buying an airbrush, don't buy the crappy cheap Chinese one. It'll last 5 minutes and you'll have a terrible time if you don't know what you're doing. But when it comes to compressors, we actually say you can buy the cheap Chinese one because it's the same one that everybody has.
A twin cylinder A186.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like when it comes to compressors, that is the cheap Chinese one, but it's the same as it's the one that everybody uses.
Yeah,
it's the one time when you can use the cheap Chinese one because it
does what it says on the tin.
It's the white label one that everybody sells.
I'm reasonably certain that the Sparmax H160 that I've got is just a rebranded version of that.
Quite possibly. Sparmax!
With a fancy case around it.
Sparmax.
Yeah, all they've done is they've just wrapped it in a bit of metal.
Yep.
Sparmax. Sparmax, like and subscribe. That sounds a bit like sperm. Sparm.
I worry about you.
Sperm. I like that word. I do like the word sperm. It's a good word.
You're a weirdo.
It's also funny if you put. It's also funny if you put an S on the end of it.
Yeah,
because there is no plural of sperm. But if you make it a plural, it just sounds so silly.
He is a sperm.
Sperms. It's one of those words, isn't it? It's like a squishy word. It's a sperm. It's a great, funny word. I love it. I like squishy words. Blimp. Bubble.
Bosh.
That's slightly squishy, but not fully squishy.
Yeah, but Si's favourite word, isn't it?
Bosh is Si's favourite word.
Yep.
And I thought, can't not do Bosh, and I can't not do underneath the arch. Yes.
I went a bit whistly there, didn't I?
Ross is in, just popping in to say hi and hope you're all well. Hello, Ross.
Hey, Ross.
Doing all right?
Yeah,
hello, Ross. Got on your mouth. Ah. Do 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 do. Underneath the arch. Yeah, Picard is so full of like references and fan service and everything.
Yeah, man.
Like the guys that are writing Picard, like we were saying before, the people that write in Discovery don't know anything about Star Trek. The guys that are writing Picard, they know everything about Star Trek. I mean, making references to Gary 7. Really? Wow. I mean, what? I had to go and remember what that was. I'm like, I nearly had to hand in my nerd card. I'm like, hang on, wait, what? I got the reference, but I had to remember myself what it was. It's like, yeah, they get points for like dropping the most obscure stuff.
Yeah, that's worthy of points, that is.
But I'm trying to. I was about to say something, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. No, I shall say nothing. But I have to say, though, and I hate to say this, but you know, like when your grandma or your mum and dad used to watch Last of the Summer Wine,
yeah,
and you'd be sitting there watching the old fogies going up and down stairs, but watch your hip, don't fall, watch that step, okay. I have to say, have you noticed how Picard gets all the standing around talking bits to do?
Yeah.
And everybody else gets the... Yeah. He's getting the low action bits now, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah, but then again, you know, he's
80-odd.
He's 80-odd.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fair play to him.
So, they've said that season 3 will be the final season. It's like, it kind of has to be.
Yeah.
Kind of has to be the final season.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what series has massively surprised me, though, is Lower Decks. I love Lower Decks. Lower Decks is hilarious.
Yeah, I still haven't watched it.
Absolutely it's the rare thing where from the first episode it's hilarious, and every single episode is an absolute banger. It's like in the first 10 minutes is the funniest moment of any episode ever, where Mariner has got a bat'leth in her hand and she's drunk on Romulan brandy, and just what she says is just that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in Star Trek. But Lower Decks is absolutely fantastic.
I will watch it at some point.
You will. You don't have a choice. And talk of like obscure reference, and if for nothing else, then I think my favourite character in Lower Decks has to be Dr. Tiana. Dr. Tiana, I don't know how you pronounce her name. She's a Cation, which is a cat species, a humanoid cat species that only appeared previously in the old 70s animated series. But she's like foul-mouthed. She's like the grumpiest doctor you can imagine. I'll do a little spoiler, but my favourite bit of Dr. Tiana is when she walks onto the doors open onto the bridge of the Cerritos, which is their ship, and she walks on. And she's like, Captain, it's a nightmare. The entire crew's been replaced. I don't know what's going on, but I think the entire crew's been replaced because no one remembers who I am. And the captain turns around. It's a completely different captain that looks very similar, but it's a different one. And they're like, who are you? And all the crew members turn around, and they're all very similar to her crew, but not quite. And she's like, wait, this isn't the Cerritos? All these ships look the same. And storms off.
See, I have an inherent issue with animated series in that I've never really liked or enjoyed any animated show that I've ever watched as much as I enjoy live action.
You will like Lower Decks because it really is. It's completely different to Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. It's just set in Star Trek, but it's like constant rapid fire jokes and silly humorous scenarios with a totally off the wall art style, but you instantly like all the characters. The first season, as usual, is a bit sparse on getting to know the characters, but you know, second season it really kicks in. But it's a bit like watching Rick and Morty, and I'm trying to think of some other kind of series that are like fast moving animated. I can't think of any.
I struggled to get into shows like Archer and Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
The only actual animated
it's not like
show,
that. But
the only animated show that I've ever watched was the old Starship Troopers animated series that followed Rico and his squad.
I've never seen that.
But I've just never, for whatever reason, I struggle to form a connection to animated characters, I think.
Trust me with Below Decks or Lower Decks, it's because it's basically taking the piss out of Star Trek with every line of dialogue.
Yeah.
It's self-aware, and it knows it's self-aware, and it's constantly mocking all the tropes of Star Trek. Like at one point, somebody says sensors, and Mariner's like, "What do you mean sensors? No, sensors. What sensors? And little tiny things, and they're just digging at it. It's just great. It takes all the norms of Star Trek and completely just takes a leak on all of them. It's just hilarious. You'll like it, trust me. You will like it.
Okay, well, I'll watch it when you watch The Boys.
No, because I've got a big backlog of other stuff to watch. I haven't got enough time.
I said to you on Sunday.
No.
I said to you on Sunday, go and watch a trailer for The Boys.
Yeah.
And have you done it? No.
No, because I've...
So I will watch Lower Decks when you watch The Boys. That's the deal.
Mind you, I don't know where you can watch. I don't know where you can actually watch Lower Decks though. It's on Amazon Prime if you've got Amazon Prime.
I've got Amazon Prime, but
Oh, it's on there then. Yeah.
not having a service doesn't ever stop me from watching something.
No.
Hence why you're going to be able to watch all the show series that you want to watch.
Yes. This I am aware.
You tell him, Si.
But anyway, I have just turned around and I've seen that the missus has managed to drift off, so I should probably go before I disturb her.
Okay.
But yeah, much love.
Much love.
Bye. Hi, Mrs. Simon.
Take care, mate. Bye.
Bye. Like and subscribe.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
Like and subscribe.
There you go. Oh, bless him.
Yay. I like Simon. He's lovely. It's not true what they say about him, you know.
It isn't. It's all rumours.
Damn, you changed that backdrop fast. Good girl.
I know.
You're hot off the mark there.
You're teaching me. You're teaching me.
Ain't no flies on you. Yeah, but I'm not teaching because I tell them about 5 minutes fumbling for the buttons, or I just forget to change it. And go, oh crap.
No, it's Stream Deck. Have a button for it. It's like press.
Yeah, I've got Stream Deck, but it's not reliable enough for me on my computer. I think it's my computer that's the problem. Right, what am I doing with this? What are you doing, Cole? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are
I
you
am
doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
standing up at this moment in time. I am doing.
Oh, that'll be the reminder alarm thing.
I am doing bones.
I beg your pardon?
I'm doing.
I'll just talk over that so it's not copyrighted.
Yeah,
There
no,
you go.
I had to open the drawer because my watch has gone flat.
Oh dear. You're doing bones as in bones on the model, not the
Yeah,
TV
absolutely.
series. Yeah. Absolutely.
Bless you.
So, we've not asked the question at all tonight, have we?
What's that?
Bench
belly
and belly.
Belly and belly. Bench and belly.
Belly and belly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did read some out earlier. Someone was doing some bench and bellies.
That was yeah. So don't forget, folks, bench and belly. What's on your bench? And what have you had or what are you having for your dinner? And if you want to do belly and belly, just tell us twice what you're eating. Brilliant.
We are pretty useless, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Our chat reading percentage will drop now, like the value of the ruble through the floor. So will I. I've got it right here in front of me. So let's have a look. Where are we up to? Hang on, let me just catch up. Right. Good morning, just popping in to say, we've done that one, that's Ross. I have a friend who cannot stand the word, hang on. I have a friend, you need to play this back, Rabbit. I have a friend who cannot stand the word moist. And she gets upset every time someone says it.
Oh, really? Moist.
Far be it from me to upset your friend. Moist, 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 moist.
Robus.
Moist probage. Moist. Damn it, Boimler. Rabbit says, you haven't seen Lower Decks, have you? No.
No, I have no idea what it was.
Dan Kramer says Lower Decks is the most canon of the current Trek shows. It's true. It's so canon it hurts because it's just all references. Edward says fart ding. Also, hang on, let me give a squishy time for Edward.
Absolutely.
You going to do him a squishy as well? Go on.
Yeah, I'll just literally put paint on my paintbrush.
I don't know. You shouldn't be painting while I'm around. You should know better than that.
It's like I'm trying to do something. It's like, bless him.
Doing something. I
know.
He says, hope you're all well. He says, lol.
We are fine, mate. We are fine, mate.
Ninja says, Colin, I'll be having my MRI on Wednesday night for my back.
Good man. Good man.
Good luck. I hope it all goes well.
Yeah, it's only an MRI, mate. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Edward says, Iwata owns Spar Max and Harder and Steenbeck.
Oh, did I? Never knew that.
Yes.
Yeah,
if you buy some of the Spar Max airbrushes, they're actually just Iwata ones, rebranded. And they're made in the same factory. Dan Kramer wants to build a 1-to-1 scale model of Ensign Peanut Hamper. I would recommend that. She was a, what are they called? Peanut Hamper was, what are they actually called in Next Generation? They're called,
no.
Dan, you have to remind me. It's like a little floating robot box thing, and they're called, I can't remember what it is. Dan, you're going to have to remember what they are, what Peanut Hamper actually was. My favourite bit is where it's a golden retriever, and then it's a cube moving like that.
Oh, cool.
That's so good. That CGI Starship Troopers was really good. I'm not seeing it. Dan Kramer says, but Lower Decks has the most love of Trek of any of the other shows, and they have characters who build a model kit of their own ship. This is true. At one point in one episode of Lower Decks, they're all sat round, and one of the Rutherford, who's like an engineering geek, is sitting there building a model of the ship he's on. He's building a model of the USS Cerritos.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah. And it's the whole thing about the episode is him building this model, and it's not quite accurate. It's quite good. My Tom Paris, one of the characters has a Tom Paris collector plate. You know, like you get the collector plates for like the royal wedding or whatever. One of them has a Tom Paris collector plate. Oh. Fox has a short-term memory. Let's see if he can remember what is now in my belly, says Panzer Cap. Curry that's almost Chinese, but it's like the Aldi specials in the microwave.
Absolutely.
Dan Kramer says, I want a model of the Cerritos. I didn't like it when I first saw it, but now it's grown on me because it's a bottom of the barrel ship.
Oh, right, yeah. Dan's got a
idea is
3D printer, and I'm sure he could print one out.
Could do. Exocomp, that's it, says Dan. Yeah, Exocomp, that's what Peanut Hamper was. Ensign Peanut Hamper. So funny. Which means nothing if you haven't seen it.
No, I think I've seen adverts for it, but I've not actually sat down and watched it because, you know, this would mean me actually sitting down and watching something.
Yeah.
It would take me about three more years before I get round to it.
I think the thing I like about it is it's so fast-paced with the humour.
Yeah.
Every character is really well written, and every character is just fantastically funny.
Yeah.
There isn't one duff character on it. Really, not that I can think of anyway. Where on does this little thing go? I don't understand.
I will get round to watching it. It'll
You
be
will.
another thing on the list.
You will, you will, you will, you will, you will. Right, I'm going to glue this bit on.
I've got the rest of DS9 to do after I've done Bones. I've just started season 12 of Bones. And then I've got DS9 to finish, and then probably do Castle, then SG1.
I'm quite impressed that you started watching Bones, even though you still had DS9 to watch. You put Lieutenant Kira, Major Kira to one side for a bit.
Well, I was redoing the server, wasn't I?
That's true.
Building the Pi Media server, which I have now tested, and it works flawlessly. So,
You know, when you say Pi Media Server, being a child of the 1970s, I kept thinking you mean the company Pi, you know, PYE, Pi.
no,
I was like, is it all like wood finish and brushed aluminium?
no, it's brushed aluminium, yeah, but no, it's the Raspberry Pi Media PC.
You remember Pi hi-fis and things, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Oh, the days of it wasn't even real wood. It was like wood veneer on the MDF and
An all-in-one
All-in-one.
stereogram.
oh god, we had a radiogram when I was a kid.
Yeah.
An actual radiogram.
Yeah. Damn.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Was that the alarm for Mrs. for H getting up? By the way,
Yes, it was. Yes.
good girl. She's back at work then. I take it.
Yeah,
Super match game.
So she's actually
we used to have
surfaced.
a radiogram, which was a record player
Yeah.
and a radio and this bizarre kind of bit in the middle which was like just an empty storage area for LPs and cassettes.
Yeah, we had that. You used to have the little vertical cassette thing that you could stand your cassettes in.
And it was like about, I don't know, 6 or 7 feet long.
Yeah.
It was, you could like close it like that.
Did you have the big turny for the radio?
Yeah, and it had all the stickers on it, like Radio Luxembourg and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I think Dad had put little stickers on the tuner when FM came in or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was it. And you press eject on the tape, and it was so powerful that the tape would fly out.
Actually, I don't think ours actually had a tape unit. I think it was just a record player and then a
really?
massive
Yeah.
gap for records and then a radio
Yeah.
on the other end.
Yeah.
It was proper late 60s,
Yeah.
early 70s.
We had the cyborg one, which was where you lifted the top up and you had the, like you say, the record player one side with the
that's-
storage, and it had the big dial on the front. And
Yeah,
then
that's what ours was, yeah.
my dad changed that to National Panasonic all-in-one, one of these flat stereogram things that was the new rage in the early 70s, and it was
Oh, yeah.
gash.
Well, ours was like, it was the sideboard one, but it was kind of, it was about that wide,
Yeah,
and then it sloped.
yeah.
So it was like a box, but with a slopey front. So you
Yeah.
really only had a sideboard about that wide, and the rest of
Yeah.
it was just forwards. Like, it was almost like, you know, you get the writing desks where it's like when you lift
Yeah,
up the blind.
that's it, yeah,
It was like that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really much of a sideboard because most of it was just the slopey bit.
It was just fascinating that music used to come out of them things, wasn't it? You know, and
Well, I think Mum and Dad used to keep all the glasses and things in the middle bit.
Yeah,
So it was more
nice.
like a sideboard with a radio and a record player in it.
my first record player was one of those ones that was the suitcase, you know.
The little rocket.
Yeah.
Dansette. Was it Dansette or rocket?
Yeah, and you would have the spike in the middle that you could stack all the singles on. It was
Yeah.
like,
So you could listen to your Beatles and your rock and your roll.
Reese is in, RJC. Hello, Reese. Long time no
Hey, Reese.
see, mate. Hope you're doing all right.
Hello, welcome to show.
Yeah, he said he had a top-loading VHS that used to spit the VHS out. Yeah, absolutely,
See,
mate.
that's going back to my secondary school days. That top loading VCR, top loading VCRs were the ones you got in schools where they were the size of a car,
Yeah.
and all you ever got to watch was like QED in biology class, because the biology teacher couldn't be asked teaching you anything. It's like, yeah, you're watching QED for a couple of hours. There you go. Although if our biology teacher was really lazy, we'd just sit there watching Faulty Towers instead of doing biology. I don't know why he did that. Very lazy of him.
My Siri tried to record all of that and send it in a text message to my missus.
Why? Because none of us said, "Hey Siri," did we?
No, it's just like, yeah, look, there it all is. Look, there's a record player, the storage in the big thing on the front end screen. And
Oh, you should do that for the whole stream and just see what it comes out with at the end. Why did you record it?
Yeah, it's like, really? Oh,
You should just send that. You should just send that. I should have sent that out to someone. They'd be like, "Why did you? What?"
Oh, mate, that's so funny.
Imagine if you did that, but for whatever you talk about when you're asleep.
Yeah, that'd be fun. God, how incriminating would that be, eh?
Imagine like waking up to see what you've said in your sleep, and you've got this string of random crap, and you're like, "What?"
So all these model kits that you bought that you got hidden in your room that you've not told me about. Yeah.
Hey, did you know there are actually apps that that you can set for when you go to sleep, and they just record any noises? So they're like, just only record.
And he's disappeared. It's brilliant timing. Brilliant timing. Iron Man 129's in. Morning, Colin, Fox, and everyone in chat. Hello, mate. How you doing? And he's back again.
Yeah, they only record. They're like it sits there monitoring, and if it hears a noise, it records.
Yeah.
So when you get up in the morning, you just have this like 2 or 3 minute just thing of all the noises you made when you were asleep.
Oh no.
To see if you talk in your sleep. But can you imagine? I can imagine. I'd love to do it just to listen to all the trumps.
Yeah, I could just imagine it. Yeah.
10 minutes of farts.
Yeah, farts and snoring.
I really must start a website that's purely just farts.
Oh yeah,
When
you
I first-
do well.
Yeah, when I first got onto the internet in the late 90s, there was a website called The Fart Farm.
Yeah.
And it was in the days of animated GIFs and GeoCities websites.
Yeah.
And it was just like an AOL homepage with lots of little animated GIFs, and each one played a WAV
Fart tune,
file.
Yeah.
And it was just somebody recorded a fart and sent it to this woman who put it on the website. And they were all hilarious. It was long gone now, of course.
Absolutely. See, schoolboy humour always works.
Yep. The Fart Farm. To a 27-year-old, it was the funniest thing in the world.
Absolutely.
People told me they had trouble with this chain on the guy on the. Have you done the bike? You've done the bike, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I built it. Yeah.
Did you have any problems with the chain going on? You know, the guy's grab hook.
No.
No, I haven't either. But I remember some people saying, "Oh, I had real problems getting the chain to fit." It's like it seems to be fitting.
No, it just popped straight on there.
Yeah, lines up with the thing on his back. No problem. Don't really know what they're on about.
I'm wondering whether some of them had a bit of warpage. Because you had a bit of warpage, didn't you, in the early part of the frame?
Yeah, maybe.
So, you know, there might have been a bit of a QC issue with some of them.
Could have been, maybe. Maybe. Who can say?
Who knows?
Who knows such a thing? I do not know. Gone on like a dream, like a glove. There you go. Done.
Edward Leonard says, wake up in the colonoscopy ward in a hospital. There's an abundance of farts. Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
Oh, yeah,
I bet there's some gurgling going on in there, mate.
Oh, das ist nicht richtig. Right, that's glued on. I've not actually glued his little grabby hooks on yet.
No.
Because they're just loosely fit. I didn't know if I had to wait for something to attach to them. So I could take them off if I wanted to, but I can't be bothered. I think I'll just glue them on.
Well, is this going to be one of those decisions you'll end up regretting? No?
Oh, I'm just looking now, and I've just I think it doesn't. It's not made apparent in the instructions, but he's got little hydraulic pistons.
Yeah.
So it's clear that they're supposed to go into the end of his elbow armour.
Oh, right, yeah.
But I had them just sitting there. I was thinking they're just hanging there in mid-air, but... So I'll just glue them on now. That makes sense. I was just had them floating freely because I thought there was going to be something in the middle of them that joined them together, but they seem to attach to his elbow armour. There you go. These figures are going together really nicely. Despite the issues with the bikes, the figures are brilliant.
Oh, yeah, the figures just bolt together, don't they?
Let's have a look at the chat. A 5-foot-long TV with a 19-inch screen in the middle, says Edward Leonard, in the old days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the old radiograms. I used to get radiograms with the TV screen in. Hello, fellas. Oh, we've done that one. Iron Man's in. Morning, Colin, Fox and all in chat.
Hello, buddy.
Welcome, Iron Man. Console TV, I believe it's called, says Edward. Yeah, the old big long things.
Mm-hmm.
Candygram says, Dad bought a top-loading VCR with a wired remote control. Our dog would frequently walk past and unplug it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I was very young, we used to have a TV with a wired remote control.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the day when we actually got our first remote control on a TV, it must have been in the 1980s,
Yeah.
It was like, wow.
Yeah, we used to have one where at the end of the day, you used to put the remote in the TV and it charged it up.
Yeah. Oh, ours used to have I don't think it charged it, but ours used to have a little drawer and you put the remote in it.
Yeah, you just used to plug it into the front of the TV. It was an old ITT television.
Oh, right. God, that's another thing. All the TVs at school and remotes were ITT.
Yeah.
Colin loved the Suzuki, says Reese.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thank you very much, mate. There will be more episodes up this week.
Panzer Cat says, feed me curried baked beans and I will give you farts. Hey, you want farts? I'll give you farts. That's Billy Connolly, isn't it?
Feed you anything, Panzer, and you'll give
Bike.
farts.
I'll give you bake. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'll make you smile on the other side of your face.
Rabbit says, Games Workshop having quality control issues, like the Finecast kits that frequently had square blocks instead of heads or other features, but were still okay enough to make it to the store. Everybody hates the Finecast.
Yeah.
Finecast is terrible. It's like you've got Games Workshop that make plastic and you've got Forge World that make resin.
Yeah.
But somehow Games Workshop made a small number of resin kits.
Oh.
And they were not using the Forge World machinery and they were awful. And they were called Finecast. If ever you're buying a Games Workshop figure and it's Games Workshop, not Forge World, and it says resin, don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
I've got a somewhere Sly Marbo figure to build, and that's a Finecast one, but it's actually not too bad. It was when they first brought him out. But yeah, they did a few characters in resin. It's like, why didn't you just get Forge World? What? Or do it in plastic? What?
Just going to
No
mute for a
sense at
sec
all.
because I've got to call the missus.
Okie dokie. That means she's not got up yet. He's got to go for a nudge to make sure she's up. Right, yeah, so why they did Finecast, I do not know. Who knows? Yeah, but yes. Anyway, here's another question. Get the chat going. Any of you out there with the computer gamings or the video gamings or the consoles, what are you playing at the minute? What's your current game of choice if you are gaming? I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077 at the moment on the Xbox Series X. And I'm enjoying it. It's like an Ubisoft game, but take all the crap out and then add a little bit of Fallout-ishness to it and Elder Scrolls-y exploriness. It's a very shallow world. It's a very beautiful world, but there's not a lot in it. But I'm enjoying it. It's good fun. Good fun. Driving is an arse, because all the cars handle really badly. I have a feeling all the Finecast kits were made by Milton Bradley for some toy company. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. I'm just going to double check this guy's still lined up properly. Hopefully, I'll be able to attach them all together. Yes, fantastic, I think. That will do nicely, so I can line him up. There'll be a little bit of a gap there on his handlebars, but I'll have to figure out some way to sort that out when he goes together somehow. Because I've got to glue him either on the seat there or where the handlebar and grip meets the handlebars there. And I can't fill that gap in. So it may just have to be do with a gap, I think. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure there should be something to go on top of that. It seems a bit weird that there isn't. Right, I need to stick the head on this dude, and then this boss is done. Yeah, so what games are you playing at the minute? So I'm playing Cyberpunk. And I'm enjoying it. It's a very nice looking game. I'm enjoying the 4K 60 FPS. It's very, very nice. I'm on console, like I say, not on PC. It is a kind of half populated world. You go out into the sort of the wildlands, the Badlands areas, and you see buildings, but there's not a lot going on in there. It's like it's a shame, really. But it's a very interesting thing. A few niggles in the game, but I'm enjoying it. I've done the first few quest missions, and then I've just stopped, and I've just been going around doing all the little side quests, as I do, and it's just nice wandering. And if I've got to go across the city to do a side quest, I'll get in the car and I'll drive there. I want fast travel. I'll drive there, take my time, because it's fun to pootle about. What am I doing now? I need part 48 and 49. 48 is the head boss. A little attachment, so I can use my God hand nippers to get that off. There we go. And 49 is the jaw. Dirty great big jaw. Metal jaw. And I've not really had any major issues with it at all with Cyberpunk. I know it was garbage when it first came out, but they've done patch 1.2. I've had the occasional, NPC clipping through an object in the background. That's fine. I've not had any quest problems. Not had any major engine issues. Occasionally I've had something like today I was playing and suddenly my HUD disappeared, all my heads-up display items disappeared. So I just saved it, reloaded the game, and it was fine. Just shut the game down and reload it, and it kicked back in again. There's a few things in it that aren't a bit like Ubisoft games. There's a few bits where something's not explained and it doesn't really make any sense, and you can't really find out what to do. And I've had to hunt around to find out how to do something. That can be a bit frustrating. At one point I was driving around in the Badlands at night, and it's like I can't see a damn thing because it's dark, and I've got no idea if my car has headlights or not. It's like nowhere does it tell you how to turn the headlights on, but each vehicle actually has headlights. You press the X button on Xbox. It doesn't tell you that. There's no in the controls. There's no notes for that. So yeah, I'm having fun with it. Hello.
Hello.
Did you tell her off for not getting up?
Yeah, I ambled in there in the end. I was like, your phone's on silent again, isn't it? Yeah.
What was by accident?
No, she fell asleep with her phone in her hand. It was like, I was like, and you kind of look a bit like Alice Cooper, love. Yeah. Her reply ended in off.
Yeah. As long as she gets up, that's all you care about.
Absolutely.
See, this is where you get to get your revenge, you see.
Oh, yeah.
See, she can tell you off, but you can be thinking, yeah, but you know what? I'm the one that has to get you out of bed when you're half awake.
Well, she got this fang-dangled alarm clock, right? This all singing, all dancing alarm clock. Now, she has 3 alarm clocks, plus what's on her phone.
Yeah.
And she still needs me to go and get her up because she does, she says I'm deaf. I think she's deaf as well. But anyway,
Bless her.
This alarm clock she got is this massive, great big light bulb with a clock built into it. And
Is it basically like an North Atlantic lighthouse?
mate, I went up just now and the whole bedroom is illuminated like Blackpool. And there's my missus with her tongue hanging out.
Zong. Bah. Drooling.
I'm like, that new alarm clock's really working well for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a bright light's great, but not when you're already asleep, because you're not going to see a bright light when you're asleep.
So, yeah.
Or if you're under the duvet or something.
I said, I've been ringing you. I sent you a message, because obviously if you don't get up, it's my fault.
Yeah, it's a problem. Exactly.
It's like, I've been doing my duty. Yeah, okay. And then I heard fdunk as it got out of bed. It's like she's doing that stagger that all women do to the bathroom, and then
Yeah, I was just about to say Mama Fox does that. I had to, when I woke Mama Fox up this afternoon, because for a while I was getting her up at 4. Now she's getting up at 3, and then she's getting up at 2 now. Round about. But I went this morning. Morning, time to go. No.
Oh, you got that again, did you?
No.
Yeah.
A couple of times. Then so she's got like this big woolly lined like hoodie. It's like an oversized hoodie that's like the size of a blanket, and you can use it.
Right, yeah.
So she gets under the duvet, but she puts that on top to keep herself extra warm.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I have little tactics, you see. So I'll say, right, I'll just turn it round the right way, because she'll get up, she'll sit up, and she'll put that hoodie on, that tube on, and she'll sit there and wake up and then go to the loo and get up. So I do things like I'll lift it off her and put it at the other end of the bed on the pretense of turning it round the right way, so the hood's facing the right way when she puts it on. So that because means she has to sit up in bed and go and get it if she wants it. So she's sat up then. So she's up. So, but I went to take it off and said, I'll just put this in, but no, she's grabbing it and pulling it. And, no, don't
really?
take it. If you take it, you'll take it away, and you'll take it away from me. And I'm like, bless.
Oh, bless her.
You're just going to take it off me and hide it down there. No.
Yeah, she sussed you, mate. She's got your number.
Nah, she was half asleep, I think. She's got a bit of a cold at the minute.
Bless her.
I think I'm a bit sniffly as well. Talking of alarms, I treated my inner geek this week.
Oh, yeah, I saw the Casio.
I need to clear my throat one second.
I might still have one of them in my drawer of abandoned watches.
Oh, well, I've always wanted a calculator watch. So I've got myself a calculator watch. Or a data bank watch. But it's not an original Casio 1980s with the buttons. It's got proper buttons that work on it. But so I thought I'll treat myself to that, because I've got a watch, but I wanted this one because it's. But my thinking was, for the last 20 years, where I am in bed, I don't have like a bedside table. There's no space, so I literally have to have my pillow and then my alarm clock or my mobile phone, which is my alarm nowadays, next to me.
Yeah.
And then for many years it was an alarm clock until I got mobile phones. Then I started using those as alarms.
Yeah.
So for many years, if you imagine this is perhaps my bed.
Yeah.
There. My pillow is like, what can my pillow be? Let's find a thing. Imagine this is my pillow. Instead of my pillow being in the middle like that, like a normal person, like filling up, my pillow's been over here.
Yeah.
Because I've got a phone on there and I don't want to knock it off.
Yeah.
So I'm sleeping kind of on one side. And some people lose half a bed to their partner. Some people lose half a bed to a dog. I lose half a bed to a mobile phone.
Yeah.
So for 15 years, I've slept kind of on the 2/3 of the bed with a mobile phone there. And it's like, so I thought, you know what, why don't I just get a watch with an alarm? And then, so for the last 3 or 4 nights, I've had the bliss of having the pillow in the middle.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And because I've not ever slept in the middle, of course, it's nice and flat. It's not got a dip in it.
Oh, yeah, no dip, yeah.
I've slept so well for the last few nights. For the first time in 20 years, I've actually slept in the middle of my bed. It's like, oh, bliss. So I got it for the alarm, but yeah, I've actually got a geeky calculator watch now.
Good man, good man.
And it's modern, but they've done it in such a way that when you press the light button, it only illuminates the first 2 digits.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant, because you can't tell what time it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've made it completely useless and not fit for purpose, which is fantastic.
Well, I used to have one of those black ones that had the little buttons on the screen, and it used to be the red writing.
Yep.
Then I had the calculator one.
Do you know what makes me sad is we cleared out our old sun lounge on the back of the house about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was like a wooden built one in the 1960s. It was falling apart and falling in, so we had it demolished and had a patio built. And there were like some old drawers full of junk and clothes and just crap that had been stored in there for 20, 30 years. And when it was all gone, later on, a few months later, I realised that my brother, when in the 70s, actually had one of those proper original red LCD or LE, whatever they were.
Yeah.
And it was probably in one of them drawers and just thrown out. And they're worth a fortune now.
Yeah.
And it probably was still working if I got a battery.
That's the thing. We put all of that sort of thing in the drawer and forgot about it. And yeah.
I was certain we've got a calculator watch here somewhere, but that's why I got this, because I couldn't find the original. I'm like, I really can't find it. I know we've got one somewhere, but it's just gone. So yeah, I'd love to have an original 1980s one, but they're so expensive then. They're so valuable them now.
Yeah, you'd go and put something away and you'll find it. You bet your bottom dollar.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to find the original one that we had, that my brother had, because they are worth a fortune now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're completely useless because the battery lasts about a week.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, but it's retro tech, isn't it? It's...
Yeah, to have an original, one of those big metal things with the 2 buttons, one that turns it on, and that's it.
Yeah.
One to set it.
Oh, yes.
Diddly bomb, a diddly bomb, a diddly bomb. Super Match game. Super match game.
I mean, that's the thing. At the time, they were so sought after, even then.
Oh yeah, there were hundreds of pounds in those days.
Yeah.
But yeah, but even like old classic calculator watches now go for a fortune.
Oh yeah.
So if you've got them, sell them. But this hasn't got buttons on this. It's a flat touchpad.
Yeah.
And although it looks like you'd be like, how the hell do I press any buttons on that? It's actually really easy to press the buttons and not mess it up. And I thought, oh, it's got a snooze alarm. That's all right. So I can set my my 9 o'clock in the morning alarm to go and do like the door and unlock the porch and stuff for the mailman.
Panzer's off back to work. See you later, Panzer. Mind how you go, mate.
Take care, Panzer. And I thought, that's good because it's a snooze alarm. If you don't catch it, it sounds for 10 seconds. If you don't catch it, it sounds again 5 minutes later and does it 10 times.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's all right, because then if I miss the first, it only chimes for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But what it does is it chimes once every 5 minutes for 10 seconds, whether you press the button or not.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I don't want that.
Yeah.
That's not what I want.
Yeah, you'll soon get fed up with that.
Yeah, so I've got to be aware that my alarm's going to go off for like 10 seconds and that's it.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't wake me up in 10 seconds, I'm a bit knackered. I think I'll be all right. So yeah, I was quite happy with that. I was really pleased because I've always wanted like a nerdy calculator watch.
Well, it's one of them things, isn't it? You get one, you're like, yeah, got one now.
Yeah, I never had one at school. So when I was at school, so always wanted one.
You've released your inner nerd.
Yeah, or at least I've satiated it. Kept it quiet for a while, perhaps.
Yeah, but isn't it weird how we get nostalgic for old tech?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
No.
I mean, especially old tech that's heavy and metal and not crappy plastic.
Yeah.
I don't know. There is something about the old tech that you can't.
Don't know what it is. Is it, nostalgia, just, reminiscing on our youth? I don't know.
I mean, if I was going to buy a stereo system now, if I was going to, I don't even know if separates are still a thing.
Mm.
But assuming that like separates hi-fi systems where you get like, you get a I assume what the units would be now would be like an MP3 box and a turntable for records, and you get an amp and you get all this. If separates are still a thing, I would really want it to be brushed aluminium and wood.
Yeah.
Because I don't. When I was young, I used to have like a stereo in my room, and it was like the brushed aluminium front with the vinyl wood, and it's nice. But then in the 90s, I had a little music thing, and that was just black plastic and crappy, cheap rubbish.
Yeah, I still have a complete separates hi-fi system in my lounge. Oh. And the turntable on it is classic mid-80s linear tracking.
Technics?
Akai.
Ooh, Akai, nice.
And it's got the big old amplifier with the LED panel on the front with the surround sound lights and all of that.
Yeah.
But
that's the thing.
Yeah, and it still works. It still sounds as good as it did then, which probably isn't great, but for me, it's just nostalgia.
Yeah. Well, it's like if anybody out there watches the Tech Moan YouTube channel, he does a lot of stuff about audio and stuff like that. And he talks quite often about tape decks and things like Walkmans and tape decks.
Yeah.
And he says if you look at like tape decks up to the mid-80s, they suddenly got really crap after like the late 80s, and like tape deck you buy now will be garbage.
Yeah.
Nobody makes good tape decks. And he says purely because the ones in the 70s and 80s and late and early 90s were like everything was metal.
Yes.
Everything was industrially made and it was really good quality. And after that, everything became plastic and cheap. And he says, if you open a tape deck now, they're all the same thing. It's just one manufacturer makes them, but they're all crap.
Yeah.
So he says, don't spend money on a modern tape deck because that'll all be rubbish.
Mine's all metal components, mate.
Yep.
That's probably why it still works. It doesn't skip a beat. The only thing that's had in all the time I've had it is a belt and a cartridge.
Yep. I mean, if you open that up, you probably have capacitors like that size.
Oh, yeah, they're the size of the Citadel pots, mate.
You have caps in there, like, they're going to last you forever. Like, you turn it off and it'd stay on for about an hour.
But it's one of them, it does what it says on the tin.
It is funny how, as I've got older, I've started to appreciate more stuff from that era.
Yeah.
Like when I was, I've said it before, like in the 80s I thought the 70s were terrible, in the 90s I thought the 80s were awful.
Yeah.
And in the 2000s I thought the 80s were awful.
Yeah.
And nowadays I fully still think the 80s are awful and the 90s were just bland and depressing. It's like this, but now the 80s are still awful.
Yeah.
And hideous. There's nothing good about the 1980s at all.
Oh.
The 1990s were just bland. There's nothing interesting about the 1990s, just bland. Cars were boring, clothes were boring, music was boring, everything was boring and grey. Everything was... There's the one thing that sums up the 1990s to me are the kind of coats that Jack Frost wears in A Touch of Frost.
Yeah, yeah.
Those kind of man from Burton, middle-aged, brown...
50 Shades of Beige, wasn't it?
Yeah. All the clothes he wears in Touch of... That's the 1990s.
Yeah.
But the 70s, looking back, now I've got older, the 70s, it's like... Everything was brilliant. I know everything wasn't brilliant in the 70s, but... I don't know, there's something about the design of stuff, just I find it endearing.
The 70s was so wrong, but it was right.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about the 70s, but you just think, that looks so wrong, but it's kind of groovy.
Yeah, like watching somebody looking at like 1980s technology doesn't interest me. It's boring.
Yeah.
Watching somebody look at 1970s technology, it just fascinates the crap out of me because it's like
1970s cine cameras.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I've got that chain to fit, by the way. No problem whatsoever.
Good man.
To whoever it was that was saying they had a nightmare with the chain, no problem. Yeah, just something about the. I don't know. Brushed aluminium and wood panelling or fake wood panelling, one of the two. It was all good. I'd happily have things designed to look like that nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Wait, there's supposed to be a gun on there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot that bit. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's what goes on there. That's a pain in the arse.
What's that?
My big plan. We've got the bike there, and then you sit the dude in there, and I can glue him in place and make sure that it lines up with the handlebars.
Yeah.
But there's also a bit of dashboardage that goes on the front there that I'll have to glue over the top. So I'll have to make sure I can super glue that in place after the fact as well. I mean, I have got quite handy at gluing two pieces together using extra thin without messing up the paint job.
Yeah.
I've actually got... The good thing with Games Workshop is the pieces are so chunky that you can do that.
Yeah.
Like, get two bits and just touch the glue to it. It'll sink in there and you won't make much of a mess of your paint job.
No, exactly.
So it's not too... So I'll probably get away with it, but let's just carry on anyway.
I think you'll be all right. I've got faith in you, Fox.
End of the day, it's Orcs, isn't it? It's going to be covered in dirt and grime, so...
It's Orc, mate. It's Orky goodness.
Orcs, innit? Orc. 30 and 60. All right, let's get those bits then.
Get your Orcs here, £3 for a pound. £3 for a
Free
pound.
for a pound. Yes, I don't know, something about the 70s. It just... In the 1990s, I used to work in this office, and one of the guys there was a bit of an audiophile, but he was also complete plonker, but hey. And he found these, like, instructions to build an amplifier for, like, the 1970s that's supposed to be, like, a really awesome, give you awesome, warm sounds.
Yeah.
And he built one for himself, and he's like, you tell you what, it does sound fantastic. And I said, well, you know, I've got all my keyboards and synths and stuff, but he said, I need an amplifier that doesn't add anything to the signal.
Yeah.
I don't want it to sound warm, or I need it just to sound as flat as possible. Yeah. Because I'm trying to record music. I don't want to hear it bass boosted or warm. And he's like, well, this amp, it's as pure as you get. He said, it's basically not going to add anything to it at all. You might get something from your speakers, but it'll be as close as... That's brilliant, that'll do it. So he made it for me. And he says, right, here you go. It's all custom made. He says, he's got a metal rack unit. He says... Now, do you want it in black? A black case with a black brushed aluminium front and black dowels? Or do you want something else? I said, can you do silver with brown, with wood vinyl? He went, yeah, go on. Why do you want that? I said, because it just looks better than black. Black's boring. So in the middle of all my synthesizers, and I had this amp that was like brushed aluminium and vinyl wood wrap, and it was like, oh, so cool.
Yeah, but it's kind of the vogue, isn't it? It just looks right.
The only thing he did do, which I didn't ask him to, and which I hated completely, was he used some poncy gothic script twirly writing script on it. I'm like, oh God, really?
Oh, yeah.
Don't use poncy Gothic nonsense. Nobody can read. Just use Euro style. That's the best one. I don't know, but no, he did some poncy flowing script on it. I didn't like.
Yeah, it's like
I just scraped that off. Scraped it off. Doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doo.
Yeah, my missus has often said to me over time, why have you still got that old stereo in there? Why?
It works.
It works, and it was the first one I bought with my first week's wages.
Yep. It's like, if it works and you don't need to throw it out, then why throw it out? Why replace it if it's working fine?
Yeah.
I only replace something when it doesn't work anymore.
Well, my youngest boy, he's got a love of vinyl.
Yep.
And he's already staked his claim. He's like, Dad, when you pop your clogs, that is going in my house. I went, deal.
Yep, absolutely.
I said, at least I know it's going to a good home. I said, you can have all my vinyl as well. He's like, how long you got left? I said, cheers, mate.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm loath to replace something if it's still working.
Yeah.
I mean, if I've got something that can no longer do a job I need it to do, then I replace it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if I've got a mobile phone with a camera that I'm filming on, but the new one's got a better camera, then I'll probably go for the better camera phone. But if I've got like a device that does the job perfectly, doesn't and doesn't need to be replaced, I'm not going to change.
Yeah, why change it just to have the latest tech? It's like, you know, that's a bit like me with consoles. You know, I've got a Sega Mega Drive with a CD on it underneath, and then I've got a PlayStation 2, and that's it. That's my console ownership.
Well, that's a bit different.
That's his room's full of all the different consoles.
Well, that's a bit different because, you know, you can't do, because that's, I would go for the newer console because it can do the better games. If you know what I mean, it can do the more. But, you know, your system that plays records and tapes.
Yeah.
Why would you replace it with another system that can play records and tapes when yours does it just perfectly fine?
Exactly.
Yeah.
For me, it's a false economy.
Yeah. I mean, I'll always upgrade my console because I just need to have the best possible.
Yeah, you're an out gamer.
Yeah, I need to have more pixels than everybody else. I need to have all the pixels. I need the best possible pixels being fed into my eye holes. I only want the finest pixels. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a retro gamer, so. But yeah, no. But yeah, classic old separate system. Ooh, nice.
I should be cruel later. I should take a picture of it and tease you with it.
Oh, you tart.
You're going, yeah, tease you later.
You are a tart.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I miss from the 1970s that you don't see anymore?
What's that?
Devices that had, how can I explain it? You might have some sort of device, and it might have a bit where you have, say, a lid.
Yeah.
And for example, let's say it was part of a separate system, and part of that was like a little recessed compartment that held cassettes, and there might be a little clear plastic lid that you just open and close. Like, I don't know, like that perhaps. But imagine it was square; it wasn't curvy. But it'd be like smoked plastic. It'd be clear, but brown smoked plastic.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
There's something about that, like just smoked effect.
Yeah, the lid on my stack systems like that, it's got that smoke look about it.
Yeah, and there's something about that, and there's something recently that I saw, and it just brought back all the feels of that old smoked clear plastic lids and things, and it's like, oh, that's just, you don't see that anymore.
No.
You don't see that anymore.
I think a hi-fi separate system's about that big now, isn't it? It's only the turntable that's going to be the biggest component.
Yeah, well, you would. Yeah, I don't even know if you get many with turntables. The thing is, if you bought
now are usually an extra that you add to a MIDI system, ain't they?
Well, the thing is as well nowadays, if you buy one, it's probably going to have a crappy tape deck because nobody makes good ones anymore.
Yeah,
and a crappy turntable because it just doesn't happen anymore.
Just don't happen, does it?
No, you just don't want to buy. You wouldn't want to buy a modern one because they're just going to be crap. There's no way at all anybody should ever buy a modern cassette player of any kind. Just don't do it because they're not going to be good. Unless you're going for your ridiculously expensive Bang & Olufsen type stuff, it's not going to be good. Anything you buy on Amazon, don't buy a cassette deck ever. It's amazing when on Tecmo, and he gets like a cassette system of some sort, and he puts it through all his wow and flutter meters and stuff.
Yeah.
And he'll get like some 1970s BASF tape deck or something, and his flutter meter will be like that. It'll be like barely moving, and his wow will be like, and then he'll put some modern tape, and it'll be like,
Yeah.
be like, yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Proper old reel to reel cassettes as well. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, he showed at one point, he showed a cassette, which was a normal cassette, but the bit in the middle was like a reel-to-reel metal thing with the three, like a radiation symbol. It was the metal.
Yeah.
And I used to have a reel-to-reel 8-track, which was my studio recorder with the mixer built in.
Yeah.
And I got moist because I managed to buy, I had loads of like 3M reel-to-reel quarter-inch tapes.
Yeah.
And at one point I managed to secure a couple of metal reel things.
Yeah.
Like I got some like quarter-inch tape reels, metal.
Yeah.
Oh, and it had BASF on it, and they were like with the 3 hole. And it was like,
I've got a couple of teak cassettes with the gold ones in.
oh,
you
yeah.
know, with the 3 reels on ordinary C90 cassettes, but it's just got
I
the
think
gold
that's what
reels.
I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm thinking of them.
Because they
look
used to be
fantastic.
on all the TV adverts. Used to always have them in there.
Well, I always used to make a point when I got my 3M tapes. And most people won't know what these are, but they're like, it's a roll about that long, about that big. It's about that size. On my old 8-track, it was a reel about that size,
Yeah.
and it was quarter-inch tape, maybe a bit smaller than that. And it was an 8-track, so you lifted the smoked clear lid, smoked. This is from the 80s, and you've got 2 reels like that. And that was your 8-track head, recording head. Next to it, built in, was an 8-track mixer and all the inputs. And it was a studio recording unit. It wasn't like, I don't mean 8-track like you put it in your car dashboard. I mean 8-track, like a professional studio mixing console. But I made a point of getting I used to open the 3M tape reel, because you could still buy them then. I'd take a big deep breath, because when you open a brand new 3M quarter-inch tape, it smells exactly like caramel.
Oh, yeah.
They always smelled like caramel. It was like, because the coating's on the tape. And then what I'd do is, I had my stash of metal reels. I'd put it in, I'd feed it on, and I'd transfer all the tape to the metal reel, and it would stay on that metal reel.
Nice.
I'd just throw I'd keep the plastic ones in a box, because metal reels spinning around in a reel to reel.
It just looks the dogs, doesn't it?
It gives you a bit of a stiffy.
Tentage happens.
Yeah, bit of audiophile tentage. I really miss all my music stuff, but hey. Candyman from Mongo says, I saw a working Vectrex within the last year. I think the guy wanted $700 for it. My friend Martin actually has a working Vectrex and an oscilloscope. And it's brilliant. You can play game shit. It's mono, but you get little overlays that go over the screen and that give all the colours.
Proper
It's
tech.
like a coloured gel, because it's just a vector graphics thing.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Let's have a look and see what chat is saying. Yeah, I've just remembered, of course, that the glass cover on my reel-to-reel tapes was smoked. And when you used to fast forward it, because it was proper industrial machinery, you press the button, it would go like that.
Yeah, proper noises.
But then it'd just go
Yeah.
like a woof of air, and it gets in and go.
Yeah.
And it felt like a proper heavy car door closing. It's great. I didn't realise they still made the databank line. I may need to get another one since I can't afford a good smartwatch, says Dan Kramer. Yeah, they've got loads of different versions. I got really confused as to which one to get, because they go from like 30 quid to like 100 quid.
Yeah.
And they've got like, it's the DBC 82 and then loads of other numbers, and there's like 1,000 different versions. I don't know. I just went for this one. But they all seem to have the same features and functions, so I don't really know what the difference is, to be honest. They've got plastic ones with plastic straps, but I wanted the metal strap because it's a bit more durable. It did say the body was stainless steel, but it's not. The back is stainless steel, but the body's resin. The top bit's hard plastic, unfortunately. Well, hey, I don't mind. I bought an Armatron with the red display. It's very retro. Oh, do you mean the robot arm? I used to have an Armatron. Did you ever have an Armatron, Colin?
No, I didn't. No.
Do you know what an Armatron was?
It was the toy robot arm.
Yeah, it was like a robot arm, and it's the grippy on the. Oh, I used to have one of those. Armatron, I remember that. The databank line was just great, really well designed, says Dan. Where are we? We had asked about games, didn't I? The Planet Crafter, it's early access on Steam. I love this game, says Dan. Panzer Cat, next week I shall be revisiting Generation Zero. I don't know what that is. Reese is playing Dirt Rally 2.0 and Fallout 4 at the mo. Jolly good. What are you playing on, Reese? Console or PC? Dan Kramer says it's about terraforming a planet from a Mars-like world to livable. That's Planet Crafter. Edward Lennon says, I've only played about an hour or so of Cyberpunk. It seems okay. Yeah. The one thing you have to do with Cyberpunk is they have the strangest settings for movement.
Oh, right.
In that if you use the default settings, when you look left or right or go up or down, it's got like a dead zone.
Oh, right,
so
yeah.
Normally, in a game, if I look left, I just look left.
Yeah.
In Cyberpunk, if you look left, you go slowly and then speed up.
Yeah.
As if you're doing that. It's real, and it's horrible. So the best thing to do is go and turn off all the dead zones and all the weird movement options. So you're just looking left, right, up and down. It's just, I was hating the movement at first. I'm like, oh, why am I? Oh, it's horrible. But just turn it off, so it's just left. You have this weird. It's like you start off slow and speed up. It's really weird. I don't know why they set that. It's very strange. I like the industrial design of Cyberpunk 2077, but I haven't played it. Says Candy Ram. I'm still playing Ghosts of Tsushima and enjoying all the not being able to play Gran Turismo 7, says Rabbit. Yeah, a little bit of controversy with Gran Turismo. Edward says, it's hard for me because when I want to play, my wife is watching TV, but I still have the One S in my bedroom, but I can't play everything that I have for the Series X. Can you not put the Series X on the other TV? Maybe. Or can you not just sell the wife?
Oh, bless her.
eBay is pretty good nowadays. You know what I mean? Dan says, I had several of those. I wore those for many years because I can't remember phone numbers. You can store phone numbers. It's got a data bank, and it's good for storing 25 phone numbers or things.
Oh, cool.
What makes it hilarious is it's only got so many like slots across the top and bottom because it's LCD, and it's not long enough for a complete phone number. So it goes, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And on the bottom bit, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
So it's not quite. Yeah, I've not used the data bank. It'd be handy though. Somebody says, "What's that phone number?" And instead of getting your phone out and going into your address book, just there you go. Panzer Cat's gone back to work. Take care, all. See some of you in the brunch.
No worries, mate.
Take care, Panzer. I didn't realise I've done that one. I've done that. I bought a retro-inspired hi-fi stereo setup, says Retro Rabbit.
Good
All
man.
Pioneer Elite Series brushed aluminium, main amp unit, tape deck, equalizer, radio, and record player, plus a modern AT cartridge on it, though.
Nice.
Yeah. Hooked a Chromecast audio up to it on the aux input so I can stream Spotify over it, says Rabbit. That's a good thing. If you've got a proper stereo system, you can have any old auxiliary input, so you can put modern kit into an old stack.
Yeah, I've got a Bluetooth input, so I can send my stuff from my iPhone straight into the amplifier.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Just select it as an auxiliary source.
Feed your modern digital content through those capacitors the size of a small cat.
It is. It's proper when you sit there and you think, I'm sitting there with an iPhone with the playlist on. That didn't exist when I bought that stereo, and yet the two marry up perfectly.
But it's the thing is, when you realise, you look at them and you see a capacitor is like that big.
Oh, yeah.
Like a capacitor that size, you'd be like...
Oh, yeah, it's like a bottle of Microsol. It's like, you know...
But the funny thing is, it's probably less efficient than all the capacitors in your iPhone. Probably 1,000 times more efficient. It's just that big.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, it still works 50 years later. Yeah. Candy Ground... Oh, hang on. Where are we? Edward says, any new music I purchase is on vinyl. I haven't purchased a CD in 7 years. I don't think anybody's purchased a CD in 7 years.
No, it's all vinyl. All my
CDs
stuff.
aren't around anymore. I can see a photo of a 70s era stereo component and the smell of the inner box packaging, the styrofoam, the plastic folder that held the user's manual, and the fresh PCB smell comes right back. The smell of new electronics.
When you first switched it on, you'd sit there with your nose by the vent at the back going, oh.
And if it's got VU meters the first time
Yeah.
that little orange light comes on,
Oh,
or the
mate.
yellow light, just doing anything in the living room by the light of your UV
Yeah.
meters,
Oh,
your
mate.
decibel meters.
Perfect.
Sorry, VU meters, not UV meters. VU meters. God.
Yeah.
I love how some of the solder from the 70s smells a bit like Tang if you heat it up, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
Paul Di Tommaso's in. Hey, Paul.
Hello,
Says, hello,
Paul.
Fox, Colin, and all in chat.
Hello, mate.
As you can see, we're catching up with chat because it's just me and Colin right now, and we're rubbish at chat.
Oh, yeah, we are pretty much useless.
Yeah. Edward Leonard says, the screen's not bright enough. Edward Leonard says, my turntable weighs about 30 pounds, but the only difference from old school is it has a USB port to digitise my albums to a computer. Reese is off. I'm going to be off. The Ronas has been messing up sleeping, so going to try and sleep. Take care, Reese.
Hello, mate.
Get well soon, as everybody says. Rabbit's only missing a Vectrex, a Fairchild Channel F, and maybe a couple of other oddball game systems. I used to have an Odyssey 2 and an Intellivision, but one of them caught fire, took out the other. Oh dear.
Oh, that's a shame.
How is everyone tonight? The wife and I are okay, but no money to play with, says Paul.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, I think it's biting all of us at the moment, mate.
Mm-hmm. Candugam still has an Intellivision and a bunch of carts.
Yeah.
Edward Leonard says, I almost got divorced in the first couple of years of our marriage because I spent a lot of my paycheck on an Intellivision. It's amazing when you see these crappy old game systems that people spent a fortune on back in the day, and it's like, wow, but yeah. Yeah, the Vectrex with a good condition tube are going up steadily. Should have bought one when I had the chance a few years ago, says Rabbit. Paul Di Tommaso, we don't need to know about your odd fetishes, Fox. What was I talking about? Edward says, I spent about $300 for my Audio Technica turntable around 5 years ago, and it's a fine turntable.
Absolutely.
Good advice with the Cyberpunk. I had a hard time aiming, lol, mayhaps the problem. Yeah, there is a video on YouTube about how to get the best movement setting, but basically there's like a movement delay, and I can't remember what it calls it, like a dead zone. Just turn it all to off or to zero. You just, all of the special movement nonsense, it's horrible. Just turn it off. But the one thing I will say in Cyberpunk is, if you're having trouble driving, don't worry. The cars handle like sugar. They're terrible. They're awful. Driving is, I mean, some of it's, there are some good cars, but the problem is, A, you're too low in the seats. You can't really see much. Apparently, when your character gets in a car, he suddenly becomes about 3 foot tall.
Oh,
you
right.
see the little old lady steering over the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Apparently, when you get in a car, they decided that's the ideal place to have the player camera. It's like, really?
Oh, great. Just what you
So
need.
you can't see the bonnet, and you only see the road from about 200 yards in front.
Yeah.
So turning corners is a nightmare. But also, when you're driving a car, like, you know, when you or I in a car turn a wheel and the car just turns.
Yeah.
In this one, every time you even think about turning the wheel, the whole thing just fishtails out. It's like that. So if you're playing on a controller, you're just trying to turn around a corner. It's like, wow! All the cars are all over the place. It's like, wow, too sensitive. So
Oh, that's like going back to 1990s driver sims, isn't it?
yeah, it's like if you want to overtake someone, you'll blip on the left stick and just careen off. It's like, no.
Yeah.
So I found if you push the stick forward and then just in your head visualise the left and right on the stick, because you're going like that with the controller knob, because you're not just going like that, you're going like this, is you turning the wheel. And you can do smaller movements, but I have found now one car that's a bit less fishtaily. It's a bit like all the cars are driving on ice. It's horrible. But I found one now that's a bit more stable. It's not quite this. So if you're driving around in the bog standard cars at the start of the game, don't worry, they're all terrible. The motorbikes aren't bad. I don't know. Good game. I am enjoying it. Anyway, I'm going to shut up for a while.
No, you carry on, mate. It's interesting.
You can talk about things now for a bit.
Yeah, right.
I need to get this thing finished off. What time are we on? 3:10. I can get it
3:10.
finished. I think I'll have this finished by tonight. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I'm just scuzzing or de-scuzzing a paintbrush at the moment.
God's my paintbrush.
So, yeah. I've still got my bike to finish. It's just in its sub-assemblies in the tub there.
Jolly good.
I opened the tub up the other day and I was like, holy moly, I've got so much stuff in there to paint.
Did you get the glue smell?
I did.
Yeah.
Proper waft of it and all.
Every time I open this tub with all my orcs, it's like, oh yeah, hello.
It was like, oh yeah.
It's I think it spends about a month. I think this glue just degasses for about 2 years. We'll all end up with like dementia or something when we get to like 75.
Oh yeah.
Edward says maybe it's old lady mode, Fox, for the driving. No, it really is. The stick is so sensitive. It's like most car games, or when you're driving in most games, it's if you go all the way left on the stick, you're not going to do a 90-degree turn in the car. But your instinct when you're turning is to move the stick all the way to the left or right, because that's how you do when you're walking around. So your car's just doing 90-degree corners. It's horrible. It's like driving on ice. So either you drive really slowly, and when you can't see, when you're low down in the car and you can't see anything that's within about 100 metres of the car, but not 100, about 10 or 20 foot, you can't see it at all.
Yeah.
So you try to turn around a corner, but you can't see the corner.
Yeah, that's not on, is it? Yeah.
And they've got this setting where if you turn your head to the left or right while you're driving, it instantly snaps you back to the middle. So turning around corners, the number of times I've clipped the curb, hit barriers, driven over pedestrians, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Proper dynamic moments then.
Yeah, but then you do get. I've had a couple of cars that have handled a bit better, and it does make driving around kind of fun.
There is a adapter that you can print for games controllers that's a steering wheel, and you click it on your games controller. Would that help you?
Nah, it's the game itself.
Okay.
It really is. If you just think about turning, you're fishtailed off into the desert.
Oh, right. So it's pretty biblical arse then.
Yeah, it's just like if you're trying to drive from the dashboard, if you're trying to drive with the first person view in the cockpit of the car, yeah. But I don't like driving from outside the car because it's rubbish. I like to be in the car. But I found one that handles a bit better now. It's a big off-road pickup truck with big chunky tyres. It's a bit more grippy. And some of the supercars in it are actually a bit more grippy as well, so they're not so bad. It could just be that I'm driving the cheap, shitty cars, of course. That's...
Yeah, I mean, if you're driving an old 1981 Skoda.
Well, I was driving one. I think the first car I got, it was quite a nice car, but it was like a big American saloon, so it was like fishtailing everywhere and like ocean-going suspension. And then I found a car, so I thought, I can't be bothered calling my car. I'll just take this car, because I didn't need to steal it. It was just there. Some cars you can just drive off.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like... It was like the old 1980s Fiat Panda 4x4. It was a tin box with a shouty engine.
Oh, really?
And it was like, this car was driving at first, this big saloon thing was like, it was dead quiet, and you could hear the gravel under the wheels, and as it goes over bump, you couldn't really hear any engine noise. This little thing, by contrast, was like, you could hear the engine, like twin-pot engine going at top whack. It's like, oh God, I can't drive this. It's 3 a.m. I'll be waking the mother up.
That sound effect you done just then reminded me of my Fizzy 50 motorbike. Oh, mate, it was proper sounded like the Crazy Frog, you know.
Oh, God. Yeah, but this little thing, I mean, they're all futuristic vehicles, but the little crappy cars sound like little crappy cars because they've got little tiny shouty engines. It's great. Dorcosaurus is in. Hello. Well, hello,
mate.
Colin, Fox, and everyone in Chatland, he says.
How the devil are you, mate? Hope you're all right.
Isn't the whole point of driving in video games to hit the pedestrians, or is that just GTA, says Retro Rabbit Studios?
Oh, it's like shooting games, isn't it? You've got to shoot the policemen and the children.
Yeah, that's just GTA. I mean, you can hit pedestrians, but, you know. It's a very pretty game. I do like it. I've not had many issues with it, to be perfectly honest. But they have fixed a lot of the issues with the game anyway. When it first, I don't know if you know, but when it first came out,
it was
like
yeah.
It was just broken, but it still is on the older consoles because it's not a game that's meant to be played on the Xbox One or the PS4.
Yeah, was
really.
it recalled or reworked? Something, wasn't it? There was a lot of people moaning about it.
It came out and it was just busted.
Yeah.
To the point that Microsoft says you might not want to buy this if you're playing on an Xbox One.
Really?
And Sony
that's unusual.
And Sony just pulled it off their marketplace completely after about a few weeks, and it wasn't available till they did lots of work on it.
God,
and even
there
on
was
PC,
some heads that rolled on that one.
Possibly. Even on PC, it was kind of balked. But then they did a massive patch about a month ago that kind of fixed a lot of the issues. It was because they just rushed it. Well, they didn't rush it, but they pushed it out before it was ready, basically.
Yeah. This is it. They thought of money, and
Yeah, I think some of the problem was that they were, unfortunately, they were trying to make it playable on not just PC on the modern consoles, but also on Xbox One and PS4.
yeah,
They can't cope with it. They're not. It's not a game for those consoles. If they hadn't factored those in and just gone for PC and then the current gen consoles, they probably would have not had as many problems. But because they had to try and make it fit on Xbox One and PS4.
yeah, it doesn't always work, does it?
No, I think developers need to stop counting those consoles now and just sack them off and design things for the current gen and PC.
Well, it's progress at the end of the day. You know, sooner or later you've got to cut off older tech, haven't you? I mean, no one likes it. You know, none of us like it when the PS6 will come out. They go, oh, I've only just bought this. But it's evolution at the end of the day, isn't it?
I mean, you get 5 or 6 years out of these things. It's not like you're going to complain about it.
Yeah, no. So,
I mean, you know, let's be honest. The PS4 and the Xbox One, they've been around for 6 years. 5 or 6 years out of a piece of consumer electronics. It's not bad. But at some point, though, it's like you have to stop considering the old consoles, because if I've got a console that can do a billion things and the old console can do a million things, and you make a game that works on the old console, then you're not giving me what I can do on my big spanking new console. You're catering to the lowest common denominator. I don't want that. I want all the pixels, and I want the best possible pixels you can give me.
well, if you're investing all that money in the newer tech, you want to see it supported. You want to see it at its full capability to justify your outlay.
Yeah. It normally does take a couple of years because there's always a crossover between the generations, but it's a sigh of relief when developers stop catering to the old consoles and just ignore them completely. Like Bethesda's new game, Starfield, is just current gen consoles and PC.
Yeah.
Well, just Xbox Series X and S. So they're not even doing the old consoles. So that should hopefully mean they can get the most out of it. Where's this other bit gone? Oh, there we go. So it's just the way it is. Put that there. Where's my other bit? There it is.
Having trouble with your bits?
Oh, get your bits in order. No, that bit that I cut off earlier on that was the wrong bit. It was the right bit for a different bit, but I have to make sure it's the right bit for this bit. Because there's 2 bits and they both have a bit each. I don't want to mix me bits. Mix me bits up!
Yeah, you don't want to mix your bits up, mate.
Slap your bits up.
I saw what you did there.
You see what I did there?
Yeah. Controversial. I saw what you did there.
It's money, that is. Do 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 do. Let's have a look and see what chat's doing. Dorkosaurus says, doing pretty good today. Got the carrots planted in the garden, started building my lettuce box.
Oh, good man.
Friend came over and we grilled Angus burgers and had fresh corn.
Oh, nice.
I want that life. Can I come and live with you, Dorkosaurus? Because that sounds like a life.
Yeah, that's a road trip, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just a peaceful life, growing eatables and making little boxes and eating. I'll be on my way. All I need is a comfy chair and an internet connection.
Well, if we end the stream now, I'll book a flight. Yeah.
Yeah. I've no idea where you are, but I'll get a ticket for it.
Oh, mate, we will find you.
We will find you and we will
We will use our nostrils of sniffingness.
Yes. Are you saying he smells?
No, if he's cooking a barbecue.
Is it smell or is it just a manly musk?
Manly musk.
Manly musk.
Lynx Africa.
Oh, dear Lord. I used to use Lynx body spray for a long time until I realised after about 8 hours it made you smell worse.
Yeah, it's like...
It really was, because I'd be like, at home, I'd get home from work and I'd be like, why do I smell like really rancid?
Yeah.
And it's not that I smell really rancid, it's like the spray just goes off under your, and it's like, oh, it goes really horrible when you've been sweating all day.
Dorkosaurus says, come on over, I've got a queen-size blow-up mattress for you. Wait, is that what they call them now?
Well, each, I hope.
Yeah.
I see what you just did there. Knew a girl like that once.
Yeah, I see what you did there. Available all week.
Here all week trying to fish. You've got a lot of video games to catch up on, you have, young lady.
I know.
What do you think you'll do first?
I honestly don't know, to be honest.
What would tickle your fancy? Something fast, something slow, something wandering around or shooting?
I would probably do a bit of Skyrim, actually, because I like...
Ooh.
Is it Skyrim, the one where you go trundling around having a looky-loo?
Yeah, and it's all dragons and
Yeah.
skeleton bobs and stuff.
I'd probably do that one. I've got it on my system there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Because you get hundreds of hours, thousands of hours out of that,
yeah,
just
I
pootling
kind
about.
of... I had gone through the initial bit where it starts up when you're in the back of the cart,
Yeah.
and I had set it
Hey,
up...
you're finally awake. Ugh.
Yeah, I'd set it up where I was an orc, and that was before I even started building orcs. And that's as far as I got. I thought, well, I've got it loaded. I know it works. I'll come back to it, and I haven't. And it's like...
Is that on your PC, yeah?
Yeah, it's on PC, mate. It's on this system here. So it's super quick.
I don't know if I'd call Skyrim a relaxing chill out game if you're doing an orc that hits everything. I don't know if that will quite work. But
Yeah, it's one of them.
It might
just want to go and have a good old nosy around, because I remember when I used to watch your Saturday stream.
I must get back to that.
It was interesting watching all the different scenery, and you like the gamers, the gaming programmers had to write all of that, didn't they? And I'm just like in awe
Whole word.
about even stuff like that is so perfectly done, and it's like, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the thing I have to remember is sometimes I can look at a game and think, oh, it's all right. It's not that great with the world that's been built. But then again, if someone's coming from the point of not having played the game for 20 years,
Yeah.
or, the last time they played a game, it was on, like, on your Sega or whatever,
Yeah.
then something like Skyrim would be a mind-blowing experience to go from, like, a platformer, 80s, 90s platformer to something like...
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
mean, I played a few.
I kind of take it for granted, but...
I played a few on PS2, like Grand Theft Auto and games like that, but
Yeah.
having seen the evolution of modern gaming,
Oh, yeah.
you sit there and you think, yeah, the graphics on that are really quite beautiful, and you're like...
It really is world building, isn't it?
Yeah, and that interests me. It stimulates me mind a bit, and it's like, yeah. So I will get round to it.
Well, that's why I like the kind of slow wandering around games. I'm not into like running around, fast-paced shooty stuff. I hate multiplayer. I'm not going to play with other people because screw that. Unless it's like a co-op game and I can play with my friends.
Yeah.
I'm not into multiplayer online shooting and no.
That don't appeal to me, because especially when you're a noob, it's like, well, you're going to have the world basically ripping you a new arsehole. Because you don't know the game. Well, we all have to learn at the end of the day. We all have to start somewhere. They had to, and I think if people weren't like that in the community, a lot more people would take it up.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you play for, and for me, stemming from the days when I had to work crappy jobs and I hated every minute of it.
Yeah,
video gaming in the last 20 years was an escape. I wanted to go to somewhere.
Yeah.
I was never really... I'm not a gamer that I go in and play and try and win things and stuff like that.
No.
I'm not into platformers and stuff. I want to be taken to a totally different world.
Yeah. I want to lose myself, basically.
Yeah, I want it to be a self-enclosed, self-contained world where I really am literally transported to a different place. I can take my time, wander around... I can have an adventure if I want to. I can get into combat and do exciting things, or I can just potter about. And it's just, it's an escape to a totally different world. And it's something that you couldn't really do before things like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 and Skyrim and stuff came along. It just wasn't
for
there
me, it's when there's days that I can't build at the bench through whatever reason.
Yeah.
It's one, it will be good to keep my hand-eye coordination and me, me dexterity and that. And also it's to stimulate your mind without actually you putting yourself under pressure because you're having a crap day and you can't build anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do get pressure sometimes in games.
Yeah,
you might do
a
quest or a mission that's hard, but that's it's a voluntary thing. You're not
absolutely. That's through choice, not through real issue, should we say?
Although you would have to be very, very strict on yourself to actually get up and walk around. Because trust me, you start playing Skyrim, I will admit there will have been days when I will have started playing Skyrim or Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 at say 10 in the morning.
Oh, right,
and then I've gone for a wee, and it's 7 at night.
Yeah, yeah. See, I'd have to religiously get up and trundle around.
You'd have to set yourself an alarm every hour just to. But I do it to go to a place that's not the place I'm. You know, it's an escape to a different
it's
world.
an escape. That's the word I was looking for, or the phrase.
Yeah,
For me,
and
it's
that-
a sense of escapism from the fact that I might be having a crappy day with me elf, and I can't do what I wanted to do. So yeah.
And for me, like a linear game where go there, shoot that, do this, doesn't really do that for me anymore.
No.
A game where it's just a world, it's like I say, a self-contained world.
Yeah, it's a fantasy world.
Yeah,
you know,
I can run around, I can do what I want, potter about, explore.
Yeah, you're not under
just
no
enjoy it.
pressure to complete the level. You can go and have a bloody good nose
Yeah.
at what's around you in your environment. Now, I find that just enough to bring you down almost, because I find when I have days where I can't do this, I take it quite badly, as you know, because you've been on the receiving end of my demons. You know what I can get like.
Yeah, when you can't do the thing you enjoy doing,
Yeah,
it's frustrating as bollocks. Basically.
I get as frustrated as arseholes, I really do. And if that can allow me to escape that mode that I get myself into, then to me that's worth doing, and that's what I need to discover.
And the thing with Skyrim is, add into Skyrim, of course, the beautiful, beautiful music that accompanies you on the game. Trust me, you won't be turning the music off.
No,
you won't. There's a few clunkers in there, but for a lot of it, the music just is perfect. It really is.
Yeah.
A relaxing game, and that's why, for example, it sounds really stupid, but when I play Fallout 4, I have the mod that fixes the walking speed to actual walking speed.
Oh, right, yeah, I've got a load of mods on the system.
Yeah.
There was a load you said to get, and I can't remember what they were for the life of me.
Yeah, I think I sent you a list. They were the Xbox ones, but there's been similar. But it's like in Skyrim, you can't do that, sadly. But, you know, if you push forward on the stick a bit more, you run. But in Fallout, there's a mod where you can set the walking speed to a quarter of normal.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which means that if you push forward on the stick all the way, you literally walk at human walking speed.
Yeah.
Which is ambling. So I'm more than happy to walk through the world of Fallout 4 at human walking speed.
Yeah.
It can take me 10 minutes just to get from one end of the street to another. But I love it because I can look at the scenery and listen to the sounds.
Almost like real time, isn't it? Or as near as damn it. And that's what you're trying to do at the end of the day. You're trying to explore it in real time.
And you see all the landscape and stuff that you never noticed before because you're running through it like a superhuman.
Absolutely. And
sadly,
I get fascinated by that because every leaf, every rock, everything is as it should be. And I admire that because that's a lot of programming skill gone into that.
So yeah, I think you'd enjoy them, not for the game itself, but just for the freedom it brings, like Skyrim and Fallout.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do with it. You know,
Cyberpunk's got a bit of that. It's an open world like city, but it's very shallow. It's like a mile wide and an inch deep. It's not like a living, breathing world really. You've got the sort of linear quests to do and side quests. It's like it's like Skyrim, very, very light. Basically, it's not quite as engaging as a world, but it's engaging in itself. Like if you go into Skyrim, most buildings you can go in and there's things in there happening. But
I honestly don't know whether I've got Fallout. Let's have a look.
Fallout 4, Fallout.
Yeah, you got me curious now.
I think you got 4. I'm sure you got both of them actually.
Yeah, let's have a look on me Steam drive.
I think if you get the Fallout 4 Game of the Year version, you get Fallout 3 with it anyway. I think.
Yeah, I've got Skyrim, Elder Scrolls. Where else are they? Let's have a look.
I'll have it while you're having a look. I'll see what chat's doing.
Fallout 4 I've got, yeah.
Oh, there you go. There are versions that come with Fallout 3, but I don't know if you have that.
No. I've got the whole Halo collection.
Oh, yeah. Edward Leonard says, I have this steering wheel and shifter, brake pedal, clutch and gas pedal on a frame setup that folds and unfolds, and I used it twice because it's heavy. By the time I set it up, I don't feel like playing. Yeah.
Elite Dangerous, got that as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely go for Skyrim. Got to have a play.
Yeah. Skyrim, it's just... Get all the mods in there so you can have all the beautiful trees and greenery and stuff.
Yeah.
And the beauty of Skyrim is that not only is it an engaging world just to pootle through, you know, just to wander around. Because there's always a dungeon or a cave or something you'll come across and you can explore.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you go through it slowly and not running everywhere, a single building can take an hour just to clear the bandits out.
So are you in a situation, say for instance you're having a trundle, and something comes out and shoots you, do you have to start all over again, or can you just carry on and all of that?
Well, in Skyrim, there's two things you can do. There's the storyline quests. I mean, it's all quests, basically. You go through the starting of the game where it's all prescripted and you run through the village and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you come out of the sewers and the guy says, right, I'll meet you here, go in this village. And as soon as you come out of the underground bit, that's it. The whole world is your oyster. You can go anywhere in the whole world at that point, do whatever you want.
Brilliant.
You can follow the storyline quests, or you can just go off and do side quests.
Yeah.
And you can go back to the storyline whenever you want. Sometimes you might do a few storyline missions, which will kind of progress you through the basics of how to do stuff.
Yeah.
Or you can just go off and... It's all about leveling up, though. And, you'll at the start of the game, you walk into an area and everybody be like far too heavy level. You can't fight them.
Yeah.
But as you wander around the world... you're wandering through the world. You'll encounter random encounters because you'll be walking along and you'll stumble across a load of bandits who obviously will attack you, and you can either run away or fight them. You walk along and there might be a cave. You can go in there. There might be some bandits or some monsters to fight. You might come across a small settlement and there'll be a shop and a pub and things like that. But while you're still at the start low level, you might come across some bandits who will just hand you your ass completely.
Yeah.
Because you're only like level 2 and they're level 12 or something.
Yeah.
But that's the fun. You just think, I've overstepped my bounds. I need to do a few more. If you do a few more storyline levels just to get yourself leveled up. And
Yeah.
But then you pick up quests in the environment. You might walk into a village and there'll be like 3 people in that village that can give you a quest, different quests. If you go into any bar or tavern, you can ask the barman what the gossip is and they'll give you a randomised...
Right, yeah.
A randomised, like, fetch quest. Go to this cave and kill these bandits. It's usually various cave
and off you go.
bandits.
You get a few extra bits and bobs and
Yeah.
Oh,
But that's the beauty of it. You can play it however you want. You can just do the storyline missions, or you can do... It's basically storyline missions, quests, and there's like hundreds of side quests which are nothing to do with the storyline, but they're just given to you by people in the village. So you talk to everybody you come across.
Yeah.
Talk to everybody in a village and somebody will give you quests. There's so many good quests. So many good quests. There's so much in that game. I mean...
Well, folks, if you don't see Festa for the next 6 months... Yeah, you know what he's
You could stream it.
discovered.
You could stream it. Festa plays Skyrim.
Oh dear, yeah.
It'd be fun watching. You'd be like, what the hell am I doing? Are you playing it keyboard and mouse or controller?
Controller.
Oh, good lad. It's a bit easier.
Yeah, I've got an Xbox controller and a PSX controller.
Yeah, go for your Xbox controller. Much easier on the hands.
Yeah, it's funny. Vincent said that when I got it. He said, "Yeah, it'd be easier for you." He said because of your issues.
Yeah. But I think Xbox controllers just work better on PC with less hassles than PS controllers anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you'd like it just because you can do whatever you want. And the leveling, the thing about Skyrim as well is the leveling system is very simple.
Yeah.
You do stuff in the world. Every now and then you'll level up. You go up one level.
Yeah.
You'll get a skill point you can put into a tree, and you go into the skill point thing, and you can put points into different aspects.
Yeah.
But a lot of games at the start will say, do you want to be an archer or a mage or a sword person or a shoot sword? What do you want to be? Yeah. But in Skyrim, you can do anything. Because you can play the game for 200 hours with sword and shield.
Yeah.
And then think, you know what, I want to do archery for a bit. So you'll get a bow. And you'll be absolutely crap. But after using the bow for a while, you get better. And you level up all the skills. So you're not fixed to being sword and shield or being magic, and you can do whatever you want. And the more you do something, the better you get at it.
This could be
Hello,
fun.
Mama Fox.
Oh my God, Festa doing gaming. Oh my God, what possibly could go wrong?
Oh, hello, Mama Fox.
Hello, Mum.
Colin says hello, Mum.
Hello.
Hello. But that's the beauty of it. Like I say, I played one of my playthroughs of Skyrim. I was an archer for like 200 or 300 hours, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to try swords for a bit because I don't really do swords. I'm a ranged up, so I just picked up a sword and a shield, and I had no points in swords and shields and stuff. And I just started playing with that, and I'm leveling up as I go along, and I'm putting points into sword work and shield work, and it's just you can change your playstyle halfway through. You don't have to do any of it. You can do magic or swords or archery. I find if you want a relaxing time, archery is the best way for relaxing because you can do ranged combat, so you can be far away and sneak around and take people out from the shadows.
Yeah.
If you're doing swords or magic, you've kind of got to get up and personal.
Yeah.
And if it's like if a building's got 20 bandits in it, that's 20 lots of fighting. So
it's
a
if
little
you're
less
first
relaxing.
learning, it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, whichever way you want to do it, you might find that relaxing. But like I say, you can change halfway through. But I think you'll like it. Get a load of mods to make all the landscape beautiful, and you'll be well having a fun time.
Yeah, I'll have to sit here one night and just put all the mods in.
Yeah. Where are we up to? Oh, you need to be typing. Scale Model Muse sneaks in to hug Colin. Back to work.
I've already typed in earlier on a big hugs to Muse, but I will do another one.
She never says hugs to me.
Doesn't she? Oh, no. Lamekins.
I'm not here, apparently. Edward Lennon says, I have to plant my garden, also just tomatoes and some thyme and Thai basil this year. Hi, Muse. I have corn, okra, 4 types of tomatoes, sweet peppers, jalapenos, radishes, onions, carrots, green beans, lima beans, butter beans, and tomorrow I'm planting yellow wax beans, says Dorcosaurus. It's a lot of beans.
It's a serious amount of beans.
I don't use the horse in Goats of Tsushima. I just walk everywhere, says Rabbit. When I'm playing Skyrim, I just walk everywhere. I tend not to use fast travel. And when I'm doing Fallout 4, I just walk everywhere. But Fallout 4, I do at walking speed. I wish I could do that in Cyberpunk, but there's no way to walk at walking speed without just pushing the stick halfway. But then it's really horrible to half push a stick. Yeah, in Fallout 4, I can push the stick all the way, and I'm only walking at quarter speed. But never mind.
I'll have to do that tomorrow. Sit and have a play.
Yeah. Fox, Oddworld 2 has 2 new games out. Maybe some reboot, I don't know, because I don't have them. One is New and Tasty, and the other is Soulstorm. I've not played Oddworld games since the late 90s, early 2000s. Abe's Odyssey. Hi, I'm Abe. Their drink was made of Mudokon bones. I used to love that game. I'm not really a platformer nowadays. So I'm more slow in exploring, but yeah, Abe's Exodus, Abe. That's going back a long way, that. I used to love the sligs. These creatures, I can't explain a slig. You'd have to look up sligs. They look great.
It's one for Google, is it?
Yeah. It's an old platform game. Paul Di Tommaso says, in Skyrim, I've tried to do every quest possible.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah. It is possible to do all the quests except the Radiant quests, because they never actually end. The ones you get from the barkeep that says, the Jarl's men left this note behind, they're just like randomly generated. They go on forever, so you'll never do all those. But yeah. It's quite good though. They'll try and give you a quest for an area. They'll try and tell you to go somewhere that you haven't been, which is nice. So many caves and buildings and structures and tombs.
So really, to get the most out of stealthy crawling around, it's got to be the Khajiit character then, isn't it? Really?
Doesn't need to be, because as you go along playing, you can put points into stealth and stuff. Each race does have different traits.
Yeah.
For example, Khajiit have a night vision ability.
Oh right, yeah.
Which actually isn't very good at all. It's not worth it. And they have hella melee attack with unarmed. If they're unarmed, they can whoosh, like that.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're no different for stealth any other character. If you're going stealthy, then when you're playing, you start putting points into light armor.
Yeah.
Because light armor's quiet, and you put points into sneak because you get sneaks. You'll see when you go in, if you go into the menu and go into, I can't remember what it's called, the up option, you get all the different the signs of the zodiac, as it were.
Oh right,
and each one of the star signs, different things like sneak, pickpocketing, lockpicking, one-handed, two-handed swords, shields, magic, destruction magic. The other types of magic. So each skill is where you put your points. Every time you level up, you get a point, and you can put it into one of those skills. And each skill has like 7 or 8 steps in it.
Yeah.
So like archery might be, the first one is do 25% more damage. The second one is you can zoom a bit better.
Yeah.
the next point might be it's quicker to equip your bow, things like that. And you can put the points wherever you want, and there's no level caps. You can level and level and level over and over and over and over.
Right, yeah.
So eventually you could play it long enough and have points in everything and be good at everything. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
But if you wanted to do a sneaky build, it doesn't really matter what you play as, to be honest. Although I just like Kashyyyk because it's cat dudes.
Yeah, yeah.
And there are mods to make better looking cat dudes.
And you can do the voice as well.
Hey, Skiverbutt! Trollbait!
Yeah, it did take me a while to realise that, yeah.
Yeah, if you did play as a Kashyyyk, I would expect you to get all the mods that make your Kashyyyk look pretty.
Oh, really? Okay.
And you need to look fluffy. And I would expect you to practice your Kashyyyk voice.
Ah.
Because you'd have to talk as your character. It's the law. If you're a Kashyyyk, you've got to do your Kashyyyk voice as you're playing. You've got to be like, I do not think this man wants to give me any money. I must kill him now.
I do not think I'm doing very well.
That's more like, hey, Nubian, huh?
Yeah.
I happen to have a chance at Cuba.
It sounded like a mafia boss, didn't it? It's like, yeah.
It sounds like that floating thing in that Star Wars film that doesn't exist. Tell you what, you do the pod race today and I will give you the child if you win. Oh, that really hurt my throat. What was his name? Sebulba? No, not Sebulba. Where are we? Tsushima's Ghost of Tsushima says, Edward, is a beautiful looking game. It certainly is. I did plant sweet basil today, says Dorkosaurus, or to our American cousins, basil.
Yeah.
It's basil. I love basil, but last year it went. I think that comment. Oh, it went nuts and I had so much. You planted too much basil. Mama Fox we got what's called a veg shrub, which is like a wooden thing you built that goes at the side of the house.
Yeah.
And you put soil and you plant herbs and things in it. She planted a load of herbs in it and then got bored of it the next year, and now it's just got plants in it.
Oh.
And one of them smells really nice and can be edible, but I don't know which one it is and I don't want to take any risks. Rabbit says, I really enjoyed Sundered Eldritch Edition, awesome second platform game that changes the map every time you die. Oh god, really? Yeah, if you die in Skyrim, you just go back to your last save point.
Oh dear.
Last, because the one rule with Skyrim and Fallout is save all the time.
Yeah, constantly do it, because that way, yeah, you haven't, yeah.
I mean, it auto saves when you rest or going through a door and things like that.
Oh right, yeah.
So if I walk in through a door and a guy kills me, then it'll probably save me, it'll probably reload me just before I went in the door, probably. Yeah. Or it might reload me just to walk in the door, in which case I'm screwed. But you can save multiple saves. You just save all the time.
Oh, that's cool.
It's always good to have a couple of saves on the go, because if you fall into a little bit of the landscape and get stuck, which will happen occasionally.
Yeah, you can
get stuck in a bit. Stuck in a bit of geometry and you can't get out. Sligs have the best chatter on the planet, says Edward Leonard. The only line I can remember from the original Oddworld game is Sligs going, "Get him, get him," and going when they kill you. They're like a little lizard creature, but they've got like a hand for a mouth.
Oh right.
So they've got like a head with an eye, and then these tentacles over the mouth, and like a sleeve that goes over that bit, and then they've got robot legs. The Sligs are great. Get him, get him, get him. They were Sligs.
Yeah, I'll have to have a sit and a load up and install all me mods and everything, and yeah, make a start, I think.
Edward says, Fox, platform games are also like open world games. You can play as slow as you want. No, I like to have a world. This is the weird thing, but for me, half of the fun of playing like Skyrim or Fallout is just looking at the world as I'm walking around.
Yeah.
Like looking at the way the light reflects off the chrome trim on a wrecked vehicle in Fallout, or the way the sunbeams, God rays come through a tree in Skyrim and things like that, and just watching like fish jumping over a weir in Skyrim, standing on the side of a river where there's a bit of a weir, the water drops down a little bit, and the fish are the salmon are just jumping up. Yeah, against the tide to jump up river.
Yeah, it just makes it look more real. It brings that tranquility, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially when combined with the gorgeous soundtrack. Oh. Watto, that's it, Watto. Hey, Nubian, I happen to have a chance to cube. Paul Di Tommaso says, press Shift and 4. We want to see what happens. What? Shift and 4. Who needs to press Shift 4? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Bless him. Tell you what, Paul, you press Shift and Shift plus 4, and we'll see what happens.
What does Shift and 4? No, it just says Shift and 4, not Shift and F4. Shift and 4. La, 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 la.
Like he's on about the game.
I don't know. I'm lost. Paul Di Tommaso says it just jumped. Hey, Dork. Yeah, it's really frustrating not having enough funds to do things. We hope as well it will improve. Thanks, man. Because Dorkosaurus says, hi, Paul. I hope things get better for you soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, struggling a bit still, aren't you, buddy? People are talking about herbs and things still, I think. I chopped it up and put it in ice cube trays with a little water. I think we're talking about basil now, I think. Rabbit's still not finished Fallout 4 yet. I really should get around to it someday soon. I have the habit of like getting halfway through the campaign, then just wandering off, and then I never finish the campaign. It took me 2 years to finish Fallout 3. It was literally a week of playing the campaign, and then like a year and a half, 2 years of just wandering about, and then I finished the campaign.
Yeah, but although actually, it's one of them, isn't it? You can have a wander around, explore the scenery, and why not?
Well, with Fallout 3, the problem was that when they first released it, you got to the end and that was it, game over.
Yeah.
It was about a year later they said, oh, actually, here's some DLC that when you finish the game, there's like you can carry on. Yeah. Somebody's like, I finished the game and that's it. I have to start a new game. What? I wanted to explore the world.
Yeah.
So they came under a bit of flack for that. So they did some DLC that you finish the game and then you wake up in a hospital bed and you can carry on exploring the world. I was like, okay. Haven't said goodnight, everyone. Said it jumped. Wendy, haven't said goodnight, everyone. Take care, be safe, and look after yourselves. Hugs.
Yeah, you take care, Wendy. My darling Wendy. Thank you for coming in and joining us too. That was nice to see you.
Rabbit says, remember to write directly to register 13 of Windows for the best results when programming. What? I have no idea. We see a notice on screen right now saying group layout, press Shift plus 3. Oh, is that something on that you're transmitting that in your Stream Labs or something?
Got no idea.
Are you going through Stream Labs?
Oh yeah, I'm going through Streamlabs OBS, mate.
Group layout, press Shift plus 3 is what apparently they can see.
Yeah, I know. I can see it myself, but I don't know why. I've got no idea. Yeah, I've got no idea. So sorry.
How weird.
Unless it's something on YouTube. Has it disappeared yet? Unless it's something on YouTube, but yeah.
Don't know. It sounds like kind of prompt you get in Streamlabs, but I don't know what it will be.
Yeah. No, I've just opened Streamlabs and there's nothing on screen, mate. Huh. I could screen share it, but there's nothing on screen, mate.
No, I've no idea what it is. I don't know what it was. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Quirks of things.
Yeah, it might just be that my mouse was resting on the YouTube screen rather than this one.
Ah, could be. Oh, yeah, could be. Could be. Where are we?
Yes, my mouse was on the other
It's
screen.
gone now. It's gone now, Paul. Oh, yeah, your mouse might have been hovering over something. There you go.
Yeah, no.
It's gone now, says Paul. Cool. Yeah, so I think you'd like Skyrim. Just for the freedom to wander about and do what you want.
Absolutely.
Once you've got past the first few story missions. You can join different factions.
It's just got to be worth doing, isn't it? I will get round to it.
Yeah, good girl.
It's just one of those, because I have such a limited time at the bench at the moment. It's like, do I build the models or do I do the game? You know what I mean? Perhaps on a day where I can't do anything at the bench, then do the gaming, So
I'd probably suggest I'd do it the way that I myself do, which is I'd love to sit there and play games all day, but I know I can't. But when there are days when you just we all get the day when you really can't face sitting at the bench. You've just got no mojo at all, or your creativity. Maybe you're just like, I've got no creative urge. I can't think. I'm trying to think of a colour scheme and I can't come up with it or whatever. Just think, well, there's no point trying to force it. If I'm not feeling it, do something else.
Yeah.
And if there's something else is playing a game for a few hours or a day, then
yeah. See, normally my something else is edit video and things like that. But if I replace them,
that's not necessarily relaxing, though, is it? You could
exactly.
Sometimes you just want to chill out, chill the f out, with some sort of chillation type stuff. How's that supposed to attach?
Exactly. I could sit and press shift on F3.
Where does this attach? It attaches to my ass. Doesn't really attach. Oh, is it attached to the armour? Oh, it attaches to the armour. Ah, right.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, attach your armour.
Retro Rabbit says, I bought a new bottle of Tamir Extra Thin today, so begins the new old bottle of Sprue Goo. Oh, yes.
Ooh, yes.
We all have a bottle of Sprue Goo.
We do indeed. Indeed we do.
Man's best friend, mate.
I've just literally picked up a thing and now I don't know where it's gone. I don't know where I put it, and I've just literally had it in my hand like 5 seconds ago. What?
That's a conspiracy. Not on your instructions, is it?
No. There's 2 armour pieces and I literally picked one up. I don't know where it's gone.
Carpet monster?
Oh no, there it is. It's rolled under the sprue and I couldn't quite see it. Again.
It's a conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy, Fox.
Yep, hidden under this. The Illuminati confirmed.
Absolutely.
Illuminati confirmed. So that goes on there. Where does this gun attach then? Yeah, does it attach? I don't know. It attaches to that somehow. Which way round? I love it when it shows it only in one way, so you can see.
Yeah, you sit there and you're like,
you can. It attaches to this point on the bike, but doesn't tell me which bit of the rifle that is attaching it to. On the bike. Not quite confusion confirmed.
This bike is one of your most hated builds, isn't it?
No, it's just challenging. Enjoyably, in a way.
It has its moments, doesn't it?
I'll give you moments. I'll give you moments. Bake. I'll give you bake. Now this complicates things. You've got these guns mounted on the front forks.
Yeah.
If I put them on before I paint it, that makes things a little bit more tricky and complicated.
You've got me curious now. I've got to get my Citadel box out and see what.
Yeah, I didn't count.
Contents are in there.
I didn't count on these guns being on the forks. That makes painting a bit more. If I glue them on now, it makes things a bit more tricky.
Oh.
I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I can still get to everything. No, we might be all right.
Perfect opportunity to stand.
You stand for a minute. You stand for a minute, love. Please be standing.
I am not hooked on orcs, honest.
Not at all in any way, shape or form, young lady.
I blame you. I blame you for everything. It's all your fault.
I accept responsibility for nothing. I'm going to glue these on and, consequences be damned. What's the worst that can happen?
Holy
Fiddly
shit, I didn't realise there was that much in there.
Let's see. Let me put you on full screen, hang on.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think there's a slight issue?
How deep does it go? Is it turtles all the way down?
There's stuff underneath as well in there.
Oh god.
There's
and
dudes.
this is just dudes. Let's not forget all the other vehicles and things you've got going on.
Big dudage. There's vehicles under here.
Oh god. Watch out for that one's base sticking out there. There you go.
Got them dudes, and then there's other bits of trike. Yeah, there's my trike. But
Oh yeah, much less pre-assembled than mine.
holy moly!
Oh dear Lord!
Look at that lot! Bloody hell! There's the forks. Oh my God!
Fork handles,
Handles for forks.
and that's not even including the big things that are on shelves.
Oh no! I've got insane blade. I've got up on the top. I've got me trike. I've got me battle wagon still.
Yeah, battle wagon. You got your big squig,
I've got me big squig. I've got me
little squigs.
Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Valkyrie Wasbomb Dackerjet. That
Oh
needs
God, I forgot about the Dackerjet.
that needs chipping. I've got the kill rig, which has got to that level, ready
Yep.
for doing all the weathering with the scratches and all of that gubbins.
Yeah, let's have a look at that head on the top. Let me
What head?
the on the top the machinery head. See the
What him?
yeah, I love the face on it. Not on the dude. I mean on the actual the big skull thing. That's cool. That is.
Getting there, isn't it?
Big metal jaws and everything. Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And obviously obligatory bit of raggy.
Of course.
And sewn raggy.
Yeah, and let's not forget, of course, you've got a stomper in the box somewhere you've not built yet.
Yeah,
you've
I've
got
a
grot tanks.
stomper. Oh,
Grot
grot
tanks.
tanks. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What else is up there?
One day there'll be a squig off. One day.
Yeah, I've got the Wasbomb. I've got to chip the Valkyrie. Obviously, insane blade.
Yeah.
I know.
I think you've just seen your life flash before your eyes on the.
I honestly didn't realise there was that much still to paint. I only thought I had a set of Alt Boys, but I got all these other ones that I bought, didn't I?
You're like, hang on a minute.
That's the one thing I want to learn really to get good at is doing these guys.
Oh yeah.
Because when I see some of the guys that are doing these miniatures, it's like, holy moly.
Yep.
So
Rinse and repeat. Copy and
Hence-
watch and copy.
hence why they're all going to get primed and that, but I've deliberately left them because my painting skills I'm still learning.
What are you gonna? Because I know you're kind of waiting. You wait until you're confident enough and happy enough to do it. But what are you going to? You're gonna have to paint something, obviously, before you get to that point.
What's
What
that?
do you think you're gonna? Well, there's a few projects where you're like, I'm leaving that unpainted until I'm happy that I'm good enough. But you're gonna have to start with something. Where do you think you're gonna start? What do you think you'll start with first? I mean, you've got the bits you've painted already.
Yeah, I don't know. All of my paint jobs have got to the finishing point where the level that I'm at. And to take them to that next level, I need to play with washes and
Explosives. Oh no.
and you know streaking and things like that. Because I haven't done it a lot, I'm kind of holding back until we've done Lehman Russ.
Oh, yeah.
So that I can learn them techniques. Because
We need
like
to do that.
for me to do the streaking on that, I would have to practice on this piece. Whereas I would rather make the mistakes with the Lehman Russ so I can dunk it,
Yeah.
and then I can take them skills learnt from that and apply it to this, the
makes
battle
sense.
wagon. All the builds I've done so far have all got to this first layer of chipping stage. Mm-hmm. Because that's the level I'm at the moment.
Yeah, we need to do that. We need to sort
So
that
I
out.
can't go to the next stage. I know you've said before, oh, you need to finish stuff. Yeah, but how can I finish it when I haven't learnt the technique? Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. We need to do that then.
I'm pretty much get all my builds, as you've noticed.
Yes.
They all have their initial wash. They'll have a bit of agrax, they'll have a bit of chipping, and then I move on and do the next lot. And then they get to that stage. Because that's as far as I know how to paint them at the moment. I haven't got to that next stage where I can get to the final finishing bits and really go to town on it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why, you're seeing me move around from build to build. It's like the squig. He's got
Developing
his-
your stash.
Yeah, he's got his base colours done. But to do all of those little folds and all the different shades. I haven't learned that yet. So I can only go to like base colour and maybe the next shade, and then I stop and go, right, I need to learn how to do all these different blends and stuff. And
we need to sort that out then, don't we? I don't
And
know when we're going to do that, but
no, that's why I'm doing the work in progress shelf, so that I'll have a shelf full of these done. But then I can then pick them off and then start applying them new techniques. I mean, I haven't chipped Wazbomb or the Valkyrie yet because I didn't do the chipping at the time. So
Yeah.
I can go back to them and bring them to this stage. So, yeah, I've got variety, but it's my techniques are at a certain level at the moment, and I can't progress any further on the builds. Does that make sense?
it's just it's like a confidence and knowledge. You just need to get there.
Yeah, once I've had a
You
go,
need to
look
get
at
your
the
hand in.
chipping. Yeah, look at the chipping.
Yeah.
Once I've done it a few times, it's like, I'll get it now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we need to sort that out then. I don't know, obviously, when
That's
I
a
can
win,
schedule. My option is basically.
Because I know you've got builds that you need to do for e-models and things like that. So,
Oh, yeah, we've all got stuff we need to do.
you know,
but
we can do Lehman Russ either on Frolics or Warhammer Sunday. It's whatever, but I'm cool at the moment. There's no rush, but that explains why I'm flitting from build to build at the moment.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't do it on the Friday Frolic because there's no point in me showing you how I do it when we've got award-winning, golden demon-winning Cy Reynolds sat with us.
Yeah.
We could just sit here and learn from him, but
Absolutely, Edward's going, no learning until we do it, just do it. Yeah, not been funny, I'm not going to crap up half my builds, mate, and have to redo them all.
well, it's twice the painting fun. I think now.
So,
We'll have to
yeah,
figure it out because it's like
we can figure it out, because it's
Yeah.
like things like Insane Blade and Warlek and things like that.
Oh God, I forgot about the Warlick. Oh Jesus
You know,
Christ!
they're
I
all
forgot about that.
they're all paint jobs that I can start, but I will only be able to go so far on them because
Yeah.
it's the closing stages of the finishing that I want to explore. So the more projects I've got at that stage where I can explore it, the better. Hence why a lot of the stuff I'm painting goes to that stage, so I can start small. If I have to dettle one of them, that's not a problem to me. But if I had to dettle the Insane Blade, I'd be breaking my heart, wouldn't I?
You wouldn't be able to dettle that anyway.
You know, so the more builds I've got that are to the stage where I want to practice what I'm now going to learn, the better, isn't it? Because there's a variety then.
Yeah. I just need to figure out what
What
will be a good slot for me working around Mama Fox. It's probably either going to be a late night job like this, but whether I can do this more than once a week, I don't know. Or it might be a morning slot because Mama Fox doesn't get up till like 1 or 2 in the afternoon anyway.
Absolutely, we can sort something out.
Yeah. Might be like a morning thing or something, I don't know.
Edward Leonard says, yeah, the Insane Blade, that's your bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of them, you know. And of course, you've got the Warlick, we've got the Stompers, you know, I've got
Stompers.
alt trucks and all sorts. So I've got enough paint jobs that I can be painting to this level. But obviously, to go to that final stage is the next stage of development, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm cool because at the end of the day, I'm under no rush.
Yeah,
But-
it's the good thing. It's just silly good fun, isn't it? There's no
Absolutely.
It's not like you're obligated for anything. It's just fun time.
No, and I
Right.
enjoy that variety because I can flip between builds.
Very important question.
Yeah.
I've got 3 fuel cans. Do I want Explodey Bernie, Lightning Strike, or Pointy Arrow?
Explodey Bernie.
Explodey Bernie, good lad. No, that's what I'll do.
I mean, I wouldn't have the option. I'd have to put them all on there because...
Yeah, I probably do have to, I probably can actually put the others somewhere. I can use some plastic card to make straps. It's just whichever one the grot is holding that's refilling it.
Edward says I wouldn't know where
I
to
don't-
start. Yeah.
Oh, I don't actually have a choice. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the Insane Blade. But again, it's one of those, I remember saying months ago to Fox, I ain't ready to start it yet. I want
You
to
want to be-
explore all the different learning bits and get
You want
comfortable.
to
and-
feel ready, don't you? You'll be like, I'm ready now.
Yeah, and it's one of
You'll know
those.
when you're ready.
Yeah, you'll know when you're ready because you can apply all of those learny things to it, and it deserves that. And at the moment, yeah.
You'll know when you're ready because you'll be like, right, I'm 65 now, and it's about time I paint this bloody thing because the number of things you've got to paint.
Mate, if I started it tomorrow, I'd be 65 and only halfway across the rope bridge, wouldn't I? Let's be honest.
Right, well, even though I asked you which fuel can to go for, the guy's actually already got the fuel can in his hand anyway, and it's an explodey one, which happens to be. So
Oh, happy days. There you go.
I'll have to put the other ones elsewhere on the vehicle somewhere.
But no, I've got, like I say, I've got a hell of a lot I can get on and do. You know, I've got Valkyrie, I can chip that. I've got the Waz bomb up there, that's going to come down. Be chipped.
Where's bomb?
I can't even remember whether I started chipping the Orc battle wagon. I can't honestly remember. It's been so long.
Don't know. I can't remember myself, to be honest.
So, yeah, I'll have to dig that down. Because I've got to have a move round in here because below the Warhammer shelf, I want to have a shelf of work in progress where I can put all of these builds without keep knocking them as I'm moving them around and that.
That will indeed be the world's biggest shelf. The biggest shelf ever created by man.
It's taken up...
Festa's work in progress shelf.
It's going to take up two... Well, the finished ones is going to be 2 shelves. The work in progress shelf, it sounds bigger than it is actually, but there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 big builds that are in progress.
And then all the dudes in that box. And
Yeah, but that's your hobby box, isn't it? That's
let's not mince words. A year from now, there'll be another 5 things you've built and not finished painting.
And
Because you know what's going to happen.
I've got the grot tanks. Don't forget, I've also got a Forge World war trike as well.
Oh God, yeah, I forgot about that. You've got to build that one.
Yeah, Wendy kindly sent me. Bless her.
Yep. I've got that cat dude head to paint from that. Maybe what we should do is at some point do a stream where I'm building painting my cat dude, and you're painting your war trike, or building your war trike. A Wendy's gift stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why not? I'll dig them out.
Yeah. But let's be honest. With the best intentions and plans in the world, a year from now you'll have like 5 extra kits you didn't plan on. You know it. There'll be like another 5 things. That would be an
ecumenical matter.
That would be an ecumenical matter.
I mean, when I look at the stuff I've still got to build, it's like, holy moly. I mean, I've got a massive great box in the stash room just with Warhammer in it.
This is correct.
You know, it's like...
And let's factor in the times that H might be like, go and buy yourself something to cheer yourself up. There you go. You've been good all month.
Oh, absolutely.
And you'd be like, oh, no, don't tell me to go and do that. Oh, I've bought Forge World.
Well, I've got all that steampunk Warhammer stuff as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so you may get encouragement from H occasionally, which means you'll be forced to go off and buy things.
Oh, yeah, I've said to her, you know, if you want to buy me stuff, just get me that, because it's you know, all stuff for the live streams at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Paul D. Tommaso's off. He says his eyes
Take
are
care,
heavy
Paul.
and drooping. Time to head off to bed. Catch you later, geese.
Sleep well, buddy. Take care.
We'll
Thank you for
probably
coming
be
in.
on till what, 4:30?
Yeah, whenever you want, buddy.
No, I'm just wondering, thinking of where you want to finish, mate. That's good enough.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll get this guy done.
Yeah.
What time are we on now? 4:15? Give it another unit of time.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I'll shout when I'm falling asleep.
No problem. I'm all right. I'm just having a breather at the moment.
Yeah, go for it. Let's have a look at chat. Where are we up to?
Paul D. Tommaso was the last one I read, mate, where he was going to bed.
We're up to date then.
Yeah.
That's all right then.
Folks just saying goodbye to Paul there.
Edward Lennon says about the Insane Blade, I wouldn't know where to start. It's more of a nightmare than the gargantuan Squigoth. And he also says to me, yes, more is the answer, Fox.
It's one of those, because don't forget, with the Insane Blade, Edward, there's electronics to go in it as well.
Oh, God, yeah.
I've got the lights, the turrets are going to move and sound, so... Yeah.
I mean, if you actually think about the Squigoth, it's actually probably not that hard a paint job in terms of... It's only a few basic things. You've got the Squigoth itself, the Howdah, and some dudes. Whereas the Insane Blade, you've got the tank itself, all the bits, 15 different things, 500 dudes, 85 different turrets, all the different sections. It's, oh, God.
All the different guns and...
Yeah. So the Squigoth is, although it's a big paint job and you can put a lot of effort and detail into it, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a complex paint
See,
job.
Fox turned round and had a statement not long ago. Never do late night shopping at Fool's World in a stream with Festa. Now, I can throw one back at you. Never sit there and come up with ideas for a Baneblade when Fox is in the stream, because you'll end up with a rope bridge, a crow's nest, a sail.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the problem here.
And that infamous statement, don't forget, you've got to put everything in the box on your Baneblade.
Yep.
And me, being me, I went, yeah, no worries.
What if you want to make Colin sag audibly, then when he's building something, just go, ooh!
Yeah. What it could
Like,
do with is...
I know what it needs. You know what it needs. Or if you could hear him cringe whenever he heard me go, oh, you know what it needs.
It's the fact when he suggested the rope bridge the following stream, it was, oh, that rope bridge you wanted, it's on there.
Yeah, it needs a hot tub now.
Yeah.
Have I done it again?
Yeah, Dan Kramer says, I thought you decided not to what's that? Not to kit out the Insane Blade. You know, it's one of them. I've been umming and ahhing with it, and...
He's not kitted it out, he's put a couple of greebles on it, that's all he's done.
Yeah, I think he's on about the electronics.
Oh, right.
It's one of them. Part of me thinks, how often would I switch it on? Is it worth the hassle? And then the other part thinks, yeah, but it's the Insane Blade.
I could sell it for a lot of money.
I couldn't sell that. It's a one of a kind, isn't it? It's
true. It's your lad's inheritance. Think of the inheritance.
It's my first. It's my first full Warhammer build, wasn't it?
My first tank build. Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
you knew I was going to do that.
Note to
You knew I was
self:
going to do that.
when you do your first build, do subtle.
Don't do it with Fox anywhere near you at all.
Yeah, do
anytime.
it subtly. I just realised I've got a bag of dudes to go on there as well.
Yeah. Well, it is like with the Squigoth. You get like 10 boys and a load of grops.
God, I've got them all on. Oh my God, I just spotted. Yeah, got about him.
Colin's just realising things about the thing he built last year. Oh,
Yeah.
the important words being he built. Oh, I forgot. Oh.
But it is one of them. The insanity of it for me makes it work.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
It's
know
just
why.
nonsense.
Yeah, it's just
because
complete
it's just
and utter walk, isn't it?
It's just an enormous, big, massive nonsense. That's what it is. It's just complete, massive nonsense.
It's the fact, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I got you the extra sprue with the sponsons. Yeah, but what am I going to do with these other 4 spaces? I could get additional sprues with more sponsons, couldn't I? And turrets. Yeah.
Basically, your Baneblade is what is the tank equivalent of, that's not a knife.
Yeah, this is a knife. Yeah,
That's not a knife.
It's one of them where seeing it built, it works. And it's like almost that's how it comes out the box. And it's, nah. There was some serious sore moments that went on in there.
Oh, God, yeah.
The look on your face when I cut that big chunk out the front, I could almost
I was like,
hear your chin dropping. And it's like,
It would take me months of like just deliberating and thinking just to figure out how to do that. And you're like, I've done what? I've done it. What?
yeah, and you're like, you've just
And
cut
how
a
you gonna
big
do it?
chunk.
Because I was like, how are you going to do it? He's like, well, I've just done it like that. And you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Because I'd have months of sleepless nights trying to think, can I do this? Should I do this? What happens if it doesn't work?
What are you cutting? I've got a big hole in the front of my Baneblade. And he went, I went, yeah, but this is going to go in there. But how do you know it'll fit? It will be persuaded, Fox.
Well, if it doesn't fit, it will fit.
Yeah.
If it doesn't fit, something will change.
Dorkosaurus says, have you ever added up how many points your army comes to? No, mate, I haven't.
I don't think there are enough numbers. I don't think
I
numbers
honestly
work that way.
don't know. Si was on about it one night where he was going to try and work out how many points the Baneblade was. And I'm
I was going to say,
good luck
he's not
with
even
that.
added up how many points just the Insane Blade is yet.
Yeah.
His Insane Blade is probably more points than most armies.
Yeah. Max McGinn was up for the challenge as well. He said, I'd love to be able to sit and work that out. And I'm like, dude, I'll send you all the photographs and the video.
I would probably guess he could probably play a 2,000 point game just with the Baneblade and probably not have many points spare.
Yeah.
It might be like an Bane blade and 2 grots. That's it.
Yeah, 1 Bane blade, 1 grot tank.
Oh no, 1 Bane blade, 1 very small squig.
Yeah. Oh, you know,
One
it's
very small and not very grumpy squig.
It's the same with a battle wagon. I mean, that ended up sort of, you know, it's got an HMS of 1/200 scale funnel on it. It's like,
I just love that imagination. That's just what I don't have.
but it works, you know.
I don't have that creativity anymore. That's the sad thing.
Nigel, bless him, I'll print you one out. Yeah, cheers, mate. He sent me a funnel. It's like happy days. Yeah, it's on there. It works. But yeah, I'll have to sit and I'll film them all and get Max.
You know what
to
it
do
needs?
the
It needs a
points.
dirty, great, big, like radio telescope dish on it, like a big radar dish type thing.
big satellite dish.
Yeah, big sat dish.
Are you,
He's gone quiet. That means he's thinking.
are you suggesting things to add to it again?
I am. The thing is, I know it's working when I say something and you just go quiet for a few seconds. I'm like,
Yeah, that's me
thinking.
looking up, going, actually, I could put that on the side of that funnel.
I can hear you. I can see little 3D CAD drawings in your head. You're thinking, well, I could do that there. That would,
I actually think it would work.
You're sitting there thinking, well, I know where I can get a Millennium Falcon Rec 10 dish. I could just use one of. Millennium Falcon Rec 10 dish. Get that, print that off, and stick that on it.
Is that on the Bane blade or is that on the
I don't know.
wagon?
I don't know. What do the chat think? I don't think you could put it on the Beyblade. There's nowhere to put anything on the Beyblade.
I think
now.
there's it's run out of room.
Unless you had a tower that was twice as tall as the crow's nest with a Rec 10 dish
Do
on the
not
top.
go there.
Oh, Millennium Falcon Rec 10. I can't believe we've just done that, like months later, and I'm still adding stuff to it.
Do you know that would work?
Yeah. I'm blaming that on Edward Leonard for no real
You are
reason.
so wrong. You are so wrong.
Or maybe on Dorkosaurus. It's only plastic when you're used to working with metal your whole life. It doesn't get any easier than plastic, says Edward. This is true.
Absolutely, mate.
Right, I've got a load of jerry cans now. Can I attach them to something? Yeah.
I reckon it would work on that funnel, you know, coming off the side of that.
Maybe.
Or on that turret, there's that tool tube. I could just extend that and have the.
Dan Kramer does say the main thing is having a grot hanging from the centre post in the dish.
Yeah, one hand just hanging there. What are you doing? I am tuning the satellite dish.
Oh, do you know what you could... Oh,
You're doing it
don't-
to me again.
I don't know how you do this, right?
Yeah.
But I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to draw this now. I don't know how you do this.
I'm going to have
This
to
would
dig the
require
battle
some-
wagon down, you know.
This would require some shenanigans, but... Right, here we go.
See where...
Jellyfish, first of all. It's very important. Jellyfish. I'm sorry, jelly.
Yeah.
Right. Imagine you have whatever going on, right? And instead of just having the rectenna dish as it will be the rectenna dish,
Yeah.
how about you have like, you've got the rectenna dish there like that with its base, whatever, it doesn't matter what's under here, and you've got that bit there on the other side. And normally you'd have the dish there, yeah?
Yeah.
How about you have it so it's as if it's being broken off? I don't
Yeah.
know how you'd do it. So you'd have maybe the dish here like that. No, it looks rubbish. Let's try a different one. Hang on. You've got the bit there. You've got the bit there on the other side. But the dish is like kind of... There's the bit there and it's like that.
Yeah.
So you're seeing the underside of it, and there's like wires hanging out, and it's almost like it's gone, and it's in the process of being snapped off backwards.
Yeah.
And if you can get one, have a grot hanging off it like with one hand, so he's like that, and he's
Yeah.
going ah.
Yeah, that'll work. I've got.
So it's like-
I've got a one-handed grot.
So it's like you've got your dish like that on the base. Did it on the
Yeah.
on the mount like that normally,
Yeah.
and then but it's actually going pting, and it's being
Yeah.
snapped up backwards.
Yeah.
So you'd have to cunningly attach it somehow, somewhere secretly, have some wires sticking out, and the grot's going ah.
Yeah, it's getting flipped over with it.
almost like mid-explosion, but with no like it's because that's the whole thing about the Millennium Falcon. He snapped the dish off, didn't he? So
That's it.
that's what I ended up with. Yeah, so well, that might be a bit too complicated, though. Maybe not.
No, that'll work.
Everyone here is mean to Colin and no help. Lol. Colin, don't let Fox talk you into more shit. LMAO. My vote is the battle wagon, says Dorkosaurus.
Okay.
Oh God, Jesus! What? Let's go full screen.
Yeah.
Let's not forget you got the battle wagon and the thing it's towing. God, look at I like all the dirt on that on the oh, it looks great.
Getting there, isn't it?
On the snowplow thing.
Yeah.
But not the spinny wheel bit. The snowplow
this.
behind it.
Oh,
Yeah. Ping.
singularity. I'll glue
Brilliant.
that back on later. Yeah. Around here somewhere.
I don't know. I mean, you could do a. I don't know actually. I don't know if there's any way you could put it. It's a bit jam packed.
It's getting a bit full, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, you could have if there wasn't that turret at the back.
Well, that
If
one.
you didn't, yeah, if you didn't have the orc, like totem
Yeah.
next to it,
Yeah.
you could have a small one there. But at the
Yeah, I can
no,
always move this totem down.
Well, I don't know where you could put it on that. To be perfectly honest, I don't know if it would work.
The only other thing I can think of then would be to bung it on the Orc truck when I build that.
Oh yeah, you've got an orc truck, haven't you? Yeah. Oh, the back of that orc truck. There's nothing in it, is there? It's just a
Exactly.
flatbed.
It's just a flatbed.
Oh, you could make a really big Rec 10 edition. That then you
Yeah.
could make it like it's just a mobile satellite unit or something.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or you could get a Forge World super cannon and stick that in the back. Lol, stop it, Fox, says Edward Lennon.
They are all mean to me, Edward, aren't they, mate?
Yeah. On that note, I think I've basically assembled everything now.
Happy days. Yeah,
Oh no, hang on.
I hadn't chipped that yet.
Oh, do you not?
No.
Where does the grot go? The grot just says glue it here, but doesn't really tell you where. What's it supposed to... What? Oh, I see. He's just pouring it random. Oh, I get it. Okay. No, I don't. Do I?
Let's just take
Yes, it is. No, it isn't.
Just take myself off full screen there.
You and your full screen nonsense.
Yeah, full screen shenanigans. But yeah, he's of no help to me whatsoever, encouraging me to do this. But yeah, on the Orc truck, because yeah, we've not really had a good chat about that, because there's got to be dudes in there. Half the dudes that I've got to paint in that box will probably go in there. But yeah, big old mobile satellite unit.
Could be, because it's just an open, boring, empty flatbed truck, basically.
Pretty much, it's got to be festered, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. There's a big hole in this grot. Oh, I know. Oh, that's true. It stands down
Yeah,
there.
he's got a thing that spiked or something that he sits on in it.
No, there's like a hole in his back, but I forgot that the boss stands in front of him.
Yeah.
But I don't think the boss is actually attached to him. I don't know where the boss stands though. Hang on, let's just try putting this together.
Edward
this guy
Leonard
goes
says all your builds have no toilets or loo.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! What, ready?
3D printer Kazi.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
If I put him in, I've put them shotguns in, and they just force him into the right place so that he lines up with the handlebars.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect!
You planned that to perfection.
I wouldn't even have to glue him in. Theoretically, you could just have him in place.
I could put
I assume
a toilet in the battle Orc truck.
you're a toilet. What? don't even know
Edward
what that
Leonard
means.
says none of my builds have a toilet on them.
How do we know that orcs even poop?
Exactly. They might think they don't need to.
Yeah, the grot's got like a hole in his back. Oh, because I see. I get it.
Doesn't he his hand or whatever go into the hole on the back? A chain or
No,
something like that.
No, I think the elbow of the boss, standing on the other side of him, he and the boss get glued together.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something in the destructions that shows that.
No, it doesn't actually show it, but it
Yeah.
kind of. But you can see what I could do right now is I could glue him and the boss together and then paint them as a single. Ooh, that would work. I'm going to do that because I was trying to think I'd have to have him off the model to paint him.
Yeah.
But if I have him and the boss glued together...
Yeah, they can become a sub-assembly then, can't it?
Yeah, I'm just about to do that now.
Oh, you're good, you are.
Good thinking, Girl Wonder. What would I do without you, Cole?
Add a Millennium Falcon dish to the trike.
I'd go like this. There you go. So they're glued together. So he stands there. He stands there. The boss holds the rider in place. So I wouldn't even have to glue. If it's only a display model, I don't even have to glue anybody in place.
No, exactly.
You could play it on the tabletop. And my intention is to probably sell this anyway. Although I don't know because Mum got me this set for Christmas, didn't she? So
yeah.
Don't really want to. Oh no, hang on. Did I buy it? No, Mum got me the skeleton dudes. I bought this with my own scratch, so I can sell it. Yes. But if I do glue it, I can. It's gonna be easy to glue everybody in. Oh, that'll be fine. I can glue him. I can glue this guy with a touch of super glue there. I can glue the boss in with a touch of super glue on his foot.
It's not going to be much that's needed, and it can be in a area where you're not even going to see it. So.
Ooh, my area. I'm going to leave that there so it can sit in place. So after the hassle and nonsense of the first half of the build, which was complete shenanigans.
Yeah, it's come together all right now, isn't it?
Although, having said that, I've obviously got the challenge of painting these front forks with the shotguns on them and all the bits.
Yeah.
It's going to be challenging, but I'm going to get there. I've not glued the armour on the side. There you go, done. And I might add these 3 fuel cans with some plastic strip strapping, as if they're like strapped on the side. But I'll think about that later. But I think we'll call it done there for that now. Yay!
That's come along all right. So you're pretty much nearing where I am on that set then. Have you got more Alt Boys to build, haven't you?
I've got 10 boys to build, and then the...
And then you're you're like me then. We've both got the WASBomb.
Edward Leonard says, Fox, did you trim your fingernails? Ooh, what? Yeah, I always trim my fingernails. What?
No.
Have I missed something? What are we talking about? My fingernails are always trimmed.
Are they short? Is that what you're saying? No,
Yeah.
mine ain't. Mine are.
Being really honest, I actually trimmed them just before we went live because they needed trimming.
Yeah.
I'm very picky actually about my nails on screen.
Well, I normally pick mine right down, but I've decided not to because. Yeah.
Oh, well, I always make a point of keeping my nails because I've seen so many people do YouTube videos where they had manky nails.
Yeah.
And all you see in the comments is ew, ew, and I'm like, yeah, well, if you're showing your hands in a whole video for like half an hour, at least make your nails look half decent. Don't look like a scrank.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've always tried to keep them sweet.
Yeah. Normally he comes on. He's got glitter nail varnish and jewels on them and that. But
look at this.
But he's changed his mind. Edward says he's busting your ass.
Oh, okay. Everybody does. Yeah. Come on, I'm like, hello, darlings.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got my nails. I forgot to take my nails off.
Yeah. No. I normally get the old sanding sticks out and give it a bit of the old,
I do, yeah. I've got one specific UMP sanding stick that I use just for nails.
Yeah.
It's weird though because it smells like really weird when you sand your fingers.
Yeah, I've got one set of nippers that I use for my toenails.
I've got them, and I've actually got these on my modelling bench.
Yeah.
Right. And you might think, why have you got nail clippers on your modelling bench? And it's like, because I usually remember to trim my nails just before I go live. Yeah. So instead of having to run to the bathroom, I'll just put them on the side, and then I can go tick, 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 and then my nails are trimmed then before I go live on camera.
Yeah, that's the sole purpose of them ones.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome to Festa 67's workshop, where you'll get all your male maintenance beauty tips.
Absolutely.
Where you can look divine and fabulous.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Despie nippers are really good for ear hair.
Next week, we're going to talk all about male douching.
Oh, no. Oh, no, please don't.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, that's cool, mate. So yeah, you've only so what is that? What you're going to be doing next? Is it your boys, or are you going to build another vehicle? Well, I've only got next week's frolic. Then, if I dig out my resin Ultrite, we'll do a bit of the Wendy builds.
Well, the one I've got is literally, I don't think there's like 2 parts to it to build.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's a simple one, is it?
Yeah, and then the other thing, of course, I suppose the downside is doing resin on camera is going to be a pain because we'll be wearing masks.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
that's
won't
the
work then.
downside.
I'll film mine instead.
No, that's why I was thinking about some of the Forge World stuff we've got, and it's like doing it on live streams.
Yeah, that's a point. Yeah, because the grot tanks and things like that. Yeah, could do the painting once they're primed and that.
Well, I mean, if you could do the cleanup off camera,
Yeah.
and then for the little bit of like heating things to get them to fit, and the occasional little bit of drilling holes out of stuff, you only have to wear a little thin paper mask. If I'm going to be drilling some holes to pin things, you don't need to worry about that too much.
Yeah.
So we can do. I mean, a paper mask isn't that bad on camera. It's like, but if we were sanding and cleaning parts up, you'd have to wear a proper
Yeah, that's
respirator.
it. Yeah, no.
But if we're just drilling the occasional hole and trimming it, that's not so bad.
Yeah, I'm sure we've come up with something.
Yeah.
Right, I suppose really then we should look at winding up then, being that we've both got to that point where we're at. Do you want to show your wares full screen, mate?
Yeah, you're right. You can do.
There you go. Let people see what you've been up to.
So we've got the big bicycle with the rider, and to save myself painting the face, he's got the mask on.
Oh, you ledge.
Yeah, he's just the one with the bandana around his face.
Yeah.
We've got the big boss with the metal jaw who's going "Arrgh!"
Yeah.
and he's not got a shooter on, but he's got some brass knuckles.
Yeah.
And he's got his big grabby claw. And like I say, people said they had problems with this chain going into the chain feet at the back, but I've had no problem with that at all.
Yeah.
And then on the back, of course, not only have you got pretend squig heads on the top of each mudguard,
Yeah.
you also have on the back a grot pouring fuel. I know you can't really see it, but it's grot pouring fuel into the fuel tank.
Yeah. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the imagination of the people that create these, isn't it? That
Oh, God,
always
yeah.
fascinates me.
But they really do get to have fun when they do orc stuff, because if you look at the Imperial stuff and all the other races, it's all just like military hardware. But when it gets to orcs, they just go a bit stupid.
Yeah.
They just go nonsense time. So it actually looks really. It's going to be challenging to paint because I have glued on the front forks with the 2 shotguns. So that's going to be tricky to paint and get brushes in there. But it might be a simple paint job and mostly metallic with a bit of paint on the frame. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Have you got any lead belcher base spray where you can just spray the whole thing with that and then just touch up what you need to?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I'm going to do for most vehicles like this, is just lead belcher base, give it a matte varnish, and then start doing... I mean, you've got some armour that goes on the side there.
Yeah.
But I've got that separate anyway.
Yeah.
And then it's just a case of picking out some details in brassy colours, doing washes, a lot of it, and then, painting like the mud guards and the trim there.
Yeah.
And I've got to think of colours, because I'll be doing death skulls, so...
Yeah.
Death skulls.
Skulls of death. Good man, mate.
So it... But
I've been
didn't
doing
enjoy
my
the
squigs.
Oh, yeah, let's see yours.
Just been doing bits and bobs on them bad boys. Little bits of detail. Going around picking out little bits and bobs. So, yeah, it's the itty-bitty stage.
I love the way that one is... I love the way they've got that one with the metal plate on its head, kind of doing a headbutt.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't he? So yeah, and he's got Terminator leg as well. So I've been doing that bit of bone, bit of teeth, bit of that, and that's all I've been doing really, is going through each one and getting them to that stage of, bit of dirt on their teeth and all of that. Same with this geezer. He's got his little mate on the back there.
What colour have you done their bellies? Like a sort of light tan colour?
Yeah, it's a flesh.
Flesh.
I
love that little tiny
flesh.
I love the little tiny baby squig on the end.
Oh, he's brilliant, isn't he?
I love the way the grot gets a little tiny squig.
Yeah, there's these little wheel and everything. It's
what I love the most is that the grot is so, because grots are really stupid.
Yeah.
The grots aren't clever. No. And he's so stupid that he's quite happily riding a squig, but it's a bomb squig. He hasn't quite figured that out. Brilliant. He hasn't noticed that yet.
Yeah, no, and it's just one of them, isn't it?
He's like, here, wait a minute. Oh, no.
So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. They're going to go with the squig kill rig thing.
Edward Leonard says simply, squigs!
Absolutely. So, yeah, it's coming along.
Retro Rabbit says, I got a jar of Vallejo Earth Texture Gel today too. Looking forward to basing all my Steel Legion.
Oh, nice.
Is that like earth paint with the texture? Is it like mud or dirt, whatever?
Think so.
That's a lot better than a Space Marine bike, says Edward Lind. Oh, absolutely. Space Marine bikes are rubbish and I hate them and I don't want to build any of them again ever. No. Moist. Like and subscribe.
Brilliant.
I must admit, when I do bases, I'm really lazy. I like to just like a Grell Badlands for the crackle texture and a few tufts. Because for me, I want people to look at the model and the base is just like...
Well, yeah, I mean...
It's also I'm lazy as well. I'm also lazy.
Yeah, for me, less is more. It's just a bit of gravel, maybe the odd skull and a tuft.
That's like, more than I even do.
Yeah, no,
literally, if I can get a bit of a crackle pattern...
Yeah.
And a Grell Badland is kind of earth colour, so a Grell Badland or a Grell Earth, a wash, dry brush, tuft, done.
Exactly.
It's mostly laziness, but also trying to focus on the model. That's my excuse.
Yeah.
Right. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you very much.
I suppose really then we should wind up for the night. Massive big thanks to Fox and Si for coming in and keeping us company, and a massive thanks
treasure
to everyone in the chat. Remember,
thank you for having me on the telly box. Thank you.
Like and subscribe. You can support
subscribe.
You can support this channel on Patreon.com. Shut up, Fox.
Shut up, Fox.
Patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button. You can also go to his channel. Patreon.com I don't stop talking Patreon.com model making guru.
Shut up, Wesley.
Look, there's that join thing again. It's there you go. Look, news layout, press shift. Yeah.
What is it? What?
It's the hotkeys from StreamYard. Look.
I can't see it.
Yeah. When you mouse over your StreamYard, you get the the shortcut. I finally found out what it was. Me mouse was sitting over it. Also, don't forget, folks, you can click the join button on Fox's channel. That gives you access to the Zoom 24/7 Hangout.
Like a little crab.
And for all things Festa, you can go to Festa67workshop.com, where you'll find the Amazon store and links to all my social media goodness. So massive thanks to Fox. Massive thanks to Si. So I mean, don't work with kids, and certainly don't work with hyperactive foxes. You haven't done a moist before we go.
I've done.
God's sake.
Like and subscribe.
Catch you later, peeps.
Bye now, like and subscribe.
See you Sunday for a brunch, and
Adios, amigos.
Obviously for Warhammer Sunday, folks.
Bye. Yep.
Take care, peeps.
Bye. Like and subscribe.